Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 34 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 10 February 2025. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Sharma has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and that Senator Askew has been appointed a member of that committee. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025.
Give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Minister for Youth, and the Minister assisting the National Disability Insurance Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
The call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, it's my privilege to introduce the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025. On coming to government, we started a journey towards a universal early learning system that was simple, affordable and accessible for every family. This 3-day guarantee is a critical step on that journey. We came into government in 2022 with a commitment to make early childhood education and care more affordable through our cheaper childcare programs. We quickly turned that commitment into progress, with more than 1 million families benefiting from these changes. Recent data shows that an Australian family on an income of $120,000 a year, paying the average quarterly fee for 30 hours childcare per week, has saved approximately $2,768 since September 2023. We also commissioned the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and the Productivity Commission to each do a review, providing guidance on how we can achieve our vision of a universal early learning system, a system where every child, no matter who they are, no matter their background, no matter where they live, has access to quality early childhood education and care. The Productivity Commission inquiry in its interim report told us that the early childhood education workforce should be the first priority for reform, including through better paying conditions. The Productivity Commission made it crystal clear that the workforce is fundamental in addressing any changes in availability. And we acted. Last year, we passed our Wage Justice for Early Childhood Educators Act, supporting a 15% pay rise for early childhood education and care workers, increasing the wages of up to 200,000 early educators. Significant, momentous, historic, a monumental moment. Proof that early learning matters and life-changing. These are just some of the descriptive words that early childhood education advocates and workers have used to describe this government's 15% wage increase. Mr Speaker, we know that the foundation of a universal system relies on a stable, secure and valued workforce. This wage rise will help achieve that. retaining our existing early childhood educators and attracting new workers to the sector. Recent Jobs and Skills Australia data indicates that workforce vacancy rates in the early childhood education and care sector have plummeted over the last 12 months, with internet vacancy rates down 22% since December 2023. And that's not all. The wage rise is linked to caps on fees for providers to be eligible. They must not increase their fees by 4.4% in this first year and 4.2% in the second year. This is putting wages up for workers and keeping costs down for families. Over the last 2.5 years, we've made significant progress in building these foundations for a universal early childhood education and care system. But, Mr. Speaker, we know there is still more work to do. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission inquiry recommended that the government consider removing, relaxing, or substantially reconfiguring the current activity test. In their final report, the Productivity Commission recommended that all families who choose to use early childhood education and care should be able to access at least 30 hours or 3 days a week of high-quality early learning. The Productivity Commission noted, and I quote, that ensuring that all children aged 0 to 5 years have access to some form of high-quality subsidised ECEC for at least 3 days a week, 30 hours, for 48 weeks per year would accommodate the needs of families and the benefits for children from ECEC participation, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the government is again acting in introducing the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill, guaranteeing families at least 72 hours of subsidised care per fortnight. The 3-day guarantee is about making sure that every child can have the best start in life, that all children are ready to learn and ready to start school. It's about making sure that every child, no matter their background, no matter where they live, has access to transformative benefits of early childhood education and care. We know how precious the first 5 years of a child's life are. It's a time of extraordinary growth, of emotional and intellectual development. In these years, children learn foundational skills. They learn to socialise and develop emotional skills that they then build on when they start school. Replacing the Liberals' activity test, which locked out children and families, with Labor's 3-day guarantee is such a crucial step in delivering on our commitment to universal early learning. Now, when the Liberals introduced the childcare subsidy activity test in 2018, they stated that it was designed to encourage workforce participation. But, as Thrive by Five's Jay Weatherall states, and I quote, "The activity test was intended to encourage parents into work, but in fact it has done the opposite. It has limited choices and made it harder for parents, especially single parents, to make an income." An evaluation by the Australian Institute of Family Studies found no evidence that the introduction of the activity test caused any increase in workforce participation. And the Productivity Commission found that the effects of the activity test on workforce participation were ambiguous. Instead, the activity test has made early learning harder to access for many families, including disproportionately affecting those families that may be experiencing disadvantage. Families and advocates echoed these sentiments. Georgie Dent, the CEO of the Parenthood, described the current activity test as a barrier that disproportionately locks out children who stand to benefit the most from participating in quality early childhood education and care. And the children who benefit the most from high-quality early childhood education and care right now are the least likely to attend. In 2021, Only 54% of children in the most disadvantaged areas were enrolled in early childhood education and care. This compared with 76% of children in the highest socioeconomic areas. These same children are more likely to be developmentally vulnerable. The most recent early development census report found only 42.7% of children experiencing the highest level of socioeconomic disadvantage were developmentally on track upon starting school, compared with 54.8% of all children. Mr. Speaker, that's why the 3-day guarantee is so important. High quality education and care provides the opportunity to improve a child's lifelong trajectory. It should be an accessible, affordable option for every family, especially disadvantaged families. There should be no barriers. Hear, hear. This legislation will mean real cost of living relief for 66,700 families in the first year alone. Families will save an average of $1,370 per year, and about half of these families earn less than $100,000 per year. Lower income families will save more, an average of $1,460 per year. This bill also means that over 100,000 families can get more subsidised hours of early childhood education and care. This is helping parents get back into the workforce and giving meaningful support to families struggling with the cost of living. The bill also provides more support for families with First Nations children. We've already introduced changes that provide these families at least 36 hours of subsidised care per fortnight, and this will raise that to 100 hours. These changes are based on robust consultation with First Nations communities and organisations and based on evidence. Currently, only 34% of First Nations children are developmentally on track when they start school. Our changes will make high quality and culturally responsive early childhood education and care more accessible for First Nations children. This will have life-changing effects on First Nations children and their families. Now, Snake CEO Catherine Little has said this: "This can be a game changer for our babies. It will mean more children are developmentally ready for school, setting them up for a thriving future." It's a significant commitment towards closing the gap. At the same time, the 3-day guarantee retains a participation requirement for families to access 100 subsidised hours. We're taking responsible steps to manage demand for places and ensuring people who need a place because they're working or studying can find one. We know that the market has failed to provide access to early childhood education and care for children in the regions, for children in the suburbs, and for children in vulnerable communities. That is why we have also announced the Building Early Education Fund, building the centres and services to put us on our path to make sure that every single Australian child can access early childhood education and care in the outer suburbs and regional Australia where families struggle to find a place. We're also developing an early education service delivery price to better understand the cost of delivering services around the country and to underpin future reform. Because our Labor government believes that every child should have the right to quality, affordable early education. That's why we want to build a universal education system. Simple, affordable and accessible for every family, where every child is guaranteed access to at least 3 days of high-quality early childhood education and care. The bill I'm tabling today plays a significant part in realising this future. The bill makes amendments to a new tax system, Family Assistance Act 1999, and a new tax system, Family Assistance Administration Act 1999, which are the two key acts that determine families' fortnightly entitlements to childcare subsidy. The amendments in Schedule 1 of the bill will replace the current childcare subsidy activity test and provide that guaranteed minimum of 72 hours per fortnight of subsidised early childhood education, regardless of the time spent in recognised participation types, and a guaranteed 100-hour entitlement per fortnight for parents caring for an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander child. The bill includes other technical changes to reflect the language of the 3-day guarantee and provides application, saving and transitional provisions to ensure that the amendments apply to sessions of care provided to a child in a childcare subsidy fortnight that starts on or after the commencement of the bill, to ensure that amendments don't take effect midway through a childcare subsidy fortnight. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. Move the debate be adjourned. Move the debate be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Fairfax. The question is the resumption of the debate being made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025.
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I present the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
And call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, important amendments to the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulations, the OEI regulations, were introduced to clarify my legislative powers when making decisions on feasibility licence applications for offshore renewable energy projects. The effect of those regulation amendments was to ensure that the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Licensing Scheme operated as intended. Those regulation amendments set out the requirements for area descriptions within licence applications and provided that licences could only be granted for the area as described in the licence application, and ensured that only applications of the highest merit could be granted licences where those applications overlapped with applications of lower merit. However, currently these regulation amendments only apply to licence applications made after their commencement. That means applications submitted before the OEI regulations were amended would be treated differently to applications submitted subsequent to the amendments and result in unfair outcomes for different applications. The bill seeks to ensure a consistent approach to all feasibility licence applications, regardless of when they've been made, by ensuring that the regulation amendments apply to applications made prior to their commencement. Passage of this bill will ensure that licensing scheme operates consistently and equally for all applicants and licence holders, regardless of when their applications were made. These changes will improve scheme administration, provide regulatory certainty to applicants and licence holders, and importantly, support the development of a high-quality and high-integrity offshore renewables industry in Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Fairfax. The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Social Security Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes Bill 2025.
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill 2025 will amend the Social Security Act 1991 to maintain the current arrangements for youth disability support pension payment rates. The disability support pension, the DSP, has different rates for recipients age under 21, depending on their circumstances, including their family situation. This includes a single dependent living at home rate and a higher independent rate. This reflects the long-established policy position that higher rates of payment should be targeted to those with greater needs, such as those living independently or away from home. These technical amendments are necessary as a recent merits review decision highlighted an unintended consequence of the Employment and Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Welfare to Work and Other Measures Act 2005. That Act introduced the partial capacity to work rule independence criteria for youth allowance recipients. The accompanying explanatory memorandum indicates that this was intended to apply to youth allowance recipients only. It was not the objective of the partial capacity to work independence amendments to affect the DSP, which is a completely different payment category, or that the amendments would affect the rate of payment a DSP recipient receives. However, as a result of a merits review outcome, it's now understood that a drafting error in the amendments made in 2005 means that certain DSP recipients under 21 are impacted. This in turn affects the rates of support these recipients are entitled to receive. This bill makes technical changes to provide for the intended different rates of payment for DSP youth recipients based on their circumstances, including their family situation. For those young people who are assessed as independent or needing to live away from home, it is appropriate that they receive a higher level of financial support from government, recognising their circumstances and need for additional assistance. In addition, without this bill, there would be a distinction between the DSP rates for youth recipients based on whether they were undertaking full-time study or a new apprentice. They would receive a lower rate of support than other DSP recipients, meaning there would be a perverse incentive for young people with disability to stop studying to receive a higher rate, the higher independent rate of payment. This would be at odds with the priorities under Australia's disability strategy, which includes providing support to people with disability to achieve their full potential through education and learning. To leave the legislation unchanged would undermine this priority. This bill will also validate past rate decisions consistent with this long-standing policy. The passage of this bill will maintain the current arrangements for youth disability support pension payment rates, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister, and the debate must now be adjourned. I'll give the call to the member for Fairfax.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member. The question now that the resumption of the debate be made in order for the next sitting. I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Defence Service Homes Amendment Insurance Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
I thank the clerk, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate being most honourable in this lot. Puts me in a line lineage above most of the others. Mr Speaker, I'm not going to yak on for too long. This is pretty straightforward. We had a review. There's been a review. It's found a potential problem in insurance. What's happened, Mr Deputy Speaker, is when you can get a house through the Defence Homes Association under DVA, and the DVA acts as basically the agent. QBE does the insurance, but DVA is the agent, and technically we don't know whether they've been allowed to do that. So we've just got to try and fix this up. I've had discussions with the Minister and I appreciate those correspondence. I think it is best for us to expedite this. Why? We have currently a massive flood around Townsville. We've got a lot of people there who have DVA housing, and I'm absolutely certain they want to make sure that at this point in time their house is insured.
I thank the honourable member, and I see the Minister seeking the call.
I was going to make them.
Yep, Minister's got the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I firstly would like to thank the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs for his engagement on this legislation, his support in its fast passage through the Parliament and his support for the bill and the meeting we had the other day to ensure that that can occur. I won't add too much more on the bill. It was all covered in my second reading speech only a day ago, other than to say that the amendments that are put forward in this bill ensure the continued operation of the Defence Service Home Insurance arrangements. That is incredibly important for our personnel, veterans and their families that utilise this insurance opportunity provided by and through the government. And for that reason, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We'll put the question now for the bill. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Clerk, thank you.
Second reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Defence Service Homes Act 1918 and validate certain activities and arrangements and for related purposes.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. Are we going to the... Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I thank that. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And we'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Defence Service Homes Act 1918 and validate certain activities and arrangements and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Free TAFE Bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To that, the Honourable Member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment now be agreed to, and I give the call to the Most Honourable Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Albanese government is committed to investing in the skills Australia needs to drive economic growth. Our Free TAFE Bill offers greater certainty to students, employers and industry and commits the Commonwealth to ongoing support to states and territories for free TAFE. In regional areas like Gilmore, so many kids want to finish school and gain an apprenticeship or train at their local TAFE. Many don't want to leave home and move to the city to find work or go to uni. They are salt of the earth kids. They've grown up in small coastal towns and often they want to work hard and follow in the footsteps of their parents, grandparents and siblings, whether that's working as a tradie, a nurse or an early educator. I'm so pleased that more than 4,400 students took up free TAFE in my electorate last year. That's school leavers, mums, dads and older people retraining and getting ahead without putting added financial pressure on their family. I've been on the ground and walking the streets, talking with local apprentices, employers and TAFE students to hear about how and why they chose an apprenticeship and how fee-free TAFE is helping them. Back in November, I visited the Nowra TAFE campus with the Acting Prime Minister. We went into electrical and carpentry classes. We spoke with students and heard how fee-free TAFE is providing that bit of important financial relief for students and their families. These classes are booming at Nowra, training our tradies of the future thanks to free TAFE. In October, I joined the Minister for Skills and Training to meet with twins Najara and Harrison, both first-year motor mechanic apprentices at Batemans Bay. The 17-year-old siblings are being trained under the watchful eye of their father, Mark, the owner and director of Batemans Bay Automotive Repairs, who boasts more than 20 years' experience in the trade. The small family business has been employing and upskilling 5 apprentices since 2015, providing job opportunities for young people in our region. It was also really great to see this business employing women in a historically male-dominated trade. Najara is working in a priority cohort and has improved access to flexible, safe and inclusive training and work opportunities, which is just fantastic. I could see how passionate she was about cars, and it was great to see her interest in learning more about electric vehicles too. The pair travel to Nowra TAFE once a week and work in a workshop equipped with up-to-date scanning, diagnostic and programming tools for all modern vehicles. They are looking forward to one day taking the helm of their family business, and I'm delighted that TAFE is providing them with the variety of skills needed to just do that. During the visit, we also met with Robert Beattie, the owner of Beach House Stairs at Batemans Bay, and a huge supporter of young people and TAFE. You could say Robert knows a bit about training young people, having employed an incredible 45 apprentice carpenters at his business over the past 38 years. It was really great to talk with him, as well as his 3 current apprentices, about the importance of building the skills and talent in the Australian workforce to meet current and future skills gaps. First-year carpentry apprentices Nathan and Nicholas and second-year apprentice Brendan said with no shortage of work in the building industry, they felt confident they had great careers ahead of them. Nathan, 17, from Maruya, said everyone in his family was a tradie and he wanted to leave school and do hands-on work. It was so amazing to learn that every one of Robert's employees completed their carpentry apprenticeship with his company. He said his staff could see there was plenty of work on offer and were enthused by the potential earnings for tradespeople. Established in 1985, Beach House Stairs is a wonderful family business that builds custom-designed staircases, timber handrails, balustrades and bench tops. Small businesses like these are committed to training our young people and helping them find their path to a secure future. And under Labor, they have our support. Deputy Speaker, it's great to see TAFE booming on the South Coast, and the recent introduction of the TAFE Certificate 2 in Aero Skills, which is also fee-free. The Aero Skills course is providing our young people with a pathway to an exciting career as an avionics maintainer to support defence industry jobs locally. We're a proud Navy town, home to HMAS Albatross, the Fleet Air Arm and HMAS Creswell. So it's really important that we have defence-related TAFE courses on offer here to give local students an entry into the industry. Defence and defence industry are our biggest employers, and this Aero Skills course will provide local students with an opportunity to fill in-demand roles such as aircraft maintenance engineers and aircraft line maintenance workers. The new course will give students an insight from industry experienced teachers to ensure planes fly smoothly, and helicopters of course, and safely through a mixture of theory and practical units. Students will gain practical experience and develop specialist skills to give them an advantage in the job market, including working on real aircraft components on a variety of aircraft and working safely and sustainably in the industry. You can clearly see that I have been on the ground talking with students, employers and apprentices, and I can tell you free TAFE is going gangbusters in Gilmore. I have travelled from one end of my electorate to the other and listened to young people who are training at TAFE and listened to adults who are retraining and gaining new skills. I've been walking the streets of our villages and towns in Gilmore and talking with people who are reaping the real rewards of fee-free TAFE. I've spoken to builders who are under the pump, constructing hundreds of new homes in our fast-growing region. They are screaming out for tradies, from plasterers to brickies and roofers and more. We need to build more homes. We need more tradies, and to do that, we need to continue free TAFE. Deputy Speaker, as hundreds of students prepare to commence another semester of TAFE in my electorate, including free TAFE courses, I am extremely disappointed that the opposition leader will not support our fee-free TAFE bill. They are showing their absolute disregard for young people and families in regional communities like the South Coast and are completely out of touch with the needs of young Australians. The opposition leader and the Liberals will cut free TAFE funding, and Australians will pay more for TAFE. They're taking opportunities away from thousands of hard-working Australians who are getting the skills they need for the jobs they want. The Liberals have ripped the guts out of TAFE before they have made it clear they would do it again. Last time they were in government, we saw the damage their disregard for the vet system and skilling Australians had. We can't risk the Liberals slashing pathways for workers to enter essential industries like healthcare, construction and tech again. We have a responsibility to help people here and now, and we owe to the next generation of Australians to build an economy that unlocks their talents and rewards their efforts. That starts with equal access to education for every Australian, no matter their background or financial situation. Free TAFE is an investment in our future. It's an investment in our people, ensuring all Australians have the skills and capacity to contribute to a thriving economy. The Liberals' failure to invest in skilling up our people will leave businesses stranded and Australians locked out of reaching their potential. Deputy Speaker, supporting vocational education and TAFE training is what Labor does. With high-quality skills and training, we are building a better Australia. A reliable and trusted vet sector is critical for our economy. Under the Liberals, you won't get that. They destroyed TAFE. And under the Liberals, my local TAFE campuses looked like a ghost town as classes were slashed and teachers sacked. I should know, I worked there for over 10 years. Despite saving ordinary Australians thousands on TAFE fees, the Deputy Opposition Leader had the nerve to label free TAFE wasteful spending. She says free TAFE isn't working. Well, I can tell you the Liberals have got it very, very wrong, because under Labor, my local TAFE campuses across Gilmore are thriving. There is a TAFE in nearly every community across Australia, and every community in Australia deserves access to great vocational education and training. Peter Dutton's demolition of TAFE would mean housing and energy projects can't get off the ground because of skill shortages. Businesses would be forced to look overseas for workers instead of employing Australians here at home. Education should not be a privilege. A Labor government will always stand up for public education and local jobs. The Liberals cut $3 billion of funding from the vet system and TAFE, clearly demonstrating they don't understand or value the importance of strong TAFEs in our local communities. More than a third of all the enrolments in free TAFE have been in regional and rural areas like Gilmore. Deputy Speaker, public education runs through my veins and TAFE holds a special place in my heart. I will always fight for public education and stand up against any efforts to undermine TAFE. There is a clear choice at this election. The opposition leader and the Liberals will cut free TAFE funding and Australians will pay more for TAFE. Under the Albanese government, free TAFE is here to stay.
I thank the honourable member of Gilmore for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendment be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Vocational qualifications are an important part of the post-secondary education mix. However, completions of apprenticeships and traineeships have been in decline since hitting peaks in 2012-2014, and this deeply concerns me, and this decline did not occur in a vacuum. In July 2012, commencement incentives for existing worker apprenticeships and traineeships not on the National Skills Need List in July 2012 were introduced. In October 2012, additional commencement and completion incentives were removed, $4,000 for diploma and advanced diploma, except for aged care, childcare or enrolled nursing, and $1,500 for part-time apprenticeships and trainees. With these few examples, we're demonstrating that there's a direct correlation between vocational education and the incentives and participation. Quite simply, policy settings that incentivise commencements and completions work. We need more vocationally trained workers, and this bill does accommodate this need. And while I support this bill, I think that there are improvements that we could do to help support employers with particular attention to small business. Small business with less than 20 employees account for 97% of all businesses in Australia. Many, if not most of these businesses just don't have the cash flow or ability or even capacity to take on apprentices or trainees without additional assistance from the government. Anyone who knows about small business in construction knows for those first couple of years the apprentice costs the employer money, and that's money that the employer, small business, just particularly if they're a sole trader, just can't afford to cover. In the third year, the cost of the apprentice pretty much breaks even, and in the fourth year they start to be able to charge out a little bit more, because by fourth year a person tends to have a bit more autonomy and independence. However, they're still under the apprenticeship. They're still being guided. And so when we look at businesses across Australia, small businesses across Australia, and we wonder why they're not taking them on, it's because of the cost. We're expecting small businesses to carry the load of training the next generation, whereas if you go back 30 years, it was actually government that was the biggest apprentice trainer in Australia. Certainly in South Australia, the South Australian government was the largest apprentice holder. Not anymore. The other support that I think small businesses need and apprentices need is greater support in mentoring, providing that relationship and connecting a young apprentice or indeed an adult apprentice with the support network so that they continue their apprenticeship and that they complete their apprenticeship, because too many people take on an apprenticeship and only get to second or third year for a variety of reasons. In my visits around my electorate, this is a common discussion point among small businesses. They want to employ more trainees and apprentices, but the constraints that I mentioned previously just stop them from doing so. And I acknowledge that there are a number of programs that exist in this space, but I do think we can do more. In reviewing submissions to the government's strategic review of the Australian Apprenticeships Incentive Scheme, I thought the recommendations of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry were particularly useful. They included the creation of a 5-year job creation incentive program with standard base level payments to all employers of apprentices of up to $2,000 per quarter across the first 2 years for trainees, and up to $2,000 per quarter across for the first 18 months. For trainees and for apprentices over the first 2 years. Targeted incentives for those areas that are deemed in shortage by the Job and Skills Australia of an additional $2,000 payment above that standard base payment payable to employers. Completion payments of $2,500 once the apprentice or trainee completes their qualification payable to the employer, and an additional amount of $3,000 to be payable quarterly across 2 years for an adult age apprentice. Now, we talk about an adult age apprentice, but really we're often talking about a young person aged 22, 23 who maybe got out of school, wasn't entirely sure what they were going to do, might have worked in hospitality, fast food or whatever for those first couple of years, and then think to themselves, look, actually I'd really like to take on an apprenticeship. But by age 21, 22, that's an adult apprenticeship. It is not a traditional junior apprenticeship under junior apprenticeship wages. And so a lot of employers will not take on that 21, 22-year-old simply for the enormous cost for that small business. My other concern relates to the cap on the numbers and how the smaller states like South Australia will fare in the carve-up of these places. So, Deputy Speaker, I do support this bill, and I do call on the government to give careful consideration to the employer incentives for small businesses, as I mentioned, and the equitable allocation of places across our nation to ensure that states like my state of South Australia get our fair share. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is now that the amendment be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the Most Honourable Assistant Minister for Women, Social Security and Ageing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I, of course, rise to support this free TAFE bill because Labor is, of course, the party of skills and training. We are the party of education for all. And we absolutely understand the power of education and how it can change someone's life. And of course, what has become very clear through the debate and the discussion in this place around this bill is that the Liberals do not understand this. They do not understand that, in fact, fundamental to governing this country is helping people to get the skills and training they need to build a good career, to provide workers for those industries that our country needs for the future. The actions and the words we have seen from those on the other side show that they do not value this work, they do not value our education and our training system, and they certainly do not value free TAFE. I've been very upfront about that. In fact, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has said, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, certainly the apprentices, the trainees that I have met in local TAFEs in my community would disagree strongly with that statement, because they do know that what they are doing at the moment is investing in their future, and that what free TAFE gives them is the opportunity to do that, the opportunity to take up a career, a skill set that will last them for their lifetime. It is very clear this week that Labor is for helping Australians to get the skills to build their careers and our country. And of course, those opposite, the Liberals, are for taxpayers paying for bosses' lunch. It is a very clear contrast. We have seen this contrast directly in my community in the past. My local community knows all too well what the Liberal Party thinks about TAFE. Locals do remember that it was the Liberals in Victoria who oversaw the closure of the Greensboro TAFE in 2013. Now, the impact of that was huge in our local community. It took away this long-standing local training institution for people in the northern end of my electorate. And it did take the return of a Labor government to see this Greensboro campus reopened in 2017, followed by the opening on the same site of the Banyule-Nillumbik Tech School in 2018. And that has meant, again, that work of a Labor government, that value, has meant that countless people in Jagga Jagga, young people, older people retraining for new skills, have had the opportunity to take up an education and training through TAFE. A really practical demonstration in my community of the value that Labor governments put on this work and the complete disregard that those opposite have. Deputy Speaker, I was very pleased last week to visit Melbourne Polytechnic in West Heidelberg in my community, and I visited with the Minister for Skills and Training. I have been there a number of times, and I do always enjoy talking with the apprentices, the students and the staff, training them about the work they are undertaking. And there's a big focus at that campus on, in particular, building trades. And so I was really pleased to be visiting last week because the Minister was making a very exciting announcement, which is that this government will deliver a $50 million Future of Housing Construction Centre of Excellence at West Heidelberg. So I'm really proud that this centre will be located in Jagga Jagga, that we will be home to the first dedicated training facility in Australia that's focused exclusively on advanced construction courses. What that will mean is that those people training at this centre will get the most up-to-date training in construction in houses, looking at things like how we build more houses more quickly with less environmental impact, new models like prefab and modular. It is really exciting work. So those people will get training, will get cutting-edge skills at the same time as we are helping to push along the construction of new houses, which we most desperately need in this country. Again, an example of how our government sees this investment in TAFE, this investment in helping people get the skills and training they need to build their future, as part of how we also build our nation and do the work we need to do to build things like new houses, to have people working in clean energy industries. This is nation-building work. And I know, again, in my electorate, they are skills that in housing will be put to work locally. in West Heidelberg, again, at places like Belbardia, which is just up the road from Melbourne Polytechnic, where together with the Victorian Government, we're constructing 104 social and affordable homes with an investment of $27.5 million. That will be a big investment for my community. So I do encourage all local students to have a look at the work that is happening at Melbourne Polytechnic. Have a look at the opportunities that are there. It was fantastic speaking with a lot of the local students there about the experiences they are having through their apprenticeships and through their training. In the main, they were very positive experiences where they'd found the blend of the practical work they were getting through their apprenticeships plus the training was really useful, and that they could see how that was setting them up for an excellent career to come. I was also really pleased while I was at Melbourne Polytechnic, to meet Adam, a local who's been teaching plumbing to students there. Adam, again, has a long history of working as a plumber, and he told me he had now come to be teaching the profession so that he could give back to the next generation, to help build that generation of workers we will need to continue to do this work. So it was really great to talk to Adam about what he's getting out of teaching these skills, and as a government we absolutely want to encourage people to look at the option of teaching skills and training and being part of the training workforce. We recognise that, again, particularly in these types of construction trades, there may be older people who have worked for some time in the industry and are now looking, perhaps not to be on the tools all day, every day, and for the other opportunities that teaching provides, and as I said, to be able to give back to the community. So with teachers like Adam working in our local community, I am confident that both our local plumbing industry, our local plumbing apprentices, and in fact the future of construction in our local area is in good hand. I'm very pleased to see that. Deputy Speaker, another area that I am really pleased and encouraged to see growth in through the investment this government has been making in free TAFE is the opportunities it is providing for Australian women. Free TAFE has allowed women to take up opportunities that otherwise are hard to come by. We do know that 6 in 10 learners in free TAFE are women. And they're doing courses like nursing, like cyber security. They are doing courses like carpentry, mental health, early childhood education. I have spoken with a number of these women, including some of them taking some of those more different pathways into construction apprenticeships. And they all really talk about how much they appreciate the opportunity. How they really understand that this is setting them up to further their career, and how they really value the skills that they have been able to gain as a result of free TAFE. So these are all opportunities that would be taken away from Australian women under those opposite who do not support free TAFE. These women would not have the opportunity to study and to grow their skill set, and to grow their future prosperity and the prosperity of their families and our country under those opposite who, for ideological reasons, are standing against this government's work to make free TAFE permanent in this country. The flow-ons from Australian women being able to take up those training opportunities, we know we are already seeing positive results for women in the workforce. The latest data from the ABS tells us we are fast approaching 7 million Australian women having jobs. The December 2024 data tells us a record, in fact, we've got more than 6 million Australian women with jobs. The vast majority of growth in women's jobs have been full-time, 84% of all new women's jobs, with the number of women in full-time work now reaching a record high of almost 4 million. That is an impressive growth in that time, and we will see that continue as we see Australian women able to take up the opportunities that free TAFE provides. Deputy Speaker, none of this is a given. As I said, this is the work of Labor governments, to provide people with opportunity that comes from education, to broaden that opportunity so that all Australians have the opportunity to take up a training, a skill, a career in an area that both works for them but also contributes to our national prosperity and our national growth. Whether it is through a construction trade at Melbourne Polytechnic in West Heidelberg, where they're studying carpentry and plumbing, and where they will be building the houses that we need to overcome our housing shortage in Australia. Whether it's studying a healthcare science or early childhood education, providing the workforce that we need in those care industries. These are the opportunities that Labor is providing from free TAFE. Of course, all we get from those opposite, once again, is an attempt to shut down these opportunities for Australians. Those opposite have very clearly said that they do not support this bill. They have suggested that those who are taking up this opportunity, in fact, do not value the opportunity. I really would encourage those opposite to get out and meet some of these apprentices, these students who are doing this training. I can assure you that every single one I have met really appreciates the opportunity they are getting to set themselves up for the future. And that does include young people who are training for the first time. It includes older people who are retraining and being able to extend their time in the workforce. It includes Australian women who are getting opportunities that they have not got before. And when we contrast the approach of this government, investing in these people to build their skills, to build their future, to have a career that is lasting and that is meaningful, with the approach of those opposite, which is to both deny that opportunity, to be very clear that they do not support that opportunity for people to get ahead in Australia, but at the same time to say that what they do support is Australian taxpayers funding a long lunch for bosses, is actually outrageous. But it is a very clear indication of the choice that will be before the Australian people when we go to ask them to support this government and election. And it is a very clear indication of this government's priorities, building Australia's future, making sure that all Australians can access that prosperity, and giving young people in my community, older people in my community, the opportunity to gain the skills that will set them up for their future.
I thank the Assistant Minister, and the question now is that the amendments before us be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member from Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, Australia has a significant skills shortage, and it's getting worse. In 2023, Jobs and Skills Australia estimated that 36% of occupations were in shortage, 5 percentage points higher than in 2022. We desperately need to attract more people to critical services like aged care, healthcare, childcare and construction to ensure ongoing affordability and quality of the services we rely on. And we desperately need, as I mentioned, more construction workers and to be training more construction workers to alleviate the current housing shortage. Finding ways to get more people trained is absolutely essential. And I strongly support initiatives that make a real difference to getting people trained up in the services that we really need. Anecdotally, for example, I've also heard that the ability to access free TAFE is helping students, particularly from disadvantaged cohorts that may not otherwise be able to skill and train, and I think that is really important. However, the impact appears to be at the margins, as we would expect. We know from the higher education system and poorly designed job-ready graduate scheme that fees play a smaller role in determining what profession people take up than we might think. I acknowledge the VET and higher education systems are different and fees do really impact individual courses, but I do think there are broader problems for why these industries are in shortage that are not addressed by this bill, and perhaps they should be. Free TAFE might be a good initiative, it might be, but it is expensive, and if it is not addressing the root causes, then perhaps the money would be better deployed. And so my question is really, do we need to commit to this policy right now, when the current policy doesn't expire for another 2 years, when we don't have the data or information to be considering whether it should be permanently implemented? I do worry, and I'll be honest, that this bill is politics over policy, signing up for a future government to a commitment that looks good for an election now. The purpose of this bill is to provide for ongoing financial support to the states and territories for the delivery of free TAFE and vocational education and training places to ensure that people continue and complete their degrees. The Department for Employment and Workplace Relations website currently states that the overall government and the states have partnered to deliver over $1.5 billion worth of funding for 500,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places over 2023 to 2026. This current program expires in 2026 with a new scheme to take effect on January 2027. While I acknowledge the government wants to provide certainty to the sector, 2 years worth of notice is not standard notice period in government, given the sector historically over other substantial pieces of legislation. Just a few months ago, the government was arguing for changes to international students with less than 6 months' notice for the universities to implement that sort of time frame. So 2 years' notice seems luxurious in comparison. So I don't buy that this is the really underlying reason. The data on this scheme is a point of contention. I know completions is a blunt measure, but I am concerned that we do not yet have the information currently to put it into a permanent scheme. Again, anecdotally, because the data is so poor, I understand that the attrition in the sector is driven by poor quality pay and conditions and in jobs and apprenticeships that the graduates participate in. I note that there is a review underway on this issue, with apprenticeships covering the topic of attrition and declining completions in apprenticeships. Given that all these things are interconnected, I think it might have been prudent to wait for the final report. Or even better, we could have commissioned a review of free fee TAFE. So I understand that free TAFE shows a commitment to addressing the skills shortages, supporting disadvantaged cohorts and boosting economic participation. I don't disagree with the intentions of the bill, and I believe that I could support a policy that looks to deliver free TAFE. But I do not understand the urgency to push this through right now. The current scheme is not expiring, and we do not yet have the data, at least in the public domain, nor has there been a proper review to make an informed decision about the outcomes of this bill and whether it is value for money for the outcomes we are seeking. I do wonder if we could better achieve these goals and reduce attrition challenges by providing more targeted measures for marginal cohorts and using the other funds to improve the pay and conditions of the jobs that these trainees ultimately participate in. The truth is, I don't know the answer to these questions because we don't yet have the data, but without the evidence, I find it really difficult to support a piece of legislation which is not urgent. But hey, there's an election soon, so I guess that explains the urgency. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I give the call now to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to wholeheartedly support this important bill which locks in fee-free TAFE as an enduring feature of Australia's vocational education and training system. The Albanese government is guided by a simple principle: no one held back, no one left behind. Whether you're a student in Nunda, a tradie in Boondall, or a parent in Stafford, you deserve the opportunity to build a good life for yourself and your family. Labor believes that opening the door to these opportunities starts with education. Education is the most powerful tool we have to overcome disadvantage or retrain for a better paid, more secure job. It's the best investment we can deliver to build a future made in Australia. Over the next decade, 9 out of 10 new jobs will require post-secondary qualification, and almost half of those qualifications will need to come through vocational education and training pathways like TAFE. Labor's fee-free TAFE ensures that Australians are developing the skills they need to pursue a career in the trades and sectors that we need them in. More tradies to build more homes, more fabricators to restore our sovereign manufacturing capability, more ICT experts to harness the potential of the booming global digital economy, and more skilled carers to look after our loved ones in aged care, in early education and the disability sectors. This fee-free TAFE bill builds on Labor's extensive work to reverse a decade of coalition neglect and rebuild TAFE for communities across Australia. In the first 2 years of fee-free TAFE, we have seen almost 508,000 enrolments, Of those enrolments, 131,000 have been in aged care and disability support, 48,900 have been in digital and tech, 35,000 have been in construction, and 35,500 in early childhood education. Fee-free TAFE is particularly benefiting Australians in typically vulnerable cohorts, including 170,000 young Australians, 124,000 job seekers, and 30,000 First Nations Australians. Of all places, 6 in 10 have been taken up by women and 1 in 3 in regional and remote Australia. This is what Fee-free TAFE is about: removing financial barriers to education and training to deliver a more prosperous and equitable Australia. Removing the financial barriers to starting TAFE is providing a real cost of living relief and saving Australians thousands of dollars. A student in Zilmere training in the Diploma of Nursing can save up to $16,000. A student studying a Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education in Tagham can save up to $1,000. And a student in Chermside who is undergoing a Certificate 4 in Cybersecurity can save up to $8,000. That is a significant amount of money that they can put into their savings account for a house deposit or a rainy day. Fee-free TAFE is a proud Australian story. It's a story about aspiration, about the pursuit of passion, about the gratification of hard work and the satisfaction that can be found in achieving your goals. As the member for Lilly and the Minister for Aged Care, I have had the privilege of hearing these stories firsthand. Mackenzie, whom I first met at her school leadership ceremony at Earnshaw State College in 2020, is now doing a Diploma of Nursing at Southbank TAFE, and I couldn't be prouder of her. Naheed, who was a software engineer but decided to go and do a Certificate 3 at the Canberra Institute of Technology because she wants to work with people and not mechanics. And Lisbeth, who was one of the most passionate aged care workers whom I have met so far, is upskilling through Fee-free TAFE to become an enrolled nurse with the goal of one day becoming a registered nurse and then a doctor. Good luck, Elizabeth. But as the Albanese government makes strides to building a world-class vet system that is high quality and that is accessible, the coalition wait with bated breath to tear it all down. Because whether it's TAFE, whether it's university, schooling or early education, the coalition have made it very clear how they feel about affordable and accessible education. They're against fee-free TAFE. They're against student debt relief. They're against affordable early education. They believe education is a privilege that should be paid for. When they were in government, they exacerbated education inequality by cutting $3 billion from the vet sector, and they made it more expensive to go to uni. Given half a chance, they will do it again. So by investing in fee-free TAFE, Labor is sending a clear message to each and every person who is unsure about their future. We trust your aspirations. We support your education. We back you, and we will always work to ensure the doors of opportunity are open for you. Because that is what Labor governments do. We help people under pressure and we build for the future. Thank the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. And the question now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Free TAFE Bill 2024, disingenuously titled as the bill appears to be unfunded, so we can't be quite so sure about the free bit, but none the wiser in relation to the who will be paying for it bit as well. I can tell you probably will be paying out in terms of worse outcomes, wasted endeavour, unmet skill needs. The Australian people will be paying. We see the risk of enormously wasted talent. Labor's own talking points on TAFE includes that of the 500,000 enrolments in so-called fee-free TAFE, only 13% have so far resulted in a completed qualification. 13%. Which means 87% are yet to complete or have dropped out. Last year, the South Australian Skills Minister let the cat out of the bag, providing evidence to the South Australian Parliament in late October that the dropout rate for fee-free TAFE was around 13%. The detail of the bill, of course, reveals what we already know, a free TAFE place is not exactly free. A free TAFE place may not be free of all fees. You'll find that in the small print. Part 1, Section 5, definitions. FT place. This is what the bill says. FT place means a free place in a course at a TAFE institution or a course provided by another vet provider. Then there's a note in smaller print. An FT place may not be free of all fees. The fees covered will depend on the terms and conditions of the relevant FT agreement. So according to their own provisions, the free TAFE place may not in fact be free, or indeed, according to this provision in the bill, it may not even be at a TAFE. Oh, George Orwell would be so proud of this one. This legislation, together with the Prime Minister's recent announcements regarding apprentices, shows you just how much vocational education is an afterthought for this Albanese government. We heard it yesterday in question time. University, 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 cuts to HECS fees for the current debt holders of a university student or a graduate. Yes, yes, let's make all the tradies pay to wipe out 20% of a first-year lawyer's HECS debt. Lovely. Almost no one in Labor has run a business, certainly no business which requires vocational education and training skills. It's obvious in all of their policy settings, and if they had, they would see the devastating effect this measure in this bill is having on choice, both for employers and future employees, as well as quality and quantity of graduates in precisely the skill groups and trades that this country desperately needs. Let me give you a local example of the chaos this kind of measure is making in my local community. Just before Christmas, I went to visit Sharon. Sharon runs a private training organisation just over the boundary of my electorate, and I have visited her RTO, the Nepean Industry Edge Training, a couple of times to talk to her students, understand what guides their career choices and their hopes for the future. But just before Christmas, Sharon called my office in a state of panic. She was distressed because of an announcement made by the Victorian Government regarding changes to their Skills First funding program, which changed which qualifications would be subsidised by the Victorian Government to meet Victorian skill needs, the number of funded places available, and the subsidy amounts to support students. Sharon was told that overnight, her training organisation, NEET, its funding would go from 180 funded places to no more than 50, even though she had a 2-year contract with the Victorian Government in place, which had allowed her to invest in upskilling her staff, purchasing and training equipment for students' needs. For the previous decade, this training organisation, NEET, had had 1,000 funded places. So the drop-off from the previous year had already been financially challenging, but this overnight change would in fact be devastating. Sharon was also advised summarily that the amount of money the Victorian Government offered per student would be reduced by 35%. Even for students who had been enrolled in 2024, there was no grandfathering under the funding agreement which had been on foot, who were still completing their courses in 2025. This change in funding would occur overnight. Sharon, at the time of receiving this advice, had 180 places offered to support students in individual support, early childhood and ageing support industries. You have to step back for a minute and think about what is actually happening here. Each year, NEET provided qualified job-ready graduates to disability services, childcare and aged care facilities across my electorate under this program. It equally provides high-quality skilled people in hospitality and tourism, the stuff the Mornington Peninsula thrives on. But overnight, the Victorian Government had made this business unviable. Why? Because a broke Victorian Government wanted to pass the buck to the Commonwealth, citing the illusion of free TAFE. So what does this mean for the Peninsula? The loss of hundreds of urgently needed staff. What does it mean for NEET and local employment in Frankston? Well, NEET has to lay off 6 permanent and 15 casual staff. This move, literally on the eve of Christmas last year, threw NEET's students into limbo, and 2 weeks' notice was given. 2 weeks. NEET tried to facilitate transition to the nearby TAFE, but it was already at capacity. Students, so accustomed to small, tailored and flexible classes at NEET, were told that TAFE class sizes were capped at 17 to 20 per group, with classes held 3 days a week, always during business hours, with 2 days being taught online, even though they are local students and learning to care for disabled and elderly people, which is a hands-on, face-to-face practical role. When I met with Sharon in December, she was bereft. Her team was struggling to hold back tears as they spoke to me about what this might mean for their students. It is a family place, NEAT, where middle-aged women in particular returning to work after raising children or getting back on their feet after a separation have found peace and purpose and a sense of family. Sharon and her team were desperately trying to find a way to work with their students to get them to qualify before she had to exit the NEAT premises. Over Christmas, Sharon and her colleagues developed a plan for those students. She needs to find a replacement tenant for the premises that NEAT has, on which NEAT has a 5-year lease, so she's going to operate for the next 6 months. She'll run at a loss to do this, to make sure her students get to finish their qualification. Their only alternative was to do nothing until the end of April and then try and enrol in TAFE in its next incoming cohort on the 29th of April. 6 months from now, the Mornington Peninsula will have lost the potential for hundreds of graduates that would have been picked up by so many businesses in desperate need of quality staff. There is currently a waiting list of 6,000 individuals for care packages in Frankston and the Mornington Peninsula. NEAT has over time been a reliable supplier of high quality and job-ready aged care staff to Australian Unity in Mornington, Autumn Care in Frankston and Mornington, and provides ongoing training to around 250 disability support workers employed by Focus, who are based in Mornington at the crawl stores. NEAT also provides ongoing medications training to PCAs in aged care centres and disability support workers. Sharon's employers often comment on her students. They stand out during placement as they've been taught the soft skills of communication, to be proactive and person-centred carers. They've also got confidence in using equipment such as lifting machines and giving dignity to clients when providing personal care such as showering and toileting. Many students they get from other training organisations hadn't used any of this equipment before, and NEAT students have had to teach them on the job. There are aged care facilities on the Mornington Peninsula which cannot operate at full capacity at the moment because they lack the qualified aged care workers they need. Sharon told me of people in similar positions to her who have had to do some of the hardest months of their life over the Christmas break, reconciling with the debt and the administration left to them by this overnight change from the Victorian Government, and the skills deficit their communities will be confronted with, all while listening to Labor decry fee-free TAFE, which, by the way, was never free. Just the materials cost at a nearby TAFE were more expensive than what NEAT was charging many of its students. Indeed, the students who looked to transfer to TAFE under NEAT when it lost its Victorian Government funding found they were all going to have to pay $460 at the fee-free TAFE, whereas NEAT at their actual course was actually free because it had been subsidised under this Victorian Government program now abolished. When you look at the performance of TAFE under this government, it is a good idea to look at some facts. TAFE numbers are lower than they were under the Coalition. In fact, the year the Albanese government introduced free TAFE in 2023 was also the year that saw nearly record low enrolment since 2020. I'm not here to condemn TAFE as an institution in any way. I love TAFE. I was once a TAFE student. I have the most extraordinary high potential TAFE in my electorate at Rosebud. It's the only tertiary institution we have, even though technically I suppose we're meant to be metropolitan Melbourne. It's just that no one's invested in it for years. And so our young people tend to be drawn towards the shiny new facilities in Frankston, or worse, up the freeway into the city to take up the university pressure that their peers, parents and indeed this government constantly puts on their shoulders. Since elected, I have been in constant contact with our local TAFE and vocational education providers. I set up a hospitality roundtable which is now maintained and sustained by the sector itself. Chisholm TAFE, local employers, employment agencies, the private RTOs, the Shire, we all get together and talk about what is needed to keep our kids learning and working on the peninsula. But it always comes back to the same issues: the lack of state government funded public transport. There's no point to a TAFE down the road in the industrial estate in Rosebud if no one can get there. They also raise concerns about attitudes to trades and trades training. Even though Flinders is a tradie hotspot, we have the second highest number of trade professions of any electorate in the country. You can't blame tradies for wanting to be on the Mornington Peninsula, it's paradise. A vibrant skills-based tertiary system is what will sustain Australia's economy in the 21st century. There is enormous demand for skills in construction, the care economy and agriculture. We need to train as many people as possible and provide the best public policy settings to ensure that most people can get the education to meet the country's needs. But the answer is not one-size-fits-all TAFE, it's in choice and flexibility. This chamber may need some reminding about the Coalition's commitment to vocational education. I had the honour of working with Brendan Nelson when he was Education Minister in 2004, which some of you with long memories will have known as the trades election. I had been Nelson's vocational education advisor since the year prior, and I was laser focused on how to increase uptake in trade training and how to make apprentices and trainees feel appreciated by the Australian population, valued, recognised and respected for their choice. Our commitments to vocational education in that 2004 election were based in the heart of Liberal values, and in his speech to formally launch the Liberal Party's campaign in September 2004, John Howard said, "There's a golden thread that runs through so many coalition policies, and that is the great principle of choice. Greater choice for families to choose how they will balance their work and their family responsibilities. Greater choice for entrepreneurial Australians to start and expand their small business. Greater choice and opportunity for young Australians to develop their talents to the full. And importantly, greater choice for Australian parents to decide how and where their children will be educated." Does it sound familiar? It should. Further in that speech, John Howard went on to describe what the Coalition's policy on vocational education was going to be. He reflected, "Australia is facing a national skills shortage in traditional trades such as carpenters, welders, auto electricians, motor mechanics, bricklayers, chefs and hairdressers. This is in part a product of our great economic success. It's also the legacy of some of the bad decisions we made a generation or more ago. This country made a big mistake 30 or 40 years ago when it turned its back on the old system of having technical skills." He went on to talk about the importance of those technical skills and then to announce a raft of policies to address the skills deficit we were facing. He talked about our drive to tackle skills shortages and to revolutionise vocational education training. He announced the 24 Australian technical colleges that we would establish to accelerate national skills development in the traditional trades. He talked about where they would be located, from Darwin to Northern Tasmania, Adelaide, Perth and here in Queensland. And may I say, 2 of those survived their decreation, their abolition, should I call it, by the Rudd government, and they're both in Adelaide. They're run by the Catholic Education Office, and they're great. He announced the introduction of Commonwealth scholarships for new apprentices in priority trades after their first and second year of apprenticeship. He announced an intention to extend youth allowance to apprentices, putting them on the same footing as university students. He also announced $100 million to build an Australian network of industry careers advisors to make sure that when students went to advisors to ask what they might do in the future, trades was kept front and centre. At the end, he said, "We must do more to encourage them, young people, to entrench their culture and to bring on more apprentices. That's why I'm especially pleased to announce a series of measures that further entrenching enterprise culture within this country." And the Prime Minister went on, "I know these measures like the back of my hand, because I'm the bunny who wrote that policy for the 2004 election. It was the election we need to see John Howard walking around quite often with a hammer in his hand, just to constantly reinforce the message, we appreciate your choice of an Australian trade qualification. We need you to choose more and we need to back you in. And that's what a Peter Dutton government will do if given the chance. Back in the trades and get us back on track."
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question is now that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that, I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always lovely to listen to the member for Flinders. I'm actually very fond of the member for Flinders. I don't want to jinx you. I don't want to sort of jinx you on your side.
Too late.
This is not a doxing.
Too late.
But I've actually used you as an example in a conversation that I put on the public record only last week, that the fact that you're on the backbench after such an accomplished speech, a professional woman who's actually been interested in public policy, and people like the chap here on the front bench says everything that's wrong about the modern Liberal Party when someone with your intellect and contribution over decades is sitting up there. But anyway, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Oh, he called me a loser. Okay, thanks. We'll put that on the record too. Yeah, it says more about you than me. But it is surreal, isn't it? I mean, at least that was a reasoned contribution. Most of it was nothing to do with the bill. It was about the Victorian government. but most of it was to do with state government policies on the training sector. But there you go. But using a reasonable voice doesn't make reason from nonsense. We've had speaker after speaker from the opposition, from the Liberal and National parties, at least coming clean about the choice, one aspect of the choice that Australians will face at the coming election. The Liberals will cut free TAFE, and this Labor government will invest in free TAFE. This bill means that free TAFE is here to stay. It's both a cost of living policy to lower the costs, to lower the barriers, particularly for kids from the suburbs and regions like the place I represent in outer southeast Melbourne, to actually access skills and training and provide that pathway into good, well-paid, secure, skilled jobs. But it's also, Deputy Speaker, smart economic policy. It's an investment in skills to drive our economic growth. It's critical. It's good for the economy, it's good for wages, it's good for employment, it's good for Australians, and it also reduces reliance on migration. It's not rocket science that if you train more Australians and you don't do what they did over their wasted decade of decay and dysfunction, cutting billions from the TAFE and training and apprenticeship system, if you actually invest in training and skilling Australians, you reduce reliance on migration. I mean, that's what I'm up for. I'm up for giving Australians in the suburbs and the regions a chance at a good, well-paid job by removing those barriers to them pursuing careers. And also, one of the things about free TAFE is it allows governments to incentivise students to choose the courses in the areas of skills shortage that the economy needs. Chisholm TAFE in Dandenong and Berwick in my electorate, I was there last week. It's absolutely fantastic talking to the free TAFE students in nursing, in manufacturing, in construction-related trades, actually getting a start. So it's a cost of living measure and it's an economic measure. Nursing, healthcare, construction, energy workers, technology, pathways to good, secure jobs. It's changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians already. I think the latest data, Deputy Speaker, was around 568,000 Australians in just 21 months have accessed free TAFE. That's just in the first 21 months. And it is a partnership with the states and territories. It's not some doctrinaire thing from Canberra. This legislation makes free TAFE permanent and sets up the policy architecture where then we negotiate individual partnerships with each state and territory that adapt to the training system, adapt to what local industry and business and the economy needs, as it should be. Now, I'd encourage the opposition to actually look at the evidence and support the bill, but I'm not holding my breath. Every now and again, Deputy Speaker, you know those moments, you've been here a while, someone says something in the chamber or around the building that makes your head spin. You go, what? Did she just say that? And that was the Deputy Leader of the Opposition last year. She dropped the mask on free TAFE. I'll quote, I just want to get this right. This is what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said. Quote, "Remember this, and it's a key tenet of the Liberal Party. If you don't pay for something, you don't value it." Well, she belled the cat on that one. It actually showed who they really are. When you take away all the nonsense language about aspiration, they like to parade, they're there for those who already have the most wealth in the country, and they hate universal services. That's been a consistent thread for decades with the Liberal and National parties. They don't believe in aspiration, and particularly supporting kids from lower socio-economic circumstances, be it in the regions or in the outer suburbs, to get a start in life, to actually get skilled, get training and get into good paid jobs. But if you take that philosophy, that Liberal philosophy, that's what they said, quote from the Liberal Deputy Leader, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it, it actually starts to make sense of their worldview on other things. What if you take that to school education? If you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Well, I think most parents in Australia have a different view. Firefighters, you know, if you take that philosophy, well, if the firefighter wants to come and put out the fire of your house, why don't you pay for it? Otherwise you don't value it. Lifeguards at the beach, emergency departments or GPs, emergency departments in hospitals. Well, actually, Deputy Speaker, it was when the current Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, was Health Minister, voted the worst Health Minister in 40 years by the doctors, you might remember. He implemented that philosophy, the one that they still espouse today. If you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Literally tried to destroy Medicare bulk billing entirely by introducing a charge for every Australian to see the doctor. It wasn't just an accident policy, it wasn't a budget measure, it was what they fundamentally believe. The Liberal and National Party's history is to fight against universal services. The 1970s, the 1980s, it was the Labor Party that fought election after election to try and introduce Medicare. They don't like this, but this is the history of your party. You fought election after election opposing Medicare, opposing... Well, it's history. I mean, it's there. Malcolm Fraser abolished the first version of Medicare, and then you went to election after election with John Howard and Andrew Peacock and John Howard until you finally learnt the lesson. You can't win an election in this country without at least pretending to support Medicare.
Order.
It's the same philosophy, Deputy Speaker. That's what they believe. If you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Well, we have a different view about universal services, and free TAFE is part of that. It's good for the economy and it's a cost of living measure. Now, the other thing that they've said about free TAFE, Deputy Speaker, is that it's, quote, wasteful spending. And there's an important clue here. This is important. Because one of the great mysteries outside this chamber at the moment that erupted last week was when the Leader of the Opposition said, well, we're going to make giant cuts to public services, but we're not going to tell you what they are until after the election. Giant cuts, but we're keeping them a secret. It's gaslighting the Australian people. It's trolling the Australian people. Never before in the history of our Westminster democracy has the alternative government been so disrespectful of Australians that they're actually saying, we're not going to tell you what we're going to do after the election, we're just going to make cuts. $315 billion of secret cuts. $315 billion, Deputy Speaker, but we'll tell you after the election. Of course, that's only the tip of the iceberg. So they've got to find $600 billion to pay for their risky nuclear reactor fantasy. And goodness knows how much the long lunches are going to cost, somewhere between $1.6 billion and $10 billion. Depends how many people go out and take the full $20,000 tax deduction on the taxpayer. So Australian taxpayers will be paying for their bosses' long lunches. I mean, you go to lunch apparently by yourself at the golf club and have a $10,000 lunch, and that's okay. But they don't support free TAFE. So it's an important clue, Deputy Speaker. This is wasteful spending, according to the Liberal Party, skilling Australians. But you've got to cut free TAFE to pay for your boss's long lunch. Well, the government has a different vision. Skills and TAFE are critical for the economy and for Australia's future, and as I said, cost of living help right now. Let's just put a couple of numbers on the record. Thousands of dollars are being saved by Australians right now from free TAFE. A student in Victoria studying the Diploma of Nursing can save up to $17,700. That's an enormous amount. We need more nurses. I want to see Australian nurses trained, as I said, to reduce reliance on overseas skilled migration. We want to see Australian nurses trained. Well, this is a cost of living measure that incentivises it. Early childhood, Certificate 3 in South Australia. We need skilled early childhood workers. You're a paediatrician, Deputy Speaker. It's one of the smartest investments we can make in our future economic wealth, is investing in good early childhood training. $4,400 saved. It incentivises students into that. Certificate of Agriculture in Queensland can save $5,250. In the ACT, cybersecurity, we have a massive cybersecurity workforce shortage in this country, can save $3,500. But at least the opposition is consistent. I'll give them that. They've been consistent this term in opposing cost of living help, because it's not just free TAFE. They opposed the tax cuts. They spoke against the TAFE. We're going to have an election apparently last year. They called for an election so the people could have a say on Labor's tax cuts for every taxpayer. They opposed cheaper medicines. They opposed the $300 energy rebate for every household. They opposed the caps on wholesale gas prices. They opposed cheaper childcare, more wasteful spending according to the opposition. They opposed free TAFE. In fact, along with free TAFE, if they'd had their way over the last 2.5 years, every Australian household will be $7,200 worse off. That's the sum total of them saying no, 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 no to every cost of living measure that the government's put forward. But it's also consistent with their record in government, in that wasted decade of decay and dysfunction and division, 22 energy policies, ripped to bits 3 prime ministers. The Liberals presided in that decade over the second biggest skills shortage of any developed country in the world, in the OECD. And yet, despite all of the noise and the rhetoric, they still failed to land a national agreement with the states and territories to build Australia's skill base. An absolute crisis in skills In construction and trades, 50% shortage of workers. And they still failed to land an agreement with any of the states and territories. Worse than that, they actually cut $3 billion when they were in government from the vet system and TAFE. But I dare the Leader of the Opposition, he must be skulking around the building, watching on TV, be walking past, staff keeping an eye on what's going on. He could come in here and say the word TAFE. The Leader of the Opposition, the purported alternative Prime Minister of the country, has no policies. He does have policies, they're for giant cuts, but he won't tell you where or what, so he's got a secret policy. He hasn't said the word TAFE. He has not uttered the word TAFE in this chamber, in this parliament, for 21 years. 21 years. He could come in here and say TAFE today. Nothing bad's going to happen. It's not scary. Millions of Australians go to TAFE. He could come in here and say TAFE today. The Deputy, the Leader of the Opposition, she at least says TAFE. She calls it wasteful spending. But there you go. The Liberals don't respect our public TAFEs. Now, there's this kind of stereotype. I just want to sort of puncture the illusion here. The stereotype is that the Liberals are all for privates and Labor's all for TAFE. That's not my view. I'll put it on the record. I think TAFE is the backbone of our training system. Say it. I'm not ashamed of saying it. It does the heavy lifting. It invests in the heavy capital courses that the private sector will not invest in. It's a market failure if you think that the private sector is going to do all of that. That's just a fact. It's TAFE that invests in the regions in particular. Absolutely critical for access and equity for outer metropolitan areas and the regions. Private providers are not springing up overwhelmingly in those areas. TAFE's critical. It is the backbone of the training sector. But the private sector is also important, but it's part of the ecosystem that hangs around the backbone. And the Liberals they have a fundamentally different philosophy. They don't respect the TAFE system, they don't respect public TAFEs, they don't understand the value or importance of TAFEs in our local communities. They've shown time after time, with flawed reforms, that they'll go for cheap and fast training over a well-supported and trusted vet sector with TAFE at the heart. Minister for Industry sitting here and nodding furiously. TAFE is the core of the training sector. That shouldn't be a controversial proposition. Saying that is not anti every private provider. There are some fantastic private providers that innovate and they can be more nimble in responding at times to industry or business training needs. But they don't invest in the regions, in the outer suburbs and in those critical high-value courses for the economy that might have high capital costs. That's what TAFE does, and it's important. So I say unashamedly that TAFEs are valued and trusted public institutions. They're trusted partners in our communities. They lead on innovating in teaching and learning practice, and they support students to succeed and assist industries to develop skilled workforces. There's a TAFE in nearly every community across Australia, and every community across Australia deserves access to great vocational training and education. So I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker, but I really encourage at least a few members of the opposition to use their brains, to do the right thing and to support the government's bill. As I said, I'm not holding my breath. They've got this bizarre ideological opposition to universal services. They've got this stated opposition to the concept of free TAFE. Well, we have a different view, and that's one part of the very clear choice that Australians are going to have at the election. They've opposed every single cost of living measure that the government's put forward. No, 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 no. Well, this government believes in training. We believe in skilling Australians. It's good for the economy, it's good for people's wallets and household budgets, and it's a choice. I back free TAFE. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to clarify a few things here at the beginning of this contribution. TAFEs are state-owned and operated. And this is a very slippery slope that we get ourselves on in this federal parliament, where we see the failings of state governments and think that we better do something here in Canberra and end up owning the whole kit caboodle, if you like. And it's happened across a whole range of government services that are provided by the states but are significantly funded by the federal parliament. And of course, we lose control While the federal government of the day wears the responsibility for raising taxes, in the end the money is granted to the states, and we have...
Raised, entitled to be heard in silence. Thank you.
They could probably both learn a bit, Mr Deputy Speaker. Where the responsibility of raising the finance at one level of government, and then the money is just basically given to the states to spend on whatever operation they are running, and I think it's poor governance in many ways. But let me say, most of what I have to say is relating to the South Australian experience, because that is what I'm most familiar with. I have many friends that have given up a significant portion of their life to work and operate in the TAFE section as lecturers, as training providers, and have really believed while they've been there in TAFE. Almost all of them have left eventually very disillusioned with TAFE in South Australia and mystified as to why it was driven into the ground and why it has consequently failed largely. In 2018 in South Australia there was a review that was ordered by the federal regulator and conducted by the NAUS group, and it found that there were major problems with no less than 16 courses that TAFE in South Australia were offering. The review criticised the heavy funding cuts that had been delivered by, listen to this, the Labor government under Jay Weatherill. And it said that TAFE had lost sight of the importance of quality. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, if confidence was already low in South Australia, that just smashed it. And really, in many ways, it spelt the demise of TAFE. Smaller facilities were closed completely. Larger ones were largely decommissioned in many places. I don't think he'll mind me quoting him in this area. There was a fellow called Jack Velthausen in Whyalla, a significant Whyalla identity, voted Labor all his life. I got on well with Jack. We understood each other. We know how we voted, but we both believed in Whyalla and in people. Jack was on the tools at the plant for much of his life, and then ended up being a TAFE lecturer, and very proud of the metal workshops that were in TAFE at the time. In the end, they were idle, and he was beside himself with despair at what had happened. Jack went on to become, at his time of his demise, when he passed away in 2021, he was president of the Whyalla Football League, which is a fair indication of his commitment to community. I miss him. He was a good fellow. But anyway, he had really become very disillusioned with the whole direction of TAFE. And of course, the problem was, as these places were deserted, and I'd benefited from some TAFE training at some level at some time. I think I did my first chem certs through TAFE, but also did a tree pruning course, and I'm given to reflect that in many places they were delivering, yoga instructor courses and dog handlers and all that kind of thing. Honestly, if you want a business training enterprise, it needs to be focused on business training enterprise and get on with the hard things in life. And so in many ways, I think TAFE lost its way. And with the consequence of that, of course, was that industry had no confidence. And I just heard the member of Bruce speaking about how people trusted TAFE. Well, I'm here to tell the Parliament they don't, certainly not in South Australia. And when I'd speak to people in industry about people and their qualifications coming to them and seeking work, and when they saw that they'd done their training, their apprenticeship, whatever, through TAFE, they basically didn't trust it. They said, oh, that means they won't be able to operate this, that and everything else, and I'll have to train them from scratch again. I have used this phrase, whoever failed a TAFE course, whoever failed a TAFE course, that tells you about the quality that is actually offered here in the end. And I was only speaking recently to an acquaintance that did a TAFE course for 12 months and didn't attend and received high marks in their exam. They passed the course and yet they barely attended. That tells you why the public and industry don't trust TAFE. And it tells us why then industry fled to the private sector for training. It's more flexible. It provides services when, where and how you need them. TAFE, by comparison, is a government organisation. The people that work there are public servants, and it's heavily unionised. And consequently, it is just inflexible. Trying to get TAFE courses delivered, or trying to get training courses delivered when it suits your workforce rather than when it suits the workforce at the training facility, it was one of the reasons they've been left behind. And so industry have established their own training platforms. We're just down the road from me, I live in Kimber, just down the road from me at Cleve, distance of 100 kilometres or so. The Motor Traders Association have developed a regional training facility for country-based mechanics. It's fantastic for the kids on Eyre Peninsula and further afield that can now don't have to go to the city and can access their training out in the country. Master Builders, Housing Association, Housing Industry of Australia, all have their own training platforms and credentials that the industry trust, that they have designed for their use. This move for free TAFE undermines their efforts and investment, and it's dangerous. It is a move by this government to prop up failed state enterprises, and as I said, we're on the sticky paper. And there is no provision, no budgeted provision for this expansion of free TAFE, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, how on earth can that happen? I mean, we have a whole raft of government policies now, including housing, the forgiveness, the write-off of HECS debts, the NBN, extra investment in the NBN, all apparently not costing the budget a cent. These are billions and billions and billions of dollars that the federal government is committing itself to that magically don't appear in the budget papers. It makes a mockery of the Treasurer's claims that this government has delivered 2 surplus budgets. If that were the case, why is the debt of the Australian government, the net debt, now higher than before the surplus budgets? It defies any logic at all. And it is an attempt by the government to pull the wool over the eyes of the Australian public. It will be exposed. The coming months, the coming weeks, there will be increased scrutiny on the government's claims. So this is in fact an attempt to nationalise the training and skills industry. It undermines the investment of the housing industry, the motor trades, of private providers like Career Employment Group, which are a very significant contributor in my electorate to actually piloting people through their training, through their apprenticeships. And they've got to compete with free. And the industry doesn't trust the credentials. I think it's a broken glass that can't be mended. Danita Warren from the Master Builders Association has said it unfairly distorts the market and it does not bring more people to industry. But the challenge is quality, and can TAFE rebuild that? I think it's pretty unlikely. On the basis that the current dropout rate, the non-completion of free courses in TAFE is 87%. That's telling us something, Mr Deputy Speaker. So far, the government has spent $1.5 billion on free TAFE, and there are 80,000 fewer apprenticeships and trainees today in training than when they came to office. That's a 20% drop. And for women, it's worse. The stats have halved. The commencement stats have halved under this government. So now the government is doubling down, trying to entice apprentices, trainees back into the system, back into a training facility that industry does not trust. And I just think this is bad government, quite frankly. I think it's undermining the investment and effort of others that they have made to build a system that they trust, that they rely on. Unbelievably, the government has not done any work on actually assessing the impact of free TAFE, the policies that they've implemented so far, and they're pushing even further. Mr Deputy Speaker, this reeks of a captain's call, and when captains make bad calls, the ship sinks.
I thank the member for Grey. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is investing in young Aussies to give them the skills that they need, because we know that a strong vocational education and training sector is absolutely critical to ensuring that young Australians, and certainly from the beautiful place that I represent in the Northern Territory, that young Territorians get a secure, well-paid job that fills the need in industry and throughout our society. So what do? Well, the Albanese Labor government is investing in the skills the Territory needs and that Australia needs by making fee-free TAFE permanent for young Territorians and for young Australians around the country, and for those that just want to retrain, try something different, start another career. So not only is this helping to relieve cost of living pressures for those seeking to skill up or reskill, but it's also absolutely vital to building the Territory's future and to building our nation's future. So our government, the Albanese government, is committed to investing in the skills that Australia needs to drive the economic growth that we need. Labor will leave no one behind and hold no one back as our economy transitions into the future. Our fee-free TAFE offerings span those high priority areas, including health, construction, early childhood education, hospitality and tourism, and renewable energy. And with unemployment so low, Deputy Speaker, having young Aussies skilled up in these areas is absolutely critical. We need more people on the tools, less people sitting around at home with nothing to do. We've still got 4% unemployment. We'd like to see everyone have an opportunity at getting a good job. It's a critical measure for reducing economic barriers and for addressing intergenerational disadvantage around the country, but particularly when I think about intergenerational disadvantage in the Territory. Over 800 students from priority cohorts, such as those on low incomes, First Nations students, women who want to have a go in non-traditional industries, have already enrolled under fee-free TAFE, because it helps by taking away another barrier, that financial barrier. Ongoing free TAFE will offer greater certainty to students, to employers, to industry, as well as to the state and territory governments as well. This bill will establish ongoing cost of living relief by removing those financial barriers that I mentioned to education and training, particularly for groups that typically experience economic disadvantage. The bill also ensures that fee-free TAFE continues to deliver a coordinated response to those workforce shortages that we all know we see in some industries that are certainly local but also national priorities, and will help build the pipeline of skilled workers that Australia needs now and into the future. Labor is providing cost of living support for more Australians to access high quality, affordable training through the measures that we've put in place. Delivering the skills and training needed to grow the economy, building the extra homes that we need, creating a future made in Australia, ensuring all Australians can get quality care as they age and when they need it, through a good health system, through building the capabilities which are increasingly technical in nature that our Australian Defence Force needs as well. As co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS, I speak to many stakeholders involved in the national endeavour that is AUKUS, with our partners in the US and the UK. And I know that we need young Australians with the skills required to deliver AUKUS. It's not just going to happen automatically. We need a pipeline of skilled young Australians. Our fee-free TAFE will deliver these skills that we desperately need to build this massive workforce need. Last year, the member for Spence and I visited the team at BAE in his electorate in South Australia and spoke to some of the young apprentices there. What really hit home for me was that these young Australians are delivering our future ADF capabilities. Up in my electorate in the Territory, training and developing our workforce that is equipped with practical skills essential for not only a growing defence sector, but also for the net zero transformation that our nation has embarked upon. I acknowledge the work of Professor Suresh Thanadal and his team at Remhart down at East Arm in Darwin. We plan to develop a renewable energy centre of excellence at CDU that brings together CDU, industry and unions such as the Electrical Trades Union in a powerful collaboration, pardon the pun there, Mr Deputy Speaker, to drive skilled jobs across the Territory. One thing the Territory's got is a lot of space and a lot of sunshine. So we are going to convert that Territory sunshine into the electrons, into the renewable energy that will need to power an increasing industrial footprint on the ground in the Northern Territory. So working with industry, working with Charles Darwin University, we will make that a reality. This is absolutely vital to transform the Territory into a clean energy powerhouse, to provide projects like Sun Cable with the skilled Territorians that they need to deliver renewable energy for Australia and the world, such as our partners in nations in the Indo-Pacific, such as Singapore. But the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, you can't have a strong vet sector without strong public TAFE at its heart. And a Labor government will never consider that free TAFE is, and I quote from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, wasteful spending. Someone who calls fee-free TAFE wasteful spending is obviously from a background of significant means. It doesn't understand the transformational power of education and trade training for young Australians, in particular those from low socio-economic backgrounds. If those opposite hadn't picked up on the cost of living that our government is tackling robustly every day, that those opposite, by the way, voted against every time we put a measure in to help Australians with the cost of living. Young people doing an apprenticeship, doing some trade training, can often find it difficult to make ends meet. So I'll put a quick ad in for those listening, for parents listening or grandparents. If your children or grandchildren interested in doing a trade, know that we are backing you. The federal Labor Albanese government is backing your sons and daughters in that we'll be giving some additional financial assistance to apprentices as they go through their training after 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, etc., to help with those cost of living challenges. Because we know that we have a responsibility to help people here and now, and by making, through the bill, free TAFE permanent, we're just reducing the barriers by giving additional financial assistance to those doing an apprenticeship. we're making it easier for apprentices to make ends meet and to make that investment into their training and education so that they can manage to meet their the cost of living whilst they study and get those vital skills that our economy needs. And we do owe that duty to the next generation of Australians, to our kids and later the grandkids coming through, to build an economy in this nation that liberates their talents and rewards their efforts, that starts with education for all, up to 3 days of early education, then into a universal primary, secondary school education that has HECS debts cut by 20%, helping, as people get into the workforce, helping them again with their cost of living. Through the whole cycle of education in this nation, it's federal Labor and only federal Labor that has a plan and is legislating to assist Australians through their journey of learning and learning new skills that we need in our economy. So it's the economy that benefits as well as the individual, as well as our families, as well as our communities. Now, education for all, no matter what their background or financial situation, should have equal access to education. That's our mantra and what we strongly believe in. No one is held back, no one's left behind, but time and time again, I'd see education delivering a future for young Territorians, whether it's catching up with Clontarf or the STARS program up in the NT, seeing what some added assistance, added mentoring does for those young Territorians. Staying in school longer, getting a trade, going into higher education or into the workforce. It's absolutely vital. We believe, federal Labor believes in equal opportunity, and by making TAFE free, we are removing those financial barriers that I've mentioned, and we will ensure that everyone has a chance to pursue a career that they love and achieve their potential. And as we've heard from previous speakers, this is not something that we are newly embarked upon. This is something that is part of our DNA. Supporting vocational education and training and TAFE is in federal Labor's DNA. It's in Labor's DNA. So we're reversing the damage of a decade under those opposite, and we're rebuilding our TAFEs for communities across Australia. Now, Labor made the landmark $30 billion 5-year National Skills Agreement with states and territories, lifting investment in skills across Australia, alongside our government's growing investment in fee-free TAFE. We are going after the dodgy providers so that quality providers can do their work properly. The Albanese government has tightened up regulations, set up a tip-off line and increased funding to the independent regulator. This is directly leading to the exposure and deregistration of fraudulent providers. It only takes a few bad apples to bring a sector into disrepute, but it takes a genuine national partnership to support our great TAFEs. And what have those opposite ever done to support TAFEs? Well, given half a chance, Australians know that they will cut TAFE again. And we've heard it from their very mouths just recently. The Liberals, those opposite, do not respect our public TAFEs. They don't understand or value the importance of our strong TAFEs in our local communities. But our government is investing in young Australians to give them the skills that they need. A strong vocational education and training sector is absolutely critical to ensuring that Territorians and Australians around the country get a secure, well-paid job, critical to building the Territory's future. There is a clear choice at this election. Peter Dutton and the Liberals, those opposite, will cut free TAFE and Australians will end up paying more for TAFE. But under our government, under the Albanese government, free TAFE is here to stay. Thanks. Thanks.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'm going to give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, on election night I spoke about the historic mission of Labor governments. opening the doors of opportunity and then widening them. And there's nowhere that that's more important than in vocational education and training. That is what this legislation does. It enshrines free TAFE as a permanent feature of our vocational education and training system. And I'm very proud that no government has done more to rescue TAFE, let's be frank, to rescue TAFE, working with state and territory governments across the board to provide the opportunity for young Australians to get the skills that they need, but also for workers retraining for new jobs and new industries with new skills to benefit them as well. But the other things that free TAFE does, Mr Speaker, isn't just benefit an individual. Because we've created Jobs and Skills Australia to identify with private sector involvement what are the skill sets that will be needed, not just in a year, but 5 years, 10 years, 15 years' time. And because free TAFE is targeted at areas of skill shortage, blue collar and white collar, electrical, construction, as well as new industries such as in information technology, the adoption of robotics, artificial intelligence, as well as the care sector, people working in early childhood education, working in aged care. What we do is we benefit employers and we benefit the whole economy. This is one of the key mechanisms that we have to boost productivity in this country. Well, what this legislation does is take the success that free TAFE has been and say, we want to enshrine it. We want it to be permanent. And we, of course, have now had something in the order of 600,000 Australians have benefited from free TAFE. And I've met many of them. Mr Speaker, on Friday I was at Swinburne TAFE with Minister Giles and with the local candidate for Deakin, Matt Gregg, and with Gabriel Ng, the candidate that we have for the electorate of Menzies. And most importantly, young Australians. I met one who had been training, and he's still doing it, still doing his law degree, but he's decided halfway through his law degree he'd rather build stuff. And he's going into carpentry and getting the satisfaction. We were there in a structure that was being built, and he was proudly speaking about the joinery, the skills that he'd had. And I do want to give a shout out as well, not just to the students, but one of the things I have found about going into TAFEs from the time when I was the Labor Shadow Minister for Employment Services and Training, many years ago now, Mr Speaker, is that for many older workers, they are so proud to go into the local TAFE and to impart their knowledge and their skills as electricians or as plumbers and gas fitters or as carpenters onto a new generation of Australians. And that's why we as a government are backing them in. We know that education is the most powerful weapon that we have against disadvantage, and it is the best investment we can make in building Australia's future. Because every challenge that we have to meet, every opportunity which is there to be seized, depends on investing in the skills and capacity of the Australian people. Whether it's the tradies to build and plan the homes we need, the electricians and mechanics to deliver the clean energy to take us to net zero, the healthcare workers to look after our families, the aged care workers and disability carers, bringing security and dignity into the lives of our loved ones, the technology workers to help Australia succeed in a new era of digital transformation. In every field of national endeavour, so many of the jobs our nation needs to grow our economy, strengthen our society, compete and succeed in the world, those jobs start at TAFE. And that's why one of our first priorities on coming to government was to put public TAFE back at the centre of vocational education and training, back where it belongs. Now, there are many private vocational and education and training providers who do a fantastic job, who do a great job, who specialise in a particular area and impart skills for Australians. But we know from the mess that was the migration system that we inherited that many of them simply aren't up to scratch. One of the things that we know about public TAFE is, without exception, there's no one by definition who goes to a public TAFE who says, oh, well, I was ripped off, or it was just about profiteering, or I didn't get proper training. We know that public TAFE is so important. Of course, the private sector have an important role to play as well. But if you don't have a public TAFE system that is effective, then the system simply won't be able to deliver what is needed for our economy. Now, I do note that the Shadow Minister, when speaking against this legislation, posed the question, what does it actually look like in the real world? Well, I'll tell you what it looks like in the real world. It looks like 35,000 Australians enrolling in construction courses. Like the carpentry students I've met everywhere, including in Adelaide. 35,000 studying early education. Katrina from Swinburne TAFE, also in Melbourne, who enrolled in a free Certificate 3 course as a pathway to primary teaching because, in her words, free TAFE came out and I thought, why not do it? I've got nothing to lose. 50,000 people training in digital technology. 130,000 who I've met in TAFEs from Tasmania to South Australia to New South Wales to Queensland to WA, engaged in aged care and disability care. That's what free TAFE looks like in the real world. Aspiration in action. People aspiring for a better life for themselves, but also aspiring to that sense of achievement when you can look at a new house that you've been a part of building, when you can look after an older Australian and know that you've given them dignity and respect in their later years, when you're a teacher who's managed to take a young Australian and help to shape their future and to educate them. That's what it looks like. Hundreds of thousands of people training for a new career, whether they're young people or older workers training for a new opportunity. Now, of these free TAFE places, it's important to note that 1 out of every 3 has been taken up in regional communities, and that is so important as well. To quote Chad, who I met at Thornley TAFE in Perth, where I visited along with the Premier, Roger Cook, training to find a new job in the mining industry. This is what Chad said. I thought it was a great way to get my foot in the door. I'd say you should definitely have a crack. Well, indeed, all over Australia, that is what our people are doing. Backing themselves, getting the skills they need for a job that they want. Not being held back by cost, not being left behind because they're unable to find a place. People being lifted up by public TAFE and our economy and businesses benefiting from a more skilled and a more productive workforce. Now, that connection is worth emphasising, the connection between what TAFE delivers and our economic growth and our future. Because a decade of the cuts to TAFE and apprenticeships didn't just deprive people of the chance to train and retrain, it also inflicted on Australia the most severe skills shortage in 50 years. That's what we inherited. And skills shortages have an impact on the supply chain and then feed inflation. Indeed, they put petrol on inflation. It weakens our economic resilience, it puts cost pressures on business, and it slows down key projects. And that's why it amazes me that the Liberal Party and the National Party are still saying that free TAFE is wasteful spending and a sugar hit. It's not a sugar hit and it's not wasteful. I'll tell you what's a waste. A waste is losing the potential of a young Australian to be trained for the jobs that they need. A waste is someone who needs to retrain for a new opportunity in life being denied that opportunity. The waste of time and opportunity when housing and energy projects can't get underway because of skills shortages. The waste when businesses have to look overseas instead of Australians being trained and ready here at home. When we look at our migration system, I want first priority, and I make no apologies for this, to train Australians. That should be our starting point. But so many businesses are so desperate for skilled workers that they've had to look overseas. Now, because we understand with this legislation that TAFE needs to be viewed as just as important a component of the tertiary education system as the university sector. So whether it's TAFE or university, we value both and we invest in both, and we want both to be affordable and accessible to all Australians, which is why we are also, of course, importantly, abolishing so much. $3 billion of student debt has already been abolished, and will abolish 20% of student debt if we are elected. Now, in announcing that the coalition would vote against this bill, the Shadow Minister said this. Remember this, and it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party. If you don't pay for something, you don't value it. A very clear, unequivocal statement from the Deputy Leader of the opposition, not just the Shadow Minister. They're explaining in just one sentence why they're opposed to free TAFE, why they sought, when the leader of the opposition was the Health Minister, to impose a tax every time people visited a GP or every time someone went to a public hospital emergency department. They don't value Australians is the real issue, because Australians do value TAFE, they do value Medicare, they do value things that help to make their life better, and that is what this legislation does. I say this, as long as there is a Labor government, free TAFE is here to stay, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Mr Speaker, look, I would say to the Prime Minister as he's leaving the chamber, well, what about private vet training? Why is he not making private vet training free? If he's that concerned about vet training, make that free as well, Prime Minister. Rather than just choosing free TAFE, make vet private training free as well. Free as well. And the reality is that myself, as one of 151 members in this House, is probably more qualified to talk about TAFE than anyone else here. And that's because I've completed 4 courses through TAFE, from Certificate 1, Certificate 2, Certificate 3 and diploma levels, all through TAFE I've completed. I wouldn't suspect any other members have. I don't support free TAFE. I think it is a bad policy, and I think what we're getting here from the Prime Minister and those people opposite is that they're choosing one sector of vet training, a sector that they think benefits them because of union membership. That's the reality, Mr Speaker. And as I said before, my experience with TAFE, doing, when I first left school, a certificate in hospitality and training, back when silver service, I paid for TAFE, by the way, to the Assistant Minister walking out the door. I actually paid for it, no problem at all. And I didn't come from a wealthy family or anything like that. My father, in fact, only finished school and went to grade 5. Finished school when he was 10, but went on to own his first home in his 20s. And so, to those opposite, I think I am qualified to talk about TAFE. Generally, my experience was good there, and I've got no problem with TAFE. But what I have a problem with is a government picking and choosing winners and giving financial outcomes because of their union membership, because TAFE is purely within the public sector and tends to have more union membership. And to the minister opposite, who's seen a 14% reduction in manufacturing, I don't know who the hell you think you are to talk and want to interject.
Order.
14% reduction.
This is not a two-way conversation.
Yeah. Well, get on to him then. I'll wait for your order.
Order. The Minister. The member for McEwen. The member for Petrie is entitled to be heard in silence. Please. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. So I'll get back to my experience. I did the hospitality training back when silver service was, I think for those people that might have went to restaurants back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was a big thing. I did training at the TAFE in my electorate, Bracken Ridge North Point TAFE, which is still operating today within the electorate of Petrie. That's where I did my first training before I went on to a career in sales and so forth. I then did a diploma of business through TAFE because I always wanted to run my own business like my father, and so I did that diploma of business up at Caboolture TAFE, which no longer exists. It's out of my electorate, it's in Longman. I'm not sure what is there now. It was part of the North Point training, and then I also finished it down in Bracken Ridge. I do want to thank those lecturers that gave me that training. It was good. And then after a successful career in wholesale sales, I went in to run my own business in the pest control industry, and then I went to do a Certificate 3 at TAFE there as well. So I've had quite a bit of training within the TAFE system. And I do want to give a shout out to the Redcliffe TAFE and the Bracken Ridge TAFE within the electorate of Petrie and for the work that those trainers do there. I also want to give a shout out to the Australian Trade College North Brisbane, which has remarkable trade training at Scarborough within my electorate. It's one of the few trade training colleges where you can go to school in grade 10, 11 and 12 and actually do an apprenticeship while you're actually training, and they're getting some fantastic outcomes. The former Prime Minister visited that TAFE, the Trade Training Centre before the last election and gave it some recognition which it rightly deserves. But Labor have been on the Save TAFE and Free TAFE bandwagon for the best part of 20 years. And as I said the other day, when I'm dead and buried in 100 years, I'll still be talking about saving TAFE, Free TAFE, saving Medicare. This is their parrot lines that they roll out every election. And let me give you an example. The former Labor member that I defeated in 2013, Yvette Darth, slid into the state parliament at a by-election, and in 2015 went into that state election as a member for Redcliffe and said, "We've got to save TAFE. We've got to save TAFE. We're saving TAFE." And that's what she went into that election on. 2 years later, in 2017, she said, "Good news, the Palaszczuk government has saved TAFE. We've saved it. It's completely saved in Redcliffe." But then at the 2019 federal election, Corinne Mulholland was the candidate that ran against me, who's now sliding into the Senate ticket, I believe, and she came out and says, "We've got to save TAFE." Can you believe the rhetoric of the Labor Party? You get it, the member behind me gets it. So we've got a state MP in Redcliffe, entirely within the federal seat of Petrie, that was a former federal member for Petrie, saying we've got to save TAFE in 2015. 2017, we've completely saved it. It's brilliant. Thank you to the Palaszczuk government. And then a Labor candidate in 2019 that had a 7% swing against her at that election. We must save TAFE, and only Bill Shorten and that will be able to do it. This is the hypocrisy of the Labor Party. Now, if they were that serious about saving TAFE and making it free, what have they done in the last 3 years? We've seen a massive skills shortage. The reality is that more trade training and funding for apprenticeships was done in the last government than ever before. We had an entire scheme under the former coalition government called Boosting Apprenticeships, where we actually paid for the wages of half the wages of every builder, plumber, carpenter in the country. That's the reality. And at the moment, it's clear that we are in a cost of living crisis. It's clear that we don't have enough tradies due to the 600,000 migrants that this government is bringing in a year. So this picking and choosing is the big problem that we have with this government, that because TAFE is somehow in the public sector and has unionised jobs, that their donors say, well, look, you must support the public sector, you must support free TAFE. And the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party is right in the sense that having something free doesn't mean you value it more. The reality is that people line up to go to university. If you look at UQ in Brisbane or QUT in Brisbane or even the USC in the Leader of the Opposition seat, you do pay to go to university. The government pays part of it, 80% or so, roughly, depending on the course, might be 40, 60%, and then the rest is HECS. There's no reason why TAFE, which is generally a cheaper course because it goes anywhere from 6 months, 12 months to a maximum 2 years, couldn't have a small co-contribution like HECS. And if they were serious about giving everything for free, they'd make the private sector free for vet as well. Those are the facts. Now, the reality is too, is that as Assistant Minister in the previous government for Youth and Employment, the governments previously were spending about 80% of the training on vet on TAFE, but they were only getting 20% of the outcomes. And the private sector was getting 20% of federal funding and delivering 80% of the outcomes. We've now heard that under the Albanese Labor government, that under their free TAFE completions, do you know how many people are completing the courses? And this is, the Deputy Leader's right when people say if it's free, they don't value it. They've got a 13% completion rate. 13% for free TAFE. Now and the ministers get up opposite and say, oh, well, we need a bit longer, another 12 months to see if it improves. Well, let's say we triple it, right, to 39%. You still think that's acceptable with the amount of money? So the reality is that this plan from Labor is a shambles like most of what they've delivered over the last term of government. And that's why the Coalition thinks money in the vet sector, we believe the vet sector is very important. I'm a product of it. Very important. We encourage people to get into carpentry and building and plumbing and electrical and other trades, whether it's hairdressing, whatever it might be. We think that is very important, and we will continue to make sure that vet is funded well, but we're not going to give all of the money to free TAFE. We'll also make sure that the private sector vet funding receives funding as well, and that's very important. And the government has a problem with anything to do with the private sector because it's not just TAFE and those private vet providers. If you look at the Leader of the House, when he was in charge of workplace relations, one of the things he did was destroy NESM, the new employment service model for people wanting to help train people on the dole or on job seeker, as it's called, and that industry is completely struggling. He took away all the mutual obligations of people on job seeker to actually go and get some training and to enrol in different courses. He took away all that. So the government and many opposite have an ideologically opposed position to the private sector. That is what we're seeing here, and that is why we are opposed to it when 80% of the jobs are in the private sector. And whilst a lot of those trainers are very good, I have heard from builders and carpenters that some of the students that just come out of vet or out of TAFE don't actually have good training. Not at every TAFE, but at some of them, and that at the private sector training, which pretty well this government will give very, very little to, often has better training. So, like most of the government's policies, this only sounds good, but the devil is in the detail. $1.5 billion of your money and people in my electorate, $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money for a 13% completion rate through TAFE, a significant decrease in a number of apprenticeships and no increase, this is important, the Prime Minister talks about a skills shortage, no increase in total vet enrolments. How's that going to help the country? So they're doing free TAFE, absolutely ripping the guts out of the private vet sector, and there's no increase in total vet enrolments. This is an election ploy from a desperate government that has Australians in a cost of living crisis, with rents through the roof, mortgages through the roof, electricity prices up by 50% and doubled for most businesses. Australians deserve choice, and free TAFE denies everyday Australians of choice. When a student chooses a university degree, they also get to choose the university that suits them. Maybe they make a choice because of the lecturers, reputation of the uni or location, but the important thing is that they have a choice. Free TAFE has robbed tens of thousands of Australians of that choice. The Albanese government has created significant social disadvantage and entrenched marginalisation with free TAFE. Not everyone has easy access to a TAFE college, and many regional towns don't have a TAFE college at all. Free TAFE makes cost of living and housing affordability worse. Free TAFE means fewer apprentices, fewer houses, more expensive trade services due to lower supply of qualified tradespeople. The two largest costs when building are the wages to the workers and the materials. When we don't train enough apprentices because this government ideologically opposes vet training in the private sector, the cost of available workers goes up, putting upward pressure on prices. The Albanese government has presided over the collapse of the Skills and Training College, not the former coalition government. As I said before, we had half the wages paid for every apprenticeship in the country. It's their government that has a 13% completion rate. This destruction of the skills pipeline will only get worse year on year on year on year without diversifying and resourcing the skills supply system across the board. When we don't train enough apprentices in any given year, we have to train double the following year to make up the shortfall and to build the numbers required in the following year. The problem with free TAFE is, unlike private RTOs who are paid only on completion, so private sector vet are paid only on completion, TAFE are paid regardless of whether they produce an outcome or not. That's how they want to spend your money. So this money we need this year to catch up is already spent. This delivers very poor value for Australia. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad policy from a bad government, and the coalition won't be supporting it.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am incredibly proud to rise today in support of free TAFE and the bill before the Parliament at the moment. Do you know, I was in a taxi recently, and I did what I often do as a litmus test. I asked the taxi driver, what does he know about the Labor government, the Albanese Labor government? What good thing does he know has come from this government? And before hesitating, without even thinking, he said to me, free TAFE, free TAFE. It was in his consciousness, and that taxi driver knew that this was a good thing and that people in his taxi talked about it, and is something that this government is delivering. Because this bill is about opportunity, it's about equality, it's about ambition. It's about building a stronger Australia, and one where education is accessible to everyone, not just those who can afford it. We know that education is the foundation of a strong economy. Over the next decade, 9 in 10 new jobs will require post-secondary education, and half of them will require vocational education and training. That means we need a strong, well-funded TAFE system. Now, we in the Albanese Labor government strongly believe in uplifting Australia's workforce through TAFE. We believe in public education, in giving people the skills they need to succeed, to leave intergenerational poverty, to have opportunity. And it sounds corny, I know, but so many people have said to me, it means they can reach for their dreams. We believe in backing our world-class TAFEs to train the workforce of the future. That side, as we heard from the previous speaker, only believes in the private sector. But this bill does so much more than offer someone a profit. It cements the Albanese Labor government's commitment to free TAFE, making it a permanent feature in Australia's education system. It locks in funding and ensures that states and territories can continue to deliver the skills training we so desperately need. The bill underpins our government's commitment to funding at least 100,000 free TAFE places a year from 2027. And I'd like to commend the previous Minister for Skills and Training, Brendan O'Connor, and of course the current Minister, Andrew Giles, for leading this incredibly important initiative. These initiatives are in contrast to what the Coalition oversaw in their term of government, a vet sector that was thrown into neglect and fracture, one that led Australia into its biggest skills shortage in 50 years and the second biggest skills shortage in the OECD. The cost of not investing in TAFE is too high. If we don't, businesses will struggle to find skilled workers. Essential industries like healthcare, construction, early childhood education and care, and clean energy will face crippling staff shortages. And too many Australians will be locked out of the training they need to build a better life for themselves and their families. Australians deserve opportunities and they deserve to dream. I know what education has meant for me. Deputy Speaker, given how sprightly I look, it might surprise you to know I've had other careers before politics. No. I know it's hard to believe, but from the mid-80s until the early 2000s, for almost 2 decades, I worked as a nurse. Now, nursing isn't just a job. It's a career that enables you to make a real difference, a difference that means often saving people's lives. Nurses have been and always will be the backbone of our healthcare system. Now, I had the great opportunity of becoming a nurse through free education, because when I was in my early 20s, you could train to become a nurse through the vocational education system. Now, I was a sole parent and went back to work after my twins, or went to train when my twins were only 7 weeks old. Now, there is no way that I could have done that as a sole parent if I wasn't in the vocational education system, getting paid to work and learn on the job. Now, of course, nursing is taught in universities, and I'm proud to say that this government has recognised the difficulty that places on people financially and is funding paid clinical placements. But back in my day, there's no way known I could have afforded to complete my training if it wasn't for the vocational education sector. Being a nurse, as a woman, meant I got to have my own career, my own money, my own agency, and my own choices. I was able to raise 4 children. It set me up to have a whole career rather than just a job. It enabled me to become a nurse educator at the Austin Health. I was Federal Secretary of the Australian Nursing Federation, President of the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and now I pinch myself every day. I am the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and Indigenous Health. The lessons I learned while training to be a nurse back in those early days informs my work to this very day. Nursing is a career I'd recommend to anyone, as long as you're not squeamish. And right now, Australia needs more nurses. In fact, we're facing unprecedented demand for nurses and aged care workers. Our ageing population is growing, and with it the need for a compassionate, skilled workforce who can provide high-quality care to those who have spent their lives building this country. By 2050, we will need over 200,000 additional aged care workers just to keep up with demand. Yet for too many people, the financial barriers to training in these fields have kept them from pursuing this rewarding work. So that's why free TAFE is so important. It's not just an investment in individuals, it's an investment in the care of our most vulnerable people. Since its introduction, more than 130,000 students have enrolled in courses to train as enrolled nurses, aged care workers and early childhood educators. That's 130,000 more Australians who are stepping up to care for our most vulnerable people. I hope to see many more training for the care economy into the future, including at the wonderful Melbourne Polytechnic, Preston, in my own growing electorate of Cooper. And let's be clear, this is also a woman's issue. The vast majority of workers in healthcare, aged care and early childhood education are women. When we invest in free TAFE, we are directly supporting women's economic security, helping them gain qualifications, secure well-paid jobs and build financial independence. This bill is about ensuring that women who make up a majority of our growing care workforce, are given opportunities and agency and are able to pursue their passions. It's not about living just for bread, but also the roses. This is exactly what Free TAFE does. It allows working mums to upskill and re-enter the workforce without taking on student debt. It ensures young women looking for a career in healthcare or education aren't held back simply because they can't afford tuition fees. If we're serious about closing the gender pay gap, about giving women economic independence, about valuing the work that has been so often taken for granted, then we have to invest in these professions. When I think about the opportunities that Free TAFE can present for women, I think of a young woman in my electorate called Charlotte. Charlotte, unfortunately, like too many Australians, spent much of her youth escaping with her mother and her sisters from violence perpetrated by their father. She lived with trauma, poverty and fear. These experiences, tied with a global pandemic in her last few years of school, meant Charlotte really struggled to complete school. She didn't get the grades she wanted, and frankly, Charlotte really struggled to feel positively or motivated about her future. For years after school, she struggled to retain secure work in hospitality or live on wages from casual and insecure work. Her mum forewent a lot to keep Charlotte afloat. Charlotte's mental health and lack of formal education may have been a setback, but it certainly couldn't define her. Growing up in a turbulent home showed Charlotte that life could be tough, but while overcoming it all, Charlotte was also shown resilience, strength and care from her mum and within herself. Charlotte fought through trauma and mental health, learning that the difference that can be made by having people around you who care. Charlotte now wants to replicate the care that was shown to her by her mum through all those years by pursuing a career in community services. In 2025, through Free TAFE, Charlotte will do just that. Free TAFE for Charlotte is a second chance. It's a door opener. It's an opportunity maker. It's not insecure hours of work and pay. It's a fulfilling career. There are so many others like Charlotte changing the trajectory of their lives through Free TAFE. I am so proud of her, and I know her mum and her sisters are too. There are so many other stories about resilience and education like Charlotte, and they most definitely, I guarantee it, do value their Free TAFE education. Since the Albanese Labor government introduced fee-free TAFE, we've seen 508,000 enrolments in the first 18 months, 130,000 students training in the care sector, 35,000 people training in early childhood education, and almost 35,000 students training in construction. Priority cohorts have particularly benefited from the program. I'm proud that over 170,000 Australians have already enrolled in Free TAFE and over 124,000 job seekers. More than 60% of places are being taken up by women, and 1 in 3 places are in regional Australia. These aren't just numbers, these are real people like Charlotte, with getting real qualifications and having real trajectories, with real lives being changed. And I'd be amiss not to acknowledge that the success of Free TAFE has had because of the partnerships with our states and territories. They've coordinated what skills and training their future workforces need for their industries, and they've ensured TAFE students are working towards a real job, not an empty qualification. Planning future industries like clean energy, housing construction and the care economy relies on a secure and growing workforce, and the states and territories know this only too well. The Free TAFE bill is important because it commits the Commonwealth to ongoing support for Free TAFE while allowing states to tailor their programs to local needs. This is how good government works. Not through insecurity, not through cuts, not through neglect, but through collaboration and long-term investment. We know that when the Liberals were last in government, they cut $3 billion from the vet system and TAFE. If the Coalition had their way, we know we'd see these cuts replicated. Education inequality would widen, aspirations crushed, women re-entering the workforce inhibited, and older workers needing to retrain locked out. This would mean housing, energy projects, childcare and aged care centres couldn't get off the ground because of skill shortages. And it would mean businesses would be forced to look overseas for workers instead of employing Australians right here at home. We know that the Leader of the Opposition hasn't even said the word TAFE in this place since 2004. And we've heard time and again that the opposition consider this as wasteful spending. And we know all about how the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, speaking on this very bill, said it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party: if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, education is not wasteful. Investing in future industries is not wasteful. Investing in future workforces is not wasteful. And investing in people is not wasteful. Giving people, especially women, the tools they need to build a better life is not wasteful. If the Liberals had their way, they would cut funding to TAFE, reduce access to education, and leave Australian businesses scrambling to find workers. Australians deserve uplifting. We cannot afford to let this happen again. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about opportunity, fairness, and a stronger future for all Australians. It's about investing in our growing industries like the care economy, clean energy, and housing construction. It's about investing in individuals to afford more opportunities and to reach their dreams. And it's about valuing female-dominated industries and workers. And it's about ensuring that whether you are a young person looking for a new start, a mum trying to look after her kids and re-enter the workforce, or a worker retraining for a new career, you have the opportunity to get the skills you need without being held back by the cost. That's why I proudly commend this bill to the House, and I urge those on the crossbench to do so too. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure not only to speak in this debate, but to follow someone I regard highly in the Assistant Minister, who rightly spoke of, in particular, skilling up people in roles that the community values, not the least of which being nurses, being midwives, being a lot of people that at our time of need provide us with critical support, and you want to make sure at that point in time you've got people that are skilled up to do so. And we certainly believe as a government in the value of that, and I want to thank her for her service, and especially in terms of advocating for more skills in this area, more support for our nurses in this country. I think it is important that we do so, and it's not just me, I think average Australians would around the country. We want to see more of that happen. We want to see more people trained up. We recognise the value of TAFE and vocational education, Deputy Speaker, in helping not just our economy, not just our country, but the people that benefit from that training and the opportunities that it opens up for them. Obviously, I'm speaking in favour of the fee-free TAFE or the free TAFE bill because fee-free TAFE places will become a permanent feature in our vocational education training system. It's a program that's made a huge difference to many people in Western Sydney, and we want to see that change locked in for good. As the son of a welder, I mean, I certainly know the value of learning a trade. My dad's skills kept a roof over our heads, food on the table, bills paid. His trade gave our family opportunity, and it gave him the chance to contribute to building the future of his adopted country, a country that welcomed him and allowed him to get to work. And he got to work on some pretty big projects in his time, not the least of which he speaks fondly of his ability to participate in the Snowy Mountains hydro scheme development. Now, a lot of things have changed in Western Sydney, obviously, since those days, but not the value of learning a trade. And today, having a trade continues to mean well-paid work for mums and dads, sons and daughters across our suburbs, bringing not just economic opportunity, but the skills base our country needs to be able to build a really strong future for the rest of the nation. I'll give you an example of how important that is in my community, because last year I was invited to break ground on what will be the largest data centre campus in the Southern Hemisphere. And a great Australian success story in CDC is behind the project. It's being built in Marsden Park in the electorate that I'm very proud to represent. The numbers are truly staggering. The size of 27 soccer fields, state-of-the-art facilities hosting cloud, classical and high-end AI computing that'll be the envy of the world. The beating heart of the Sydney Business Park, that'll create spin-off industries and support other businesses across the country. It's a project, Deputy Speaker, that'll need about 10,000 skilled workers, and a lot of them aren't just in IT, but to build the thing, you need construction skills. Sparkies, heating, cooling and ventilation trades, security workers, admin workers, to keep something this big running. That's not counting the incredible opportunities of having this facility in our backyard that'll create thousands of more skilled work opportunities, well-paid work for thousands and thousands of families so they can get the best from the West and our unbeatable lifestyle. Workers in Western Sydney are excited about the opportunities. Businesses in our region absolutely crying out for skilled workers. It's one of the big things I get raised with me by industry. They want talented workers. This is across the board. It's not just in digital and tech. Bearing in mind we have an ambition as a nation. This government is committed to making sure we reach the target of 1.2 million Australians employed in tech-related jobs by 2030. It's good for the country, it's good for businesses, it's good for those workers in particular. We see it in construction, we see it in manufacturing, we see in those areas they need people. In construction, for example, it's been estimated we're about 90,000 workers short. We need people in to build homes and build commercial premises across this great country of ours. Now, because of our TAFE fee-free program, there are 31,000 vet students just in the electorate of Chifley that are studying. More opportunities for families to get ahead, more businesses, more skills for businesses who want to invest in the long-term future of the country. Now, there have been a number of claims that have been made through the course of this debate. The good thing about our democracy is you get different sides putting different views forward. I think, from time to time, I think that's very much a good thing, but you hope that we're doing this off the basis of some fact and some evidence. Now, I think one of the things that has been an issue for many years is skill shortages, and in fact at its very peak. I just want to reflect on the contribution made by the member for Flinders, who referenced her work in this House, in the Howard government, in being able to provide skills packages. Now, if you listened to that contribution, you would think that's a pretty impressive piece of work, and there are probably elements of it that people would welcome. Bear in mind, by the point at which the Howard government had announced that, there were these things that were referred to as capacity constraints in the economy, the two biggest ones that had dragged on for years were infrastructure bottlenecks, because the federal government didn't commit, the federal coalition government didn't commit to infrastructure investment, but the other biggie, the other massive capacity constraint was reflected on from the RBA to economists to businesses alike, were skill shortages. Why? Because you had a federal government, a federal coalition government under John Howard that was either at war with universities or wouldn't fund TAFE. And he would not fund TAFE. And even the contribution by the member of Flinders, who I sat and listened to, talked about setting up a separate strata of training in technical colleges quite distinct from TAFE. They would fund a rival TAFE, and they did this quite often. And they set up also in schools technical trade centres as well, that we then adopted and had to support when we took office in 2007. But again, it was about creating rival systems to the states, a wasteful, ideological-driven approach that didn't address long-running problems in the economy that were created. They got worse under a coalition government. They scrambled to put a package together, and that's what you saw. Those things weren't reflected on by the member for Flinders. We then had just this way out there contribution by the member for Petrie, who was in the chamber when he heard from the Prime Minister himself his positive reflections on the contribution of the private training sector. Now, what we want to do, and the big thing as to why we focused on TAFE is, for most people, you'll think, if you're going to make an investment, where do you get the biggest bang for the buck? From our point of view, a publicly funded TAFE system that a lot of Australians are familiar with and supportive of and can get access to is probably the fastest way to do it. This is not an either-or situation. It is about maximising the value of taxpayer dollars to go into TAFE to support it at the point at which it needs that support. And at a time where we need more skills, what we're trying to do through fee-free TAFE places is to be able to attract people to join and take up a TAFE course. We want to see that backed. And so that is why we support it. Now what we have is a coalition opposing the idea that you would have TAFE fee-free places that would attract people to train them up and fill the skill shortages we need. What's the alternative to this? It's either to use a private system which even they recognise had challenges, because when the coalition was in government, remember that the then Minister, Simon Birmingham, had to undertake a massive reform program because that system was full of providers that we recognised were engaged in practices that were luring students in and were not delivering the training that they should because they were dodgy providers. That's not the case for all private providers, I might emphasise, but even they recognised, the coalition, this needed to be reformed. Done at a time, mind you, again, where they refused to properly fund TAFE in their last time in office. They refused to back at the appropriate point in time skills agreements with the states and territories that starved TAFE of vital dollars. They did it in the Howard government, and then they did it in the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments as well, and they took their sweet time to reform private training, which then created other problems for other students. Now, we recognise there are some good private providers around. There absolutely are. But what we're trying to do is, as I said, provide bang for the buck in making sure that we have the public TAFE system as central to our system, that we attract people in, we train them up as quickly as we can, and we put them to work in an economy that needs those skills. Not playing ideological games. It's about being practical, not ideological, as opposed to what the coalition does, and as opposed to some of the just way out there arguments that the member for Petrie put on the public record in his contribution, quote unquote, to this debate, just walking past all those problems that existed. And also I note, while I do have a lot of time for the member for Wentworth, the member for Wentworth's big argument at the end of her contribution was this is something that will happen down the track, why are we doing this now? Which I often am left wondering when we often get a criticism in this country that governments don't think ahead enough, at a point where a government is thinking ahead, is giving certainty, is providing funding certainty. We should be putting this in place, and we should be flagging a long-term mechanism to provide that support and ensure that people know that this will continue for a long time and that they can go into TAFE and do so. And that we don't go back to the old days. I mean, literally, the member for Petrie said, why don't we have TAFE students pay for their education? That is what he advocated at the dispatch box, when that is exactly what we are trying to avoid with this bill, to avoid people paying and to be able to attract them in. And to do so in a way, and again, that's the big difference. I said there's a contest of ideas. The contest of ideas here comes down to the coalition that says that you won't value education if you don't pay for it. You need to send a price signal. You need to send a price signal apparently on healthcare as well, under the Leader of the Opposition, who many times as Health Minister said the same thing. But then the same coalition that says we shouldn't be backing free TAFE, we shouldn't be backing free medicine and healthcare and costly and affordable healthcare, in the next breath can say, but we should fund lobster mornay, truffle oil, free lunches for employers. I mean, something does not gel when you make that argument. The country recognises the value of affordable healthcare and that they don't avoid getting healthcare because they can't afford it. The country also gets that we should be training people up and at speed, so we get those skills into an economy and into businesses that are always saying they want skills. But instead, we have a coalition that wants to play ideological games and stand in the way of those reforms. And if there's anything about the coalition that I may say positively, it's that they're consistent. They never support properly funding education. They never support making sure that people who may not have the means to fund themselves entirely through education, that they get some support to do so. We believe if you've got skills, no matter your background, and your parents' income should not be the determinant of whether or not you get educated. We want Australians from all corners of the country and all backgrounds to be able to step up and build a better country. And they should be skilled up and they should be backed to do so. We should not have a situation where people feel that only education can be supported for those people that have the means and the wealth to do so. And I reckon there are a lot of Australians who would agree with the sentiment that if you've got the talent, we need to get you to the front and to make sure we put your skills to work. And that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to encourage people to go forward, pursue those skills that they needed, get the talent that they require for our economy and our country. And that is why we support the Free TAFE Bill 2024. It's good for the country, it's good for the economy, and it's good for everyday Australians that want to be able to get ahead and have an aspiration of their own to do better in their lives. And if we can make that happen, then that is a great thing for this nation, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The best thing, Deputy Speaker, that you can do to improve the social upward mobility and economic security for a person is to ensure that they receive a good education. And in the 21st century, an ever more technological and technical age, where the average minimum level of educational and skill attainment that is required to enter and remain in the workforce is steadily increasing. In fact, we see that 9 in 10 jobs over the next 10 years will need post-school study, and half of those jobs will require vocational education and training. Our government recognises and understands this, and so the Albanese Labor government is making free TAFE permanent. Fee-free TAFE has been an absolute game changer for thousands of people in my community and more than 70,000 people across Western Australia. In February last year, I had the opportunity to welcome the Prime Minister to the Thornley TAFE campus, part of the East South Metropolitan TAFE, in my community, where students were learning the skills that they need in robotics and autonomous operations to support WA's mining sector, the powerhouse of the nation. That day, the Prime Minister and I had the opportunity to have a chat about those students and find out what compelled them to go to TAFE. The feedback was overwhelming. The course was free. They had always wanted to study at TAFE. They saw the benefits of being able to get a TAFE qualification, but they wouldn't have been able to afford a career change or that qualification if they were having to pay the fees. But thanks to fee-free TAFE, they were able to gain the skills in the areas that they previously only dreamed of participating in, setting up themselves and their families for greater economic security and new jobs. In just the first 21 months of fee-free TAFE, there's been 568,000 enrolments. Fee-free TAFE has created so much opportunity for people in the electorate that I represent, the people of Burt in the southeastern suburbs of Perth. Indeed, 27% of the members of my community hold a TAFE qualification. It is the main type of qualification for people in my community to be able to progress into the workforce. And so its importance that is accessible to as many people as possible cannot be underestimated. At the Thornley campus of TAFE, which is the largest TAFE campus in the South Metro area, there's a focus on things like ICT, but also on trades. Jobs that support our mining sector, like engineering, autonomous control, remote operations, and mechanics as well. While at the Armidale campus, the courses reflect some of the leading industries and employers in our southeastern suburbs, those of the care sector, early childhood education and community services. And I was very pleased to be able to attend recently the opening of the brand new TAFE facility in the heart of Armidale, expanding even more the offerings of that TAFE provide into our community. Training people for these in-demand jobs and not charging fees will not only change their lives, it'll change the lives of the individuals who benefit from those industries as well. Making free TAFE permanent will give certainty to young Australians, to older Australians looking for a career change, and will help us bridge the skills gap. Indeed, when I was attending the opening of the new Armidale TAFE campus, I spoke to some young women there, some mums that were looking to re-enter the workforce as their children were about to enter compulsory schooling. And the observation was made that they were prioritising other things with their family's finances. They weren't able to access TAFE if they had to pay a fee. But by making TAFE free, it meant that them being able to go and retrain fit within their family budget and enables them to go on to new careers now as well. And as I mentioned before, a lot of these training opportunities in my community go into the care economy, where we are seeing a shortage of people working in aged care, people working in childcare, people working that we need in our Armidale-Kelmscott Hospital. Making sure we're bridging that skills gap by giving the opportunity for locals to train in those areas is incredibly important, not just for them, but for our entire community. When we came into government, Australia had the worst skills shortage in 50 years and the second worst across every advanced economy. It is vital that we secure free TAFE today and into the future. The opposition has confirmed, though, that they will oppose this legislation to make free TAFE enduring. They believe, apparently, it's wasteful spending, and they're opposed to the policy on the grounds that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, I can tell them from everyone I've spoken to who has studied at TAFE, who has gained a qualification from TAFE, that they very much do value it and see the benefit, but the fees have stood in the way of them being able to progress through TAFE. They don't, unfortunately, the opposition, though, don't see the value in getting Australians trained up for the jobs of now and the jobs of the future. They don't see the value in giving Australians the credentials they not only need to get by, but also to allow them and their families to thrive. And it's in their record, Mr Deputy Speaker. The last time the Liberals were in government, they ripped $3 billion from TAFE and training over a decade of calculated systemic neglect by the Liberals. Between 2014 and 2019, they cut $220 million from trade support loans, $201 million from apprenticeship centres, $160 million from adult migrant English programs, $125 million from apprenticeship incentives, and $75 million from industry skills funds. It's only the Albanese government that will protect and deliver free TAFE around the country. And somewhat more concerningly, that this is as much driven, the Liberals' opposition to free TAFE is as much driven by their hatred of TAFE merely because it is a state government-run entity, as it is by their lack of support for training of the workforce of the future. In fact, it seems, when we look at the policy positions being put forward by the opposition right now, that they are against free TAFE, but they're pro-free lunches for bosses. So they're for the bosses, but they're against the workers that we need to deliver the essential services here in Australia. Now, we're all about supporting free enterprise, and we want to see industry flourish, and indeed that's where we see jobs be created. But it's a very interesting dichotomy that they are creating over there. Those people that say in the opposition that if it's free you won't value it. But they want to create free lunches for bosses. I wonder how much they'll value that. But they won't support fee-free TAFE. So I am pleased to be able to join with my colleagues across the Parliament today to ensure that students in my community, and indeed the businesses across the nation, will now have certainty, a pipeline of career opportunities and skilled workers in areas where they need them most. This bill will support the delivery of at least 100,000 free TAFE places across Australia each year and ongoing into the future. That is what building Australia's future really looks like. The Albanese government's primary focus is, of course, to have eased the cost of living pressures on Australians. It's a work in progress, but this initiative of free TAFE is just one of those that we've introduced to help with hip pocket pain. When we came into government, inflation was high and rising. Real wages were falling, living standards were declining, and people were going backwards. And we had one of the largest skills shortages we had ever faced. Under the Albanese government, inflation is almost a third of what it was when you look back when we took office, and it's continuing to fall. Real wages are growing again. Living standards are rising. We've recorded the lowest unemployment rate for a government in 50 years, and we've overseen the creation of 1.1 million jobs, the most jobs created on record in a single parliamentary term. We know that Australians are doing it tough, which is why we're doing everything that we can to help deal with the cost of living. That's why we made sure every taxpayer got a tax cut, every household got energy bill relief, people have access to cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, a stronger Medicare, free TAFE, and why we'll cut student debt by 20%. It's also why we've announced a $10,000 incentive payment for Australians in construction apprenticeships. Labor's plan for a future made in Australia is very clear. We want Australian workers to make more things here, and that includes building more homes, to not only support those who need homes now, but to make sure that our economy is best placed to thrive in the future. That's also what is behind our production tax credit legislation too, which is currently before the other place. And of course, one of our biggest nation-building endeavours, central to our national defence, AUKUS, requires hundreds, thousands of skilled workers in existing and in new career opportunities. Last week, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence joined the Minister for Skills and the Western Australian Premier in Western Australia to launch the new Centre of Excellence the Centre of Excellence for Defence Training at the Naval Base TAFE as part of the South Metro TAFE. And we're seeing it across our South Metro TAFEs. New courses and expansion of courses to support the work of AUKUS and shipbuilding in Western Australia. Because unlike those opposite, we, on the Labor side in government, the Albanese government, have actually delivered on a continuous shipbuilding plan for Western Australia. And when we look at the work of sustainment that will occur as part of the AUKUS plans, when we look at the continuous shipbuilding plan that we've launched for Western Australia, this will see the creation of intergenerational jobs. We see it in other countries. In their submarine depots, we see it where they build their submarines, we see it in their other shipbuilding endeavours, where you have generation after generation after generation working in those jobs. It's the sort of job security that we thought did not exist in the 21st century, but when it comes to naval defence, it does provide that sort of job certainty and career opportunity for generations to come. And so we need to make sure that we're providing the opportunities for Australians to be trained in those careers to take up those jobs that are so important for them as individuals, for their families, for our community, but indeed for our national security. And what this will mean through sustainment and maintenance and continuous shipbuilding in Western Australia is that that will become the second biggest industry in Western Australia. It will be the major employer. That is a huge leap. It's a huge leap for Western Australia, but it means something else for our national economy. You'll be familiar, Deputy Speaker, with the idea of complexity in the economy. When we talk about a future made in Australia, this is it. We will be building these ships in Australia, in Western Australia. We'll be maintaining these submarines in Western Australia. This is advanced manufacturing and technology. This requires the new skills that people will be able to obtain through TAFE. That's why TAFE is such a critical enabler to see the advancement of our national security, to see the advancement of our economic security, to see the advancement of financial and economic security for individuals and families, and to grow new businesses that will be supporting this endeavour as well. Which all goes to underline why free TAFE is such an important economic measure here in Australia, not just to ensure that we're giving people that pipeline to access a higher education, to be able to secure their own and their families' economic security, but to make sure we have the necessary skills that we need in our nation for the challenges and the sustainability and the prosperity of our country into the future. So the bill before us today will make free TAFE permanent. This will continue to relieve cost of living pressures by removing financial barriers to education and training, many of whom live in communities like mine. And for these reasons, and as somebody who has attended TAFE myself and had the benefit of being able to use that learning not only in a career before I'd finished university, but all the way through, it's provided me great benefit. The learning that I was able to undertake at TAFE, I very much therefore commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I cannot understand for the life of me why you would object to fee-free TAFE. It seems to me that the statement, I think it was by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, that you don't value anything unless you pay for it, makes absolutely no sense. What this bill will provide is opportunity, and it will provide the workforce and the skills that this country needs. And it will also mean that people who are from backgrounds that aren't flush with money will be able to access education at the TAFE level. That's what it actually means. I think it is mean-spirited. I think it is short-sighted not to support this bill. There is nothing not to support. And I join with my colleagues here today in supporting this bill. Education has been a running theme in my whole life. I was a school teacher and I led the Aboriginal Education Consultative Group in New South Wales. I also was a board member of the Board of Vocational Education and Training in New South Wales and a board member of the Accrediting Authority in New South Wales for Curriculum, the Board of Studies as it was called back then. All of those positions give me a very thorough background in all aspects of education, from early childhood through to university. And I well remember the work that I did on the Board of Vocational Education and Training around the vet sector, both private and public providers. And I also understood that for many people, they saw vet as a poor cousin to university. And that is no longer the case in Australia. TAFE has come into its own. It provides courses that are varied, but importantly, it also provides basic educational courses, and these are critical for people who are looking at second chance education. My own son struggled with the HSC. He went back to TAFE and did it again, did the HSC qualifier again, and did brilliantly. So I have a great deal to commend, and my family owes a great deal to TAFE. And right now, it seems to me that this is one of the most exciting, this is one of the most far-reaching and one of the most equitable things that could possibly happen to the TAFE sector. And yet we have an opposition that says you don't value anything if you don't pay for it. This bill is about opportunity. This bill is about the future. This bill will provide opportunity and a future for thousands and thousands of people. And can I say that the hundreds of thousands who are looking for a second chance education, like my son, are also seeing this as an opportunity and as an equitable measure as well. Children from families that are doing it tough. We talk about that a lot. And yet we have in front of this Parliament a bill that will provide precisely to those children of families that are doing it tough. And a cost of living measure, in many ways, is what this is. And yet, as I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have an opposition that cannot be generous enough, that cannot be forward-thinking enough to see this bill in those terms. This will mean, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, a spoke in the wheel of that terrible cycle of poverty. It will change lives, it will change families, and it will change communities. Older adults who have never got the chance earlier in their lives will now have that chance. They will be able to adopt those economic changes. Each of them were able to get ahead with a good education if that's what people choose. And the Labor government, through this bill of fee-free TAFE, is providing that opportunity. This government believes TAFE is an essential part of the education system, not an add-on. Since coming to government, we have made the landmark $30 billion National Skills Agreement. The agreement included $214 million of investment to close the gap in educational outcomes for Indigenous people. We're going after dodgy providers. And like the Minister for Skills said, there are many good providers, but there is nothing as broad, nothing as nationally significant, and nothing as geographically spread as TAFE in Australia. There is nothing like it. And that is why this will be the envy of the world. The investment in a country's future is what this is about. Free fee TAFE. In the first 20 months, there have been 568 enrolments. That's 500,000 enrolments. And those courses are providing a pathway to well-paid and secure employment for hundreds and thousands of people. How on earth could you object to that? How could you not see the value in that? There are many stories that we have heard about people who are able to access TAFE and therefore save enough money to go on to university, to go on to better lives. The National Indigenous Australians Agency has highlighted this policy is contributing to closing that stubborn gap. Fee-free TAFE is an important initiative to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's participation in VET by helping to overcome financial barriers. And there are stories like Christy, I think we've heard her story, who accessed free fee TAFE and was able to go on to do a nursing degree. It will provide long-term cost of living relief by removing financial barriers to education and training. I have often heard in this House how education is a great equaliser, and that is the way in which, if the opposition had any generosity of heart, they would see this. Yesterday, a member opposite joked about Labor's commitment to TAFE. Labor wouldn't need to be rebuilding TAFE every time we come to government if there hadn't been the neglect by the Liberals. Facilities were run down. You cut $3 billion nationally from the vet system, and teacher numbers were left to dwindle. We all remember those days. All of this happened during a major skills shortage in construction and the care economy. I think it is not wasteful spending. I think it is an investment in this country's future. I think it is an investment in a system that has proven itself, and that's the TAFE system in New South Wales. I would say to you, hundreds and thousands of TAFE students know the value of education. They know good education means a pathway to a good job, a well-paying job that gives them a future. Jobs and Skills Australia researchers found TAFE and VET graduates boost their median income by almost $12,000, and they are more likely to be employed after completing their qualification by 15%. Those figures are the real figures that need to be concentrated on. The cost of living is biting many family budgets. Financial barriers often stop people from entering further education. This is about addressing that issue. This is about benefiting students right now while they build skills for the students. Skills like the ones that we, and people like the ones that we have heard about during this debate. Students in early childhood education are saving over $4,000 in South Australia and the Northern Territory. This is not small change. Free TAFE is taking pressure off Australians. It is breaking down financial barriers, stopping them from furthering their education. And it's helping to fill the skills gap of our workforce. This bill, to me, epitomises what the Labor Party is about. It is about providing opportunity. It is about thinking about the future, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Barton and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank all the honourable members who have contributed to this debate about making free TAFE a permanent feature of our national vet system. Free TAFE is changing lives and delivering cost of living relief to hundreds of thousands of Australians, and that's why we're locking it into law, not cutting it. Since free TAFE started in 2023, there have been close to 600,000 enrolments. Over 191,000 young Australians, 140,000 job seekers and 34,000 First Nations Australians have enrolled in free TAFE. More than 6 in 10 places have been taken up by women, 1 in 3 in regional and remote Australia. We've had 39,000 enrol in construction courses, 40,000 in early education, 54,000 in digital technology and 150,000 in aged care and disability care. Tens of thousands of job seekers are getting a fresh start. Hundreds of thousands of young people are training for a new career and older workers are training for a new opportunity. But these are not just numbers. Each one is a story of individuals and of families. A story about the joy of achievement and the satisfaction and reward of meaningful work. And it's a story about stronger, happier communities and a healthier, more diverse economy. Our investment sends a clear message to each and every person enrolled and anyone thinking about enrolling. We back you. We support your education. We support your aspiration. We won't cut it. We want you to get that qualification to help build the life you want. Investment in free TAFE isn't wasteful spending, which needs to be cut, as we've heard members of the coalition say in this place. And I can tell you that every free TAFE student I've met certainly values their education and the doors that it is opening. Students like Caitlin, a Navy veteran and single mum here in Canberra. She told me she wanted to become a nurse, but couldn't afford to study until the Albanese government made it free. Free TAFE offers an ongoing, coordinated approach with states and territories to address the nation's skills shortages that we inherited after a decade of inaction from the previous government. The Free TAFE Bill commits the Commonwealth to continuing support for at least 100,000 free TAFE places a year from 2027, bringing costs down so that more Australians can access high-quality, affordable training. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank states and territories for their critical role in ensuring the success of the current Free TAFE program. This is a true partnership. I welcome the discussion and debate that's occurred in the House and in the broader community since my second reading speech. Many members have highlighted how Free TAFE will build Australia's future and deliver ongoing benefits to their communities, to industry and to the economy. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, there have also been some disappointing contributions offered up by Liberal and National Party members, signalling that Free TAFE is on their cuts agenda. The Liberals have made it clear they don't believe TAFE students are worth the investment. In fact, it appears to be Liberal policy that TAFE students don't deserve cost of living relief, but bosses going out for long lunch and karaoke need 20 grand a year.
That's it.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition said the quiet part out loud when she declared, and I quote, "It's a central tenet of the Liberal Party that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it." She said, "So if you're told your TAFE is free, all you have to do is turn up. But if you haven't paid for it, you don't see it as something that makes a difference to you in your life. You don't see it as something valuable." Well, that is not true for Shireen, who told us that Free TAFE had been life-changing. It's not true for Kirsty and Christy, who are doing their Diploma of Nursing qualification through Free TAFE in Queensland. It's not true for Lachlan, who did his Cert 4 through Free TAFE and represented Australia at the World Skills Championships in France, alongside 1,400 competitors from 70 other nations. It's not true for Caitlin and Giselle doing their health qualifications through Canberra Institute of TAFE, and Kayla in WA, who's set up for a career for the next 20 to 30 years. All the students I've met and all the students that my Labor colleagues have spoken to across Australia, from Cairns to Cottesloe, Devonport to Darwin and everywhere in between, TAFE students all value their studies and they value the career opportunities that have opened up for them as a result. They value the TAFE teachers who've supported them and the fellow students that they've been learning with. And so does Labor. Because a central tenet of the Labor Party is no one held back and no one left behind. There's a stark difference between Labor and the Liberals on TAFE and public education, and for Australians there's a choice. The Liberals have made it clear under them there'll be no free TAFE. They will cut funding to free TAFE because, despite the claims of the member Farrer and those opposite, free TAFE is funded. Free TAFE is funded through the 2024-25 MAIFO with a commitment of $253.7 million for 1.5 years from 2027 and $177 million each year after that. Labor is making free TAFE permanent because it provides cost of living relief, because it removes the debt burden that students can carry over the course of their lifetime, because it gives Australians the opportunity to obtain meaningful, secure and well-paid jobs, and because it delivers on our commitment that no one is held back and no one is left behind, because it is building Australia's future and creating a better life for Australians. That's what the Free TAFE Bill is all about, and that's why I commend the bill to the House.
Order. I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Politicians.
Yes, I know that.
Lock the doors. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the Leader of the Australian Greens and the member for Brisbane as tellers for the ayes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 59. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 83, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act relating to financial assistance to the states, the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory in connection with the provision of free tafe and vocational education and training places and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Petrie.
Yes, leave is granted.
Leave is granted. We give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act relating to financial assistance to the states, the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory in connection with the provision of free tafe and vocational education and training places and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024, implements a number of public health measures intended to protect the integrity of Medicare, enhance the regulation of goods under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and make minor amendments to the Tobacco Act. A number of these amendments form part of the response to recommendations of the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance undertaken by Dr Pradeep Philip. The Philip Review identified a range of issues that are impacting the effective administration of health benefits schemes, including the Medicare Benefits Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefits Schedule. As such, this bill is seeking to address some of these issues that are inhibiting the ability for the Department of Health and Aged Care to conduct efficient, timely and effective compliance activities. Given the widespread implications of this bill, the Coalition will seek further scrutiny of its effect and implications through a Senate inquiry. Whilst we support measures to strengthen the effective administration of Australia's important health benefits schemes, we want to ensure there are no unintended negative consequences created by this bill for Australia's hardworking healthcare professionals. It's also important to note during this discussion about Medicare integrity, the Albanese Labor government's concerning record on Medicare to date. Labor went to the last election promising Australians that they would strengthen Medicare, but over the last 3 years, Medicare has only been weakened. GP bulk billing has fallen 11% under the Albanese government to 77%, whilst Australians are now paying the highest out-of-pocket costs on record. To put this in perspective, the GP bulk billing rate rose under Peter Dutton as Health Minister
to 84%. It continued to rise under the former coalition government to 88% before we left office. Again, it is now 77% under Mark Butler and Anthony Albanese. In fact, Australians are now covering 45% more of the cost to see a doctor from their own pocket under this government in the middle of a cost of living crisis. This is forcing Australians to make the difficult decision between paying the bills and seeing their doctor. We know that 1.5 million Australians avoided going to a GP in 2023-24 due to cost concerns. That is a direct result of this government's mismanagement. Their mismanagement of our economy and their mismanagement of Australia's health workforce crisis, which has meant that it has literally never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. We know that this is only putting further pressure on Australia's struggling hospital system as Labor's primary care crisis pushes patients towards emergency departments. On the other hand, the Coalition has put forward our plan to grow a strong pipeline of homegrown GPs and safeguard Australians' healthcare access. An elected Dutton Coalition government will invest $400 million to provide junior doctors with direct financial incentive payments, assistance with leave entitlements and support for pre-vocational training. This will ensure junior doctors who pursue training as a GP in the community are not financially worse off compared to doctors who remain in the hospital environment. We understand that a strong pipeline of home-trained GP graduates is critical to deliver essential healthcare to all Australians. And we are focused on further ways to ensure that all Australians have timely and affordable access to a doctor. So once again, the Coalition supports the bill's aim to improve compliance activities in Australia's health benefit schemes. However, we condemn this government's concerning record on Medicare. That is why I will be moving a second reading amendment, noting that Australians' access to affordable healthcare has only gone backwards under the Albanese Labor government, and it has never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. I thank the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Farrow may formally want to move the amendment.
I'm moving it at a later stage.
The member for Farrow.
I can second it.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to move amendments circulated in my name.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The question is just... Thank you. Is the amendment seconded? Member seconded it. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Farrow has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to submitting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. Being no further, the member for Mallee, who's just walked in, perfect timing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I begin speaking on the health legislation amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024, I have to call out the emotive, manipulative spin Labor uses in the health portfolio when this bill and Labor's track record demonstrates the outcomes do not match the pre-election rhetoric. Those of us on this side of the House believe in outcomes rather than spin. Labor's rhetoric about saving Medicare and celebrating anniversaries is desperate when you compare actual outcomes, because their record is not good. Not only do they keep the Department of Health under the thumb and unable to provide us or the public data on outcomes, they manipulate departmental resources to claim bulk billing rates are improving. They are not. GP bulk billing has fallen 11% under the Albanese government to 77%, while out-of-pocket costs have increased by 11%, and that is just in the past year alone. To put this into perspective, the GP bulk billing rate rose
under Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, as Health Minister to 84%, and it continued to rise under the former Coalition Government to 88% before we left office. Under the Albanese Government, Medicare is currently covering the lowest percentage of GP fees on record. On average, Australians are being forced to cover 45% more of the cost to see a doctor from their own pocket, in comparison to under the former Coalition Government. Labor loves talking about when Mr Dutton was the Health Minister, but they don't like to talk about those facts, Deputy Speaker. This bill implements measures intended to protect the integrity of Medicare, enhance the regulation of goods under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and amend the Tobacco Act. Some amendments in the bill form part of the response to the recommendations of the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance undertaken by Dr. Pradeep Philip. The Philip Review identified potential improvements to administering health benefit schemes, in particular the power to detect, respond to, investigate, disclose and deter misconduct, fraud and non-compliance. The bill seeks to address a range of impediments to the department conducting efficient, timely and effective compliance activities. Given the widespread implications of this bill, the Coalition is seeking further scrutiny of its effect and implications through a Senate inquiry. While we support measures to strengthen the effective administration of Australia's important health benefit schemes, including the Medicare Benefit Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefit Schedule, we want to make sure that there are no unidentified negative consequences created by this bill for Australia's healthcare professionals. It is rather ironic that this legislation aims to make efficiencies in the way Medicare works and improve its integrity, yet under this government, wait times for Australians trying to access vital health services through Service Australia have blown out dramatically, with Australians waiting almost 3 times as long for PBS patient refunds to be processed. Now, who would have thought it? This Labor government is excellent with the headlines, but not so great on the implementation. They are great at beating their chests and 2-word slogans with the word Medicare in it, but not great at beating the delays and delivery of Medicare-funded services to needy Australians, especially in the regions. New data obtained by the opposition through Senate estimates reveals a massive spike in the time it took for the agency to process key health claims during a cost of living crisis. The new data also shows that more health claims in 2023-24 were completed outside the agency's own internal timeliness standard than not, with 8.3 million completed after the official deadline, compared with 5.5 million claims completed on time. At that level, you could excuse Australians for thinking that under Labor, waiting inordinate time for outcomes is the norm. 77% of all bulk billing claims were completed past their official deadline in 23-24, the second worst result across Services Australia's entire health work program. Now, more than ever before, it is critical that the government ensures Australians can have their Medicare and PBS claims paid on time, but instead they have sent the system backwards. Residents in my electorate of Mallee have not seen improvements to Medicare under this government. Labor promised to strengthen Medicare, but they have weakened it. It has never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor than under the Albanese Labor government. Bulk billing rates are falling and the cost of seeing a doctor is rising. The bulk billing data I gave earlier points to a primary care system at crisis point. When primary care becomes unaffordable, difficult decisions must be made in families, households and by individuals regarding how to spend their limited resources. Australians are making the trade-off between paying their bills and seeing their doctor. Under the Albanese government, health costs have gone up 10%. We know that 1.5 million Australians avoided going to a GP in 2023-24 due to cost concerns. The proportion of people who reported that cost was a reason for delaying or not seeing a GP when needed increased to 8.8% in 23-24 from 7% in 22-23. This is not only a concern in and of itself, but also because people who do not receive the primary care they need in a timely manner often become sicker and need to access the hospital system, including overburdened emergency departments when their symptoms become more severe. This is not good for patients and is costly for the health system. These circumstances are amplified in the regions where the primary care system has long been stretched and is now approaching breaking point. People living in the regions, including in my electorate of Mallee, already have reduced access to primary care, rely more heavily on emergency departments, and are admitted to hospital at a greater rate than those living in major cities. Worse still, those emergency departments are a long distance from where rural, remote and regional Australians live. Earlier this sitting fortnight, I visited the Care Flight helicopter that landed in the Federation Mall promoting their work. Medical evacuation to capital cities for emergency treatment has become the norm in rural, regional and remote Australia. A 2023 report published by consulting firm News clearly articulated the relationship between Medicare benefits schedule, MBS expenditure, emergency department ED presentations and hospital separations. MBS expenditure reduces the more geographically remote you go, and in concert, ED and acute hospital usage increases. When this existing system strain is coupled with the degradation that is occurring under the Albanese government, the outcome is magnified. People in the regions are really doing it tough when it comes to getting the primary care they need and deserve, and this government has not done them any favours. The Australian Bureau of Statistics data corroborates this finding, illustrating that people living in outer regional, remote and very remote areas were more likely to report waiting longer than they felt acceptable for a GP appointment in 23-24 than those living in major cities. 36.3% compared to 26%. They were also less likely to see an after-hours GP, 5.6% compared to 3.9%, and more likely to visit a hospital ED, 20.4% compared to 13.8%, or be admitted to hospital, 14.2% compared to 12.1%. Constituents regularly tell me of the significant challenges they face just getting to see a doctor. Here are some of their comments. There are no GPs in my town. The nearest is 70 kilometres away. Our previous clinic closed and it took 6 months to find a new GP clinic that would accept new patients. My family now has 3 different clinics between us, but we still do not have access to a regular doctor because they keep leaving town. The last doctor I was seeing left the nearest town. Now there are none taking new patients, so I see locums in a town further away. All Australians should be able to access the care of a GP when they need one. Yet under the Albanese government, this is becoming a pipe dream for a few. There are just not enough GPs in the regions. This long-standing workforce crisis was amplified thanks to Labor bleeding the regions of doctors through the expansion of the distribution priority area, which funnelled international medical graduates into peri-urban settings. There is a significant and persistent maldistribution of the GP workforce, resulting in shortages in the regions, especially in small rural towns, and I have 72 in Mallee. We know that small rural towns like Dimboola in my electorate, for example, have on average almost 60% fewer health professionals than major cities. Just imagine. As older GPs retire, more young GPs are required to replace them as they're no longer willing to work the kind of hours that were required in the past. One retiring GP might require 2 or even 3 younger GPs to cover their workload into the future. And then there is the issue of supervision. Younger GPs are pushing back against the requirement to supervise trainee GPs in their practices, and I have some in Mildura in exactly that position, in part because they are just not remunerated adequately for the time and energy involved to train the next generation of doctors to a high standard. It also takes them out of seeing their own patients. If you have a level 1 registrar, it requires every appointment for the GP, the supervisor, to sit with that registrar. It's a requirement, it's needed, but the remuneration is not there to match the workload. That is not to mention, as time doesn't permit, the woeful approval times at AHPRA on this government's watch to get doctors up and running, practising here, which at times, as it did in Maryborough last year, leave our health services desperately short. These are key issues which must be addressed to make it easier for people in the regions to see a doctor. Yet this government has been moving the dial in the wrong direction, and I haven't even touched on the challenges posed by the higher costs of running a GP practice in the regions, including to fund locum doctors or incentivise GPs to move to an area by reimbursing relocation costs and providing subsidised housing. And all this coupled with patient populations who have lower incomes on average and therefore reduced ability to pay out-of-pocket costs.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the following second reading amendment to the second reading amendment moved by Ms Lee. That all words after "the" be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. House, whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, 1, notes that A. Medicare cannot be a universal healthcare system while essential dental care is excluded, and B. The Australian Dental Association's annual oral health survey found that over 60% of Australians had delayed a trip to the dentist in the previous 12 months, with costs being the main barrier, and 2. Calls on the government to legislate the inclusion of dental care into Medicare. Medicare is crucial to Australia's healthcare system, and strengthening Medicare needs to be a top priority as Australians endure this cost of living crisis. Because our healthcare system, as it stands right now, is struggling, it's becoming rarer by the day to find a bulk billing GP, nearly impossible to access mental health care support without huge gap payments, and the cost of dental care has become so expensive that millions of Australians are putting it off entirely. A properly funded universal healthcare system actually saves the country money in the long run. It reduces poverty, it creates jobs, and drives economic productivity. It is achievable and desperately needed as a matter of urgency. Because everyone should be able to afford to go to the dentist when they need help. Too many Australians cannot access the dentist because it is too expensive, and more people are not eligible for public dentistry than ever before. As things stand, millions of Australians are putting off going to the dentist because they simply cannot afford it. It doesn't just lead to worse teeth, but it leads to a host of other health concerns that also come from this lack of access. Now, I was really fortunate that after I was elected to this place, I was able to afford finally to go to the dentist and get some fillings done because I couldn't afford them while I was in my previous job in retail. But because I had waited so long, these fillings had now become root canals, costing thousands and thousands more dollars than they previously were. You shouldn't have to be elected to this place or rely on your income to be able to get access to life-saving and essential healthcare treatment, and that includes dentistry. I also had the fortunate experience of growing up in the UK where, up until the age of 18, all your dentistry and orthodontics is actually covered by the National Health Service. So I was able to get my teeth looked after, I was able to get orthodontics done, all without costing my family a penny, which was an incredible experience. And then we moved over here and my family had to pay about $4,000 in orthodontics to get my braces removed. So just that worlds apart experience of engaging with the healthcare system and what could be and what families could look forward to compared to the situation that we find ourselves in this country. And we can't forget that while Australians can't afford to go to the doctor or dentist in greater and greater numbers, we have 1 in 3 large corporations in this country paying no income tax. You know, these large corporations can
use all these various offsets and loopholes to get out of paying tax while everyday Australians cannot afford basic healthcare. The system is fundamentally broken, and we all know this, we all feel it. Now, we fix this by changing the rules of the game. We make billion-dollar companies pay their fair share of taxes so that we can expand Medicare to include dental care. In 2012, the Greens were able to secure dental into Medicare for kids. And in this term of Parliament, we conducted the first Senate inquiry into access to dental care in Australia. In addition to expanding Medicare to include dental care, the Greens are calling on the government to create a Chief Oral and Dental Healthcare Officer within the Department of Health. Because having healthy teeth should not be a luxury in this country. Everyone should be able to use their Medicare card to go to the dentist when they need it. We have no other choice but to bring dental care fully into Medicare.
Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment.
Member for Ryan has seconded the amendment. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Farrer moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Brisbane has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after the be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Farrer be agreed to. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on this, the 42nd year of Medicare brought in by the Labor Party, I'm happy to rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill. Now, I heard the member for Mallee speaking before we drifted into Greens' political party stunts about the reality of what Medicare is like, and she kept saying, I need an apology from the Labor Party because bulk billing rates weren't what they should be. She failed to mention what they were when Labor came to office. She failed to mention the acts that had been taken to Medicare and so many other aspects of the health sector by the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison, Progression, conga line of prime ministers, and some of the, well, we know that we had some of the worst health ministers ever in the coalition under those people, and now that worst voted health minister ever is now the leader of the coalition in opposition. Now, I do agree with my colleague from Brisbane and my next door neighbour from Ryan how it would be great to bring oral health care into the public domain. It was envisaged by Labor prime ministers back in the 40s and 50s. In fact, it was even put in the Constitution with the idea that, and it was a unity ticket from both sides of the Parliament, in fact, the Labor and Coalition. So it is something that we'd like, and I have been to QE2 Hospital. I've seen people at the emergency dental facility and what the hell on earth that can be like in terms of trying to access oral health care for people that can't afford it. But we do need to get the balance right, and reforming the taxation system, especially the international taxation system, so that all corporations, big and small, pay the right amount of tax, their fair share of tax. We know what happens in those countries where they don't pay the right amount of tax. You end up stepping over homeless people everywhere you go. We know that corporations and individuals need to pay for our hospitals, for our GPs, for our schools, for our roads, for our defence forces, all of those things that make up a harmonious and modern society. But we do know, unfortunately, that whatever the percentage is, 99.9% of our doctors and health professionals, the nurses, they're all honest, hard-working, they comply with the Medicare rules. You know, we all know those people from the health profession that we interact with in our electorates. Obviously, they're a bit like MPs in that no one ever knocks on your door to tell you that everything's going great for me. You know, when you normally see a health professional, it's because you're probably having your worst week, sometimes the worst day of your life. But unfortunately, there are occasionally people who see the medical system as a business model to exploit rather than an opportunity to provide care to Australians. And that's why this legislation is here. This legislation is all about strengthening Medicare so that the taxpayer funds that are paid by all Australians, all 11, 12 million Australians who pay tax, that is, the dollars are well directed and properly utilised. Now, unfortunately, whenever it comes to big buckets of money, it attracts ne'er-do-wells. It attracts criminals and sharp practice. So that's why this legislation is here. Now, in November 2022, the Health Minister, the Honourable Mark Butler, commissioned a health economist, Dr Pradeep Philip, to look into Medicare in terms of integrity and compliance. In the last budget, the Albanese government funded the Medicare Integrity Task Force to look at the findings and implementing recommendations coming out of that Phillip review. And this legislation in front of us makes some of the minor amendments to the TGA's operation and to the government vaping and tobacco reforms. So it amends a couple of different acts. They're all about protecting the integrity and supporting the ongoing sustainability of our health benefit schemes, the Medicare benefit schedule, the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and the child dental benefit schedule. All expensive items in the budget, but there can be savings made by making sure that it is done efficiently and, as I said, for that very, very small percentage of people, even doctors who sometimes through circumstances end up doing the wrong thing or deliberately do the wrong thing. You know, the people that are seeing 60 patients in an hour or something like that. So I know it's a business, but sometimes when people have to be sent back onto the right path, and I know I should recognise, as there are doctors in the House, that there is also a professional oversight body that makes sure GPs and other specialists are doing the right thing professionally, but it is also the government's job to have to be set up to make sure that the medical practices are doing the right thing. Now, the reality is, from when I was born, nearly 60 years ago, most what's that? What's that? Well, it's the year of the snake, so it's which is my year. So the most medical practices were run by individual GPs, maybe 2 or perhaps even 3 together, but it was very much a sole operator. Sole operator. Sorry, Dick? I'll take that interjection from the honourable member. Nowadays, GPs or people working in the medical sector are mainly employees, employed often by businesses that operate for profit. And caring and profit can go together, but melding those two concepts can be difficult. And sometimes the caring slips and the profit is focused on. Good medical practices, obviously no medical practitioner dreams about more paperwork, but the modern medical process is all about records and being able to access data and the like. So often that is outsourced to professional businesses, and that's where some of the errors can develop. You're good to go, Rob. Okay, so the Phillip Review made a couple of recommendations in terms of making sure that we have more integrity into the Medicare system, and I commend this legislation to the House.
The question now is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's always a great pleasure to talk about the likes of Medicare and the importance of health. It's something that I've been very passionate about, getting health and services into our area, and it just gives me a chance to remind of the last time we were in government and we built super clinics throughout Australia. Now, one of the great things with the super clinics is it brought doctors together, it brought allied services together, and it meant it went into places where we had real issues in relation to workforce with doctors. Of course, the former government removed the district workforce shortage from country areas, making it harder to attract doctors. But one of the things that always reminds me, particularly with this opposition over here, was the Wallen Super Clinic. Fantastic. It's been open since we built it in 2013. But technically it was never opened because the now leader and deputy leader of the Liberal Party, who were the health ministers at that time, didn't want to do an official opening because then they could stand back and say Labor never delivered their 22 super clinics. That is the pettiness that we had under the former Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison mess. It's beyond belief that you wouldn't officially open something because you wanted to use that for a political opportunism. But it talks about just what they think of Medicare and what they think about our medical profession. As the member for Moreton rightly said, most of our doctors and nurses and health professionals are exemplary people and they do absolutely amazing work. And the work I used to do with Ambulance Victoria, I've seen firsthand just the ability for people to be able to work in very high pressure situations, in emergency situations, life-threatening situations, and the care and compassion they showed is second to none. But of course, we had 10 years where Medicare was attacked. It was attempted to be turned into a profit-driven exercise through a GP tax by what the Australian Medical Association referred to as the worst health minister in living memory, which of course is now the leader of the opposition. And that leopard ain't changing its spots. We know that they have no interest in protecting Medicare as an opportunity where it's your Medicare card that gets you your service, not your credit card, as they don't think you'd value that service. They don't think Australians value Medicare if it's free. Slightly bizarre concept, but that's what you get with those sitting in the Liberal Party, the modern Liberal Party these days. And there was a time, as the member for Moreton said, where Medicare was a bipartisan issue, where people worked together and actually did that. But the change we've seen in the Liberal Party, which has pushed itself further and further to the knuckle-draggers in the right, has meant that they've taken that away. And that's why we see so many these small L Liberal seats that are now occupied by independents, because those Liberal members who would support free healthcare, support unified healthcare and have a social conscience have been pushed aside. And it's a terrible thing as we see that happening. And that's why it's important that we keep a government that actually cares about Medicare and cares about our doctors. One of the first things we did when we got into government was address the workforce shortage after we had a committee chaired by my friend and former colleague Peter Murphy on the shortage of doctors in our suburban and regional areas. Now, we found that for some stupid reason, those opposite wanted to treat areas like Wallen and Whittlesea the same as Brighton and Elstonwick. And we still have that issue today, the hangover, where we can't get doctors out. So we're working closely with the states and with our local providers to actually get more doctors into our region. You should be able to see a doctor when you need it and where you need it. And we should see more work being available for nurse practitioners. We should be able to see that no matter where you are, you can get access to quality health care in your area when you need that service. As the member for Moreton said, there's a lot of new businesses these days that have started up, and big companies that run medical practitioners that actually do work doctors to the bone, and I don't think treat them fairly. And we see that happening in areas such as Moondah, where nearly every single practice is now owned by one company, and then they remove bulk billing. That makes it hard for people who are doing it tougher. Of course, as anyone that's had kids knows, kids don't fall sick between 9 and 5. It's usually 3 in the morning when it's freezing cold, and it's all a problem, and you've got to then travel for miles to try and find access to a medical professional. And that's part of the reason why those super clinic programs were so successful. And this year, as we head to the election, we'll be fighting very hard to get an urgent care clinic into the seat of McEwen. We know the importance of that. We now, through the redistribution, we've now lost our only hospital in that seat, which has now gone into nickel, so you make sure you look after it, mate. It's a good hospital with great people, and they've done great service for years. But we need to get those services in those areas, growing areas throughout the northern suburbs, through Calcallo, all the way through up to Wallen, to be able to have services available. There's areas in the northeast of the electorate, like Diamond Creek and out that way, that also have difficulty getting access to doctors and getting access to healthcare. It's one of the most important things that we do, and it's something that Australians value, is the protection of Medicare. Because Medicare means that we all get the opportunity to go and see a doctor when we need to, or to see a nurse practitioner who do great work. But we've got to make sure we've got governments that back that in. And the importance of having governments back that in means that we will get things done, like our super clinics, like our changing of the Monash medical rating, where in one town in McEwen, if you live in number 82 and set up a practice, you're MMA 2. If you go in number 84, you're on MMM 3. A bizarre setup, one small little town, but a street divides the different ratings. And I know that the Health Minister has been working diligently on this, and understand that it's not a simple issue as just moving a line, because I know for each one of those towns, there's probably hundreds of them around the country as well. The other thing that's important about what this bill's about is about moving for, in relation to tobacco and vapes in particular, and the issues there. But it also changes the time frame during which Medicare claims for bulk bill services may be made. And the Minister will keep discretion on how that service works, but it's important to note that what this is about strengthening the integrity of Medicare and making sure that wherever you are, you will get access to doctors, you will get access to healthcare professionals, and it's so important that this bill passes the House in a hasty manner.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed if needed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under this incompetent Albanese government, regional Australia is hurting. So at this election, it's time to turf Labor out. On the ground, the Nationals have some incredible candidates who are leading this fight. As our man in Calare, Sam Farraway, is a lifelong resident of the Central West and a former small business owner. He brings a proud track record of community service, and as a former state government minister, he knows how to deliver. Sam's vision for Calare is about authentic leadership, cost of living relief, securing a reliable energy future which doesn't destroy the landscape, and getting us back to basics. In WA, we have Mia Davies running for the new seat of Bullwinkle. A former leader of the WA Nationals with more than 16 years' experience in the state parliament, Mia has a reputation for hard work and common sense. Quality access to education, health, childcare and aged care is what drives her as our candidate in Bullwinkle. And over the next 100 days, the forgotten communities in the Perth Hills and outer suburbs have a chance to make history by electing Mia as their Nationals candidate. In Bendigo, we have the amazing Andrew Lethlean. Born and raised in Bendigo, Andrew is a local champion who, with a 22-year career in hospitality, has the business experience to make a difference in Canberra. Andrew knows that when it comes to funding for roads and local projects, this region has been left behind by Labor. And as the next federal member, Andrew Lethlean has the passion and commitment to get Bendigo back on track.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, as you know, I'm a fourth-generation veteran and I'm a fierce advocate for our Australian Defence Force personnel and their families. And I'm proud to be working with the Ministers for Defence, Veterans and Northern Australia as a special envoy. So a quick round the grounds. When it comes to the Army, it was a privilege to recently join our hard-working ADF recruiting team as they enlisted 3 Aboriginal Australians into the Army on the Australia Day public holiday. So thanks to all our public servants who are dutifully working on public holidays. The Air Force, thanks to the Spartan crew of 35 Squadron who flew the Prime Minister, the Infrastructure Minister and myself into Lake Nash Station, a cattle station in the Northern Territory, over Christmas. When it comes to the Navy, I was privileged to witness the commissioning of 4 Cape-class patrol vessels at HMAS Coonawarra in Darwin. They are the backbone of our border protection. And it was great to visit the future of the Australian Defence Force in the form of our cadets, the 71st Army Cadet Unit at Larrakia Barracks in my electorate. These children and young adults are the future of the Australian Defence Force. And finally, but certainly not least, is the families. I look forward to meeting the newest Territory ADF families this weekend as we run the Welcome to Darwin event at the Convention Centre. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Longman.
Well, Deputy Speaker, it was back to school for so many of our children and teenagers last week, but for some it was the first day of their school and education life. For some there was anxiousness, for others excitement, and for all the preppies starting, the obligatory backpack that is almost bigger than them. Don't worry kids, you'll grow into them. My mum was a state school teacher in grades 1 to 3 her entire life, and I know and appreciate the unseen work that our school teachers do after hours. I can remember Mum getting home after 4 o'clock, cooking dinner for our family, making sure we got to bed, and then starting lesson planning and marking before retiring for the night a few hours later. Mum also instilled a great value on learning the basics into my 2 brothers and I, much to our disgust because it interfered in our play and wrestling time. She ensured that before we started school we could write our names and some basic maths, which I'm now grateful for. So with this in mind, it was great to hand out some times table and spelling charts to the students at Ginniburra, Caboolture and Dackerman State Schools last week. I apologise to the other 28 primary schools in the great electorate of Longman that I couldn't get to, but if any schools or mums or dads out there would like these charts so your kids can get ahead, please call into my office and pick one up. If you can't get in, then contact me and we'll get them out to you. All the best to all the preppies out there. I'm sure you'll do great, and well done to all our hard-working teachers.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a pleasure to welcome hundreds of new Australian citizens to the Frankston community and the Australia Day ceremony just a few weeks ago. Thank you to Frankston City Council, Mayor Chris Bolam, councillors and my state colleague Paul Edbrook. To our newest citizens, welcome to you all. You join us in sharing the values that define Australia: respect, inclusivity and a fair go for all. You are now part of our rich and vibrant fabric. Whether you arrived here seeking new opportunities or a change of scenery, your presence strengthens our community. I would also like to acknowledge Frankston City Council's Australia Day award winners: Wayne Hollingsworth, Frankston Citizen of the Year; Heather Stewart, founder from Women and Mentoring; David McFarlane, Young Person of the Year. Congratulations to you all for your dedication towards creating a safer, supportive and thriving community. You are all local legends. Our sense of community is strong in Frankston, in Dunkley. It is evident in our schools, our sporting clubs and volunteer organisations and our new citizens, all working together to make Dunkley a better place.
Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, Australia is facing a mental health crisis and young men are on the front line. 2/3 of men face challenges engaging with healthcare. 45% drop out of therapy with unmet mental health needs, and more than 2,400 men die by suicide in 2023, making it the leading cause of death among young men. Behind every heartbreaking statistic is someone's dad, someone's brother, someone's son, or a colleague at work. These are people that I hear from almost every week. desperately seeking help in emergency departments, or waiting for months to see a psychologist, or having increasingly fraught encounters with police where issues aren't treated and things get out of hand. These are people who are falling through the cracks in our mental health system and who we need to do more to help. I commend the work of groups like Movember, who over many years have raised awareness about men's health issues and have done incredible work to address them, and I fully support Movember in this work. Deputy Speaker, the mental health challenges facing our community have only been made worse by the mass resignation of public health psychiatrists in New South Wales, where I'm from. This is likely to cause a serious disruption in the care of some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and is the result of a failure of many months to resolve workforce issues with the New South Wales mental health system. I urge the New South Wales Government to urgently find a solution to ensure that appropriate care is given.
Call to member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, like my friend the member for Bean, I am incredibly proud to represent so many members of the Australian Public Service who live in my electorate. I'm proud to have been one of them and have worked with some of the most dedicated and professional people you'll ever meet. People who come into work every day to serve the national interest, keeping Australians safe, delivering the services they need, and developing and implementing the policies and programs that impact the lives of every Australian. Our city is home to 68,000 public servants, and Peter Dutton wants to cut 36,000 of them. Unlike the rest of the cuts he's planning, this one's no secret. They're really proud of this one and they're singing it from the rooftops. I even heard one of the members opposite yesterday interjecting that the first people we are coming for are the 36,000 Canberra public servants yesterday. Why? Because like everything the Leader of the Opposition does, it's about politics rather than substance, and it has no regard for the impact on the Australian people. This is good old Canberra bashing at its absolute finest. A cheap shot with very serious consequences. And not just for the 36,000 workers in my city, but for the Australians all around the country who rely on the services they deliver and the good governance of this country. But let's focus on that for a moment. People in my city, their livelihoods, their families, the small businesses that rely on them, and all the jobs in my city that will be affected. We will stand against these cuts because the Australian public service is important to all Australians.
Time's expired, and I give the call to member for Curtin.
We don't let Coles and Woolies make the laws about who can compete with them, but Labor and Liberal are close to stitching up a deal to stop communities choosing different representatives. The electoral reform bill was rushed through this House in November, and it's likely to hit the Senate in this sitting. And if you look closely, it's about making voters pay more for less choice. We do need greater transparency and some sort of donation cap. Voters should know where the money comes from before they vote, and no one should be able to personally influence the outcome of an election. But the bill also contains some really complicated spending caps that lock in the two-party system. Under the bill, ads about a party, not an individual, are not included in the electoral spending cap, so a party can massively outspend an independent. And taxpayers will pay much more to the parties, so they'll have a war chest from the last election and new challengers will have nothing. The bottom line is it's very complicated and could fundamentally change who can get into our parliament. If the government doesn't refer this bill to a committee, it's because they don't want voters to know how it will really work. Instead of changing the rules to lock out others, both major parties could try being better leaders.
Member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I want to wish those in my electorate who celebrate a very happy Lunar New Year. In particular, I want to wish the Chinese residents of my electorate, especially members of the North Eastern Melbourne Chinese Association, NEMCA, a prosperous year of the snake ahead. The Chinese Australian community in my electorate is a small but vibrant one. Last year I accepted NEMCA's invitation to celebrate the Moon Festival and China's National Day with them. Last year was also the 30th anniversary of the founding of NEMCA, the first association in Victoria representing Chinese immigrants from mainland China and celebrating the achievements of Chinese migrants to our great multicultural story. NEMCA is one of the many organisations which provide space for different cultural and recreational activities while offering essential services and support to immigrants adapting to life in Australia. And as a child of immigrants, I understand firsthand the challenge of building a new life in a foreign land. I grew up admiring the resilience of my own parents, whose sacrifices paved the way for the future for my sister and I look up to their perseverance and strength, and I'm eternally grateful for the sacrifices they made for us. The Chinese immigrants in my electorate know these sacrifices well, the challenge of adapting to the unfamiliar and the courage required to start anew. In my role as Special Envoy for Social Cohesion, it brings me great joy to see the ways in which NEMCA has promoted Chinese culture in Victoria. The work they've done to help Chinese immigrants transition smoothly into Australia society exemplifies the power of community and multiculturalism in our country.
Member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Bill Shorten has left the building, but the damage that he has done will linger on, because we know that what Labor wants to do, and is in the course of doing, is putting on 36,000 additional public servants, $24 billion of extra cost, and Services Australia, for which he had responsibility, is at the epicentre of this. The headcount of Services Australia has gone up from 32,310 in 30 June 2022 to 33,554. So we've seen a strong increase in headcount, but service levels have gone down. The average time taken to process an age pension claim has more than doubled. In 2021-22, it took on average 35 days. 2023-24, 76 days. The average wait time when you call the Older Australians line, 14 minutes 14 seconds in 21-22, 44 minutes and 31 seconds in 23-24. So what is Bill Shorten's record? And this is typical of Labor's approach to productivity in government. Productivity has collapsed. Services Australia has more staff doing less work, processing fewer overall claims. Service delivery outcomes have become worse. Do not believe this incorrect claim from the other side that there's a one-to-one correlation between people and outcomes. Under Bill Shorten, it's been the reverse.
Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I was very privileged this past week to attend many events in my electorate to celebrate the Lunar New Year, Year of the Snake. I was as I said, very privileged to have been invited to the Vietnamese community, the Australian SA, South Australian chapter, which hosted the Tet Festival in my electorate with a particular theme this year, and the theme was home away from home. I suppose what they were showcasing was this wonderful community that they have established in South Australia, in my electorate, in suburbs all over my electorate, but predominantly in Regency Park, Athol Park, Ferryden Park, Woodville North, Croydon Park, Mansfield Park, Kilburn, Northfield, and you'll find the Vietnamese community in every suburb in my electorate. They've created a wonderful, wonderful community that is enterprising, that there's lots of startups, businesses, restaurants, etc. And it's especially important this year because this year marks the 50 years since South Australia welcomed its Vietnamese boat people. And we all remember back in the 70s through to about the 80s, there was over 100,000 Vietnamese boat people that sought refuge here in Australia and have contributed so much over the years. Their contributions not only benefit the Vietnamese Australian communities, but enrich the lives of all Australians, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank Ms Quinn Tran, the President, and the first female President of the organisation.
Time has expired. I give the call to Member for Bass.
Deputy Speaker, I opened social media this morning and was shocked by a post from the Prime Minister that said, "No one held back and no one left behind. As Prime Minister, I've worked every day to make that a reality." Excuse me? Prime Minister, what universe do you consider you have achieved that reality? It is certainly not the case in my northern Tasmanian community. Your talking points are not reality. They are smoke and mirrors. The reality is the cost of absolutely everything has increased to the point that nothing seems affordable, and access to services is harder. There is no childcare to access, no matter how cheap you claim to have made it. Emergency food service providers are stretched beyond capacity, seeing working families that are having to choose between keeping the roof over their head or feeding their kids. There is a level of housing insecurity and homelessness that I have never seen in my lifetime in northern Tasmania, with my office trying to assist young children sleeping in tents and cars. My office has seen Centrelink, NDIS, aged care and visa issues increase in the past 12 months, and the people that we are seeing are absolutely being left back and held back and left behind in all of these areas. Tasmanians don't need your empty words telling them that they should be grateful that they've never had it so good and that they should just trust you. They cannot wait for your words to be a reality. They need real action now.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, boosting higher education and training and tackling the cost of living are critical issues for the people of my electorate of Bean. A re-elected Labor government will cut $5,500 from an average university student's debt and lock in free TAFE permanently. This plan will benefit the constituents of Bean and throughout Australia to make ends meet and get ahead, as well as ensuring we have the skills we need. It will put money back in the pockets of constituents who are often facing a host of financial pressures starting out in their working lives. And importantly, it will increase the attractiveness of pursuing higher education and training, which is essential to the future of the ACT and our nation more broadly. The Albanese government is rightly putting students and trainees centre stage. It is also welcome news that one of the Albanese government's 10 new regional education university hubs will be on Norfolk Island. Norfolk Island is 2.5 hours by air to Sydney or Brisbane Airport, let alone to their university campus. With the new Canberra Institute of Technology being built by the ACT government in the Woden Valley in the heart of Bean, and the Prime Minister's plan to cut the costs faced by those pursuing higher education and training, we know that education is the best weapon to fight disadvantage, and I am pleased that with the support of Labor governments at all levels, that we are providing students and trainees the opportunity to build a better future.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You've probably heard of a men's shed, but have you heard of a women's shed or a she shed? I recently had the opportunity to catch up with some of the ladies from the Biggendon Women's Shed. It's just a terrific group, create and thrive, creating connected community and a welcoming space where local women can pursue a variety of recreational and personal development activities. A safe place for women to focus on their needs and build supportive friendships with women of all life stages and backgrounds. This shed is the first of its kind in the region, with members coming from a variety of communities. And it was lovely to catch up with these fantastic ladies and hear about their exciting plans to develop a space of their own for local women to utilise, and their need for fencing and gates to surround their shed. And that's something I will be fighting for as the member for Flynn. One of the issues they brought up with me is that women's sheds can apply for general community funding grants but have no funding programs specifically for them, such as men's sheds. The Minister for Women, Ms Gallagher, has been silent on this issue, and women's sheds matter, and that is why I'm calling on the Labor government to support women's sheds in the same way that men's sheds are. Women's sheds matter.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lobster, caviar and steak tartare. This is what the taxpayer will be footing the bill for under Peter Dutton's economic plan. While the Liberals plan to hand out tax cuts to the wealthy and fund luxury lunches for business owners, Labor is delivering real relief to working Australians, especially those in the outer suburbs who are feeling the pain of cost of living pressures. Unlike the Liberals, we understand what families in Holt and across Australia are going through. That's why Labor has delivered a tax cut for every single taxpayer, $300 in Commonwealth energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, billions wiped off student debt, pay rises for aged care and early childhood educators, and free TAFE. And, not all, cheaper medicines. Every one of these policies is making a difference to families in our community. And every single one of these policies has been opposed by Peter Dutton. The contrast is clear.
Okay, that's it for Holt. I was going to let you run your course, but I'm sorry, that is twice you've now offended the standing order. When you were referring to a sitting member of this parliament, you must use their correct title.
Leader.
And your time has now expired. Give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you. During the summer break, the member for Warringah was being interviewed on Sky News just prior to my interview with them. Her words, along with slogans from the Energy Minister, highlight the shallowness of the energy debate in Australia and the air of unreality that some members exist in. She said, the old-fashioned concept of baseload power was a thing of the past and an antiquated idea. Now, I was standing in an apple orchard for Micros and I asked how those apples were going to be refrigerated 24/7 without baseload power. Thousands of workers in my electorate depend upon it. This, along with inane comments by the Energy Minister, such as the sun and the wind don't send bills, attempt to dumb down a complex issue. It's hugely expensive and disruptive to harness and distribute this energy, and it is, by its nature, intermittent. It's necessary for us to analyse very real problems with life cycle emissions of renewable infrastructure projects, emissions not reducing but shifting offshore due to reckless policies, how industries that require 24/7 or baseload power will receive that power at a price that enables them to remain competitive and operating in Australia. There are no convincing answers in relation to these problems, only an integrated system plan that has more holes in it than the colander in my kitchen. We in the regions are therefore understandably very frightened of a minority Labor government controlled by Greens and Teals who tend towards the luxury of what they want to believe, not the scientific, engineering and economic realities that we face as a nation.
Member for Macquarie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. If Labor is re-elected, we are cutting a further 20% off student debt. In New South Wales, that includes, of course, the Blue Mountains, the Hawkesbury and the Plains. University students and graduates will see an average of $5,703 wiped from their HECS debt. If you've got a student debt of $50,000, that will mean a cut of $10,000. Whether you're still at uni or tertiary studies or long since finished, that 20% will disappear from your debt, and we know that'll make a real difference. We're also providing cost of living relief by letting you wait until you're earning more before having to start paying it off. The threshold for repayments will lift from about $54,000 to $67,000. And so for someone on $70,000 a year, that means you'd pay around $1,300 less a year in repayments. This is on top of our reforms that fixed the indexation formula, which cut around $3 billion from student debt, with most people receiving their credit or their refund last December. All up, the Albanese Labor government will cut close to $20 billion in student loan debt for more than 3 million Australians. Let's compare that to the Liberals. The opposition leader says he'll scrap our plan, and that means if you've got a student debt or your kids or your grandkids have a student debt, you're going to be worse off under the Liberals.
Member for Moncrieff.
Well, the Prime Minister promised Australia cheaper childcare. He promised a pay rise for 200,000 educators by the end of the year. But just like all of his other promises, like no changes to superannuation, no changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts, and who can forget cheaper power bills, he has failed to deliver for Australians. Under Labor, the cost of childcare has risen by 22.3%. Wow. And the latest inflation data shows that since Labor's changes to the childcare subsidy, out-of-pocket fees have skyrocketed by 12.7%. Wow. Meanwhile, they've completely bungled the worker retention payment, with just 15% of educators to receive the pay rise. Labor is failing educators and failing Australians. Labor is spending $15 billion on early childhood education, but guess what? They haven't delivered a single new place for families with little to no access, and childcare is more expensive. And now their plan is to add more demand into a system that is struggling, a system that is at capacity because Labor has failed to get the policy settings right. This is a government with no meaningful policies to address the issues of access, affordability and quality in the sector, only band-aid solutions. We have a government that is chasing the headlines and not delivering substance. Australian families deserve to know, why do they always pay more under Labor?
Good question. Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, the Liberals and the Nationals are trying something new, different, a novel campaigning tool this election, but they have left my community of Hasluck concerned and confused. The Coalition are proposing to go to the election without telling the voters of Australia any detail, except that there will be secret cuts. The Coalition's secret cuts. But these cuts are not just a line item in the budget. They are 36,000 real people, all of which we know. So who gets cut? Will it be our neighbour working at the counter at Centrelink in Midland, or the uncle on the phone at the Cannington call centre right now talking to pensioners in Hasluck? Who gets cut? Will it be your dedicated brothers and sisters working at the NDIS in Morley, actively working to help the mums and dads to ensure their children have got the care and support they need? Who gets cut? Surely it won't be the hundreds of newly employed public servants who are working on claims for the veterans from the Ellenbrook RSL right now after being long neglected by the opposition. Who gets cut in the coalition's secret cuts? Who gets cut and why the secrecy? Tell my constituents, the people of Hasluck, what you intend to cut from them. What don't they deserve?
Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to highlight 10 of Labor's massive fails. In actual fact, there's been hundreds of failings of this Albanese Labor government. Number one, wasted 18 months of government and $500 million for their failed voice campaign while ignoring the cost of living. Number two, out-of-control spending that's fueling inflation, keeping prices high. Even the RBA has acknowledged the homegrown inflation problem. Under Labor, we've had 12 interest rate hikes. The PM promised we'd actually have mortgage relief. That hasn't happened. The PM promised 97 times to reduce energy bills by $275. Instead, they've risen by $1,000. Number five, their weakness has allowed anti-Semitism to flourish in Australia. I feel so sorry for the Jewish community under Labor. Sadly, 27,000 businesses have gone insolvent under Labor. Can't forget Labor's immigration chaos, which has seen record-breaking migration fuelling the housing crisis. 8, can't leave out Labor's release 215 dangerous foreign-born criminals free from detention. And guess what? The minister in charge then gets promoted by the Prime Minister. Go figure that one. And back in 2022, PM promised life would be easier under him. Well, it's not. We can't afford 3 more years of this weak Labor government and weak Labor Prime Minister.
Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, we've seen more reckless comments from this Leader of the Opposition. This time around, as part of another shameless attempt to put his values over everyone else's. He's targeted workers in the public service. He's deemed their efforts, as well as livelihoods of the Australians who depend on them, as wasteful. Again, this is an opposition leader that has no idea about communities like mine, where tens of thousands of households rely on federal government services like the NDIS and Centrelink. And I have serious concerns in particular about the effect his ideology will have on veterans. This government inherited a backlog of nearly 42,000 DVA claims left sitting there by the Liberals. As of the end of last year, the DVA estimates that 97.7% of those claims have been cleared under Labor's watch. How do we do that? We backed our public service. We gave the department the staffing and resources they needed to get those claims done, because our veterans need those entitlements. And we did that because the Royal Commission into Defence of Veteran Suicide made abundantly clear the results of the DVA that doesn't work. We know that. The opposition leader knows that too. So for him to threaten to bulldoze our public service just to put his image ahead of veterans and every other day Aussies is absolutely disgraceful. It's a policy that only leads to cuts, job losses and long lunches for the bosses.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on the 11th of October 2024 of the Honourable Anthony John Mesner AM, a former Minister and Senator for South Australia from 1975 to 1990, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement.
Call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, from the moment he was elected as a Senator for South Australia in the double dissolution election of 1975, Tony Mesner was regarded as a person of conviction. In the words of one biographer, he was someone who ran for Parliament because they held a set of beliefs, not because they were about appeasing interest groups or devising policies with the aid of opinion polls. This is why Tony Mesner was respected by all in the House and Senate, including by his Labor opponents, and is one of the many reasons he was cherished by his Liberal colleagues. From those who he served alongside, especially his Canberra flatmate and friend John Howard, to those he mentored, including former Premier of New South Wales, Barry O'Farrell. Indeed, Barry would later pay Tony that great compliment unique to politics, saying, "He taught me how to count." In 1980, Malcolm Fraser promoted Tony to Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Veterans Affairs. Having begun his working life in banking, then training as a chartered accountant, Tony Mesner was known as someone with a passion for economic policy, tax reform and small business. But it was in the Veterans Affairs portfolio that he faced his most significant challenges and arguably made his most important contribution. He created a national network of counselling centres with a particular focus on supporting the generation of veterans who had returned from Vietnam. And he also drove significant change to repatriation legislation, including recognising the war service of Australia's merchant mariners. And he expanded eligibility for those who served in peacekeeping missions. Tony said, and these words still ring with truth, "There is an historical tradition to compensate those who have served. The philosophy is no less valid now than when it was born during the First World War. It is a philosophy which reflects the very best of the Australian character, that is, helping those in need, standing together in times of need, and making sure that useful people are not thrown on the scrap heap before their time." A former prop for the Western Australian under-19s rugby team, Tony Mesner's burly frame once saw him described by Canberra Times journalist Ian Warden as the Mal Meninga of the Senate. I should emphasise that this was the year that Mal was leading the Raiders to their first grand final, so there's probably no finer tribute that any Canberran could offer. When Tony Mesner's time in the front row of political contests came to an end in 1990, he continued to serve Australia. He was, of course, the Administrator of Norfolk Island from 1997 to 2003, a role that he performed with enthusiasm and distinction. We honour his contribution to our Parliament and to our nation, and we offer our sympathies to his loved ones, friends and colleagues. May he rest in peace.
The call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his kind words, and I honour him in honouring the life of Anthony John Mesner AM. Tony was born to South Australian parents, but as a child, teenager and young man, Tony lived in Melbourne, Adelaide, Brisbane and Perth. His father's job as a bank officer meant the Mesner family was constantly on the move. It's one reason why Tony, contrary to his South Australian roots, took a shining to rugby union. The other reason was the young man was gifted with the well-built frame of the front row. Indeed, his talent saw him play, as the Prime Minister pointed out, at the highest level and represent Western Australia. Following in his father's footsteps, he took up a career in banking. Banking brought him back to Adelaide before he moved to Mount Gambier. There he worked as a chartered accountant and was Secretary of the local Chamber of Commerce. Having settled in SA, Tony married Louise Arendt in 1963, with whom he had 2 sons. He later married Robin Rooke in 1983, and it was in Mount Gambier that Tony began his political career. Between 64 and 75, he rose through the ranks from young Liberal Vice President to serving as a member of the State Council and State Executive. Tony was driven by what he saw as the basic truth of Liberal philosophy, to maintain freedom and to provide equal opportunity for all. Like many seeking political office, Tony was initially unsuccessful, and in 1972 he lost out in pre-selection to contest the lower house of Devonport in South Australia. In 1974 he missed out on an upper house seat in Canberra, being 5th on the ticket, but after the dismissal of the Whitlam government in 1975 and Malcolm Fraser's largest majority government victory in Australian history, Tony won a South Australian Senate seat. For the next 3 elections that he contested, he was top of the SA ticket, serving the state he loved for 14 years. Characteristic of many maiden speeches of past time, Tony avoided delving into his personal background. Instead, he devoted almost all of his words to discussing the issues that he was most passionate about, and none more so than small business. It was typical of a man who, as one journalist later described, was willing to make the most of it in a quiet way. Not only did the former banker and chartered accountant understand small business, but the new senator saw it as his duty to champion small business. Indeed, in Tony, small business had an indefatigable champion. Tony was a person who said of small business that it's the start of new ideas and a breeding ground for new industries, which creates more jobs and more wealth. For these reasons, he said small business is big business in Australia. He delved into several issues facing the sector, such as creating credit, financing, asset depreciation and an inadequate taxation system. And he proposed that small businesses would be better served by the establishment of an independent statutory watchdog in place of the then government-run Advisory Bureau. In his maiden speech of 76, he said that small business was the key to economic success, and he was dead right. During his first years as a senator, he was outspoken on economic issues, and to read his views today, be it on inflation, spending, taxation and industrial relations, is to have a back-to-the-future moment. With his economic acumen, Tony was appointed in 1980 as the Minister assisting the Treasurer, where he passed important legislation to deal with tax avoidance. Tony Mesner shared more than a portfolio with his Treasurer, the young John Howard. During sitting weeks in Canberra, they shared a flat together with political life and lodging, leading to a lifelong friendship. In 1980, Malcolm Fraser also made Tony his Minister for Veterans Affairs. It was a tough time to oversee that portfolio, with many veterans of the Vietnam War beset by physical and psychological trauma for the rest of their lives from that service. Agent Orange was also a major public issue. Commendably, Tony established counselling centres for veterans in capital cities in every state and in the Northern Territory. Moreover, he also undertook a review of repatriation laws, and thanks to the legislative amendments that he introduced, Tony brought about an end to the discriminatory way in which veterans of different conflicts received different benefits. With the defeat of the Fraser government in 1983, Tony spent the next 6 years in various shadow portfolios under opposition leaders Andrew Peacock and John Howard. Among those appointments, Tony was given responsibility for social and community services, and he took the fight up to the Hawke government for its introduction of an assets test, which was detrimental to aged pensioners. Promoted to shadow cabinet as spokesman on finance and taxation, Tony campaigned vigorously against the government's fringe benefits and capital gains taxes, and he kept up his energy on the debate, undeterred by leaks from his own side to the ABC. Indeed, Tony's ideas about a tax system that sought to encourage self-reliance over dependence and which promoted freedom of choice for families became hallmarks of the Howard government for more than a decade later. Tony believed government ought to be out of people's pockets and, as much as possible, not in them. As Shadow Minister for Public Administration, he sought to bring around changes in the public service to address waste and inefficiency. Upon his retirement, Tony may have hoped for more time to indulge in his diverse interests, ranging from risk management to the American Civil War. But his post-political life saw him on the move once again. In 1997, he was appointed as Administrator of Norfolk Island, and there, holidaying John and Jeanette Howard visited Tony and Robin Mesner. And there we can imagine friends and former flatmates reflected on their political fates. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Tony's wife Robin and the Mesner family. May Tony Mesner rest in peace.
And as a mark of respect to the member of the Honourable Tony Mesner, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call to the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Anthony Tony John Mesner is referred to the Federation Chamber.
The call to the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker. Just a brief update on the Queensland floods that continue to have an impact. I want to, on behalf of the House, express our sincere condolences at the second loss of life that we've seen in this flood. So 82-year-old woman who was found outside Ingham, and we express our condolences to her family and her friends in their bereavement. The ADF now has the 4 additional choppers available there providing assistance, and that goes with the other emergency services personnel who are working closely with the Queensland Government. Senator McAllister remains there as the Minister for Emergency Management, and we continue to provide whatever support is requested to Queensland. But once again, we are seeing at the worst of times the best of the Australian character, and I pay tribute to all those who are providing this assistance on the ground at what is a very difficult time.
And on indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his update to the House. And on behalf of the Coalition, I extend our condolences to the family and friends of the lady who has passed away, lost her life in this tragedy. It compounds the grief, of course, for the Ingham community, and I thank the Prime Minister for the advice in relation to the assets deployed by the Australian Defence Force and the comfort that comes from seeing those uniforms on the ground in a time of natural disaster will be of some comfort to people in the Townsville and greater region that's been affected by the flood, and we hope that waters recede and people can get back into a normal way of life at some point. But for many families that will take many years, and there's a lot of heartache ahead. And I praise the Premier of Queensland, David Crisafulli, for the swift response and the work that the government there have done, along with the Police Minister Dan Purdy, in providing that support and helping those in their darkest hour.
And I call the Prime Minister.
I inform the House that the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness will be absent from question time today, and the Treasurer will answer questions on her behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when did the Prime Minister first become aware of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question, and I've said that the government has 2 priorities. The first is keeping Australians safe. The second is making sure that the ongoing investigation, which is ongoing, prioritises not just capturing those people who have been involved, and there are, of course, at least 2 people who are in custody publicly, but in order to ascertain who is behind this, it is absolutely critical that the AFP, that the state police agencies, the ASIO and the intelligence agencies be allowed to do their work. And the federal government will provide every support for them.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Prime Minister. What work has the Albanese Labor government done to strengthen healthcare in Australia after a decade of cuts to Medicare? Are there any other approaches to healthcare that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Gilmore for her question. Indeed, my government is building Australia's future by strengthening Medicare, by prioritising support for people to get the health care they need, when they need it, where they need it, and just needing their Medicare card in order to get it. That's our priority, and government is about making decisions about priorities of expenditure. And that's why $1.7 billion of additional funding for public hospitals just in the next year will make an enormous difference. That's our priority, not long lunches, helping people with the health care they need. This funding will help to cut waiting lists. It will reduce waiting times in emergency rooms, and it will manage ramping. This will save lives. And all of the states and territories that we've engaged with over recent days have welcomed this announcement, and I congratulate the Health Minister on the work that he has done to deliver this. This is just part of our plan. Better support for our public hospitals, but also support for primary health care so that the pressure is taken off those emergency departments. That's why the tripling of the bulk billing incentive was so important. That's why 87 Medicare urgent care clinics providing the care that people need for free to over 1 million Australians who have visited those urgent care clinics when they've needed it, 1/3 of whom are under the age of 15. And they're right across the board. These haven't got a colour-coded spreadsheet to decide where they are. What they have been provided is in regional Australia, in our suburbs, in our towns, right throughout the entire country. That has delivered. That has delivered over 1 million free doctors' appointments. Now, this new agreement increases the Commonwealth contribution to state-run hospitals over the next year by 12% to a record almost $34 billion. That stands in stark contrast. I'm asked about alternatives. The last time the coalition got into government, they tried to rip $50 billion from public hospitals. They wanted a GP tax every time people visited a doctor, and they wanted a payment to be made when people visited an emergency department of public hospitals as well. Well, on Sunday, the Leader of the Opposition made clear that the cuts are coming. He won't tell you where they're coming till after the election, but we know that he's had health in his sights before, and we know it will be in his sights again.
Time is concluded. Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. When was the Prime Minister first informed of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I refer to my previous answer. I note the characterisation of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I'm happy to provide a brief through the security agencies if requested by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition hasn't got one, but we're happy to provide that. And then the Shadow Minister might be better informed. The priority here is not the playing of political games.
Prime Minister will pause. The member for Bendigo will cease interjecting. The manager on a point of order.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The Prime Minister is studiously avoiding answering the question. If he doesn't want to be relevant to the question, he can sit down.
Yeah, we're just going to deal with this issue. We're going to deal with this issue of relevance just really quickly. The Prime Minister, I think anyone was listening would understand that. I know the Deputy would like a date, a time. I just want to bring her to the page of practice of 567 about the interpretation of relevance, which has been, by all speakers, very wide. Now, this was a short question. It was a specific question. But the standing orders provides the Prime Minister to speak on the policy topic. If he was to start talking about, for example, climate change or another topic, I would bring him back to order. But when he is giving specific information and advice, and I know it's not the answer that you want, but I do not have the powers under the standing order to direct the Prime Minister to give you the answer you wish. On a point of order,
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your advice to the chamber. I think it's an important point you make.
The Attorney-General is warned.
Mr. Speaker, if your interpretation of the standing orders, as you say, is to be applied, and I respect the judgment that you've given to the chamber, if the Prime Minister cannot be directed to provide the date, which is what we're seeking in relation to this matter, is it in order for the Prime Minister then to try and sway to stray into other areas, even in relation to the same issue? So when he goes beyond giving the date, which is what we've asked. You say that they can't be done. We take your advice in relation to that. How is it possible for him then to be broad-ranging, even on this topic, without you bringing him into line?
The member is correct. He can't stray into other topic areas. But as the Prime Minister was speaking when the manager took the point of order, he was talking about security agencies, a briefing and involvement around the issue. So that, under the standing orders, makes his answer directly relevant. So if he, as I said before you interrupted me, if there was another topic that he was entering into, cost of living, for example, you can get my assurance that I will make sure the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. But on any objective ruling for any previous speaker, he's talking about the topic, and under the standing orders, as long as he is remaining directly relevant to the topic, he's in order. The Prime Minister has the call. Order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition was treated with respect when I dealt with his question. I'm asking him to show the same respect to everyone else in the chamber. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, he's only happy when he's angry.
The Prime Minister will return to the question.
Mr. Speaker.
Give us a smile, Peter.
Mr. Speaker,
give us the annual smile.
The response
the Minister for Climate Change has warned.
An objection from the Manager of Opposition Business was to offer a briefing. I wouldn't have thought that that was provocative. I would have thought that on this issue, it's pretty handy to find out the facts. It's pretty handy to get a response, because the issue here, you know what the Australian people want to know? They want to know who's behind this. They want to know who is engaged in anti-Semitic attacks. They want to know who, if people have been paid, they want to know where that trail leads. And they want intelligence agencies to be able to do that work without political interference and without political games. That is what they want here, but the priority of those opposite is to play political games.
Order.
I met with...
Order. Members on my left.
And I engage regularly with leaders in the Jewish community, and what they are interested in is keeping their community safe. And you know what? That's what my priority is too. And the way that you keep them safe is by having confidence in our national security agencies, making sure that they can engage in the sort of intelligence. If you look at the people who have been in custody, if you then look for what is behind that, and surely the idea that that's where it stops is, quite frankly, not the case. And the police have continued to be responsible for what is made public, and I will leave them to do their job. And you know what? I'll back them doing it, unlike those opposite who just want to play politics.
Order. I call the member for Lingiari. The member for Fadden has interjected 8 times in 2 questions. He'll leave the chamber under 94A. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how will the Albanese Labor government's new health funding agreements with all states and territories help to protect our public hospital system, strengthen Medicare and build Australia's future? And Minister, are there approaches that will leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Lingiari not just for her question but for organising our visit to the Alice Springs Hospital in December, where I had the pleasure of meeting the extraordinary team that works in the emergency department there, one of the outstanding EDs that I've visited in my time. The Alice is one of 700 public hospitals in Australia that employs about 500,000 hard-working doctors, nurses, health professionals and support staff. And for 41 years, because Saturday was the 41st birthday of Medicare, for 41 years, a core Medicare principle has been the assurance that every Australian can access high-quality care in a public hospital completely free of charge. You simply can't have a strong Medicare without strong public hospitals. Now, we have a terrific public hospital system in Australia, staffed by probably the best trained health workforce on the planet. But the truth is, Mr Speaker, it's a system under very serious pressure. We're getting older as a population, we have more complex chronic disease, we have a serious legacy from the COVID pandemic, and frankly, more broadly in the healthcare system, we're dealing with a decade of cuts from those opposite when they were in government. The existing public hospital funding arrangements simply are not fit for purpose. That's why we've been investing in urgent care clinics. That's why we've invested in state government initiatives to move longer stay older patients out of the hospital system. But in terms of public hospital funding, wage and activity pressure for hospitals means that right now the Commonwealth share of hospital budgets is declining. It's going to fall well below 40% if we don't do something. Well, we are determined to be a reliable partner, and that's why the Prime Minister today announced a $1.7 billion additional funding commitment by this government for the next financial year for every state and territory, and that we would keep negotiating a longer-term 5-year funding agreement with them. This will be especially good for the NT, because for over a decade the NT has been chronically underfunded by the Commonwealth, and this government will be the first government determined to fix that. The NT's funding from the Commonwealth will increase next year by 30%, and the member for Solomon and the member for Lingiari have been arguing strongly for that for some considerable time. But I'm asked whether there are any approaches that would leave Australians worse off. Well, perhaps the approach of the Leader of the Opposition when he was Health Minister might be instructive, because although he promised there'd be no cuts to health in 2013, in 2014 he tried to rip $50 billion out of our public hospital system. His approach this year is a little different. He admits there'll be cuts, he just won't tell people what they'll be. Well, we know what they'll be, because this man favours long lunches over public hospitals, and he needs to find $600 billion for nuclear power stations. He'll come after Medicare again, you can be sure of that.
Before I call the member for Indi, I'll just do a few acknowledgements in the gallery today. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are local council representatives. We have Mayor Christina Holmdal and CEO Kristen Desmond from the West Tamar Council and the member for Bass's electorate, Mayor Ben Blaine from the Warrnambool City Council and the member for Wannan's electorate, and Mayor Albert Jacob together with Councillor Philip Vinchulo from the City of Joondalup in the electorate of Moore. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from Eating Disorders Families Australia, led by Jane Rowan, and joined by former Australian of the Year, Taryn Brumpet. They are at Parliament House today to launch their Nourish, Nurture and Notice program. Welcome to you all. The call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Before the 3G shutdown, regional communities in my electorate were told that no one would be worse off. But since the final shutdown, my constituents have experienced worse connectivity, completely losing the ability to make calls in some areas, and have been told to spend their own money on aftermarket antennas. Does the Minister recognise that some people are worse off after the 3G shutdown, and what will the government do to fix it?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Indi for her question, and I know how seriously she takes these issues of connectivity in her community. I also want to take the opportunity, Mr Speaker, to extend my appreciation to members across the chamber, particularly in regional areas right across the aisle, who prior to the 3G switchover assisted in disseminating important information about that to their local communities, which is very important. Just for context, Mr Speaker, the spectrum is what we call a scarce resource. It's used but not consumed, it's valuable, it can be redeployed in other ways, and from the evolution of the various forms of mobile technology, from CDMA to 2G and now the 3G network being switched over, It enables the refarming of that spectrum to ensure that it's capable of doing more, so actually delivering technical benefits. But you are very right that those technical benefits won't be realised if people don't actually have coverage under that new technology. This was also the first switchover to occur during what we call the Internet of Things, where there's so many connected devices and so many people are reliant on it. So I completely acknowledge the member's concern. It is very real, and on the 17th of December I convened industry, regulators, the mobile carriers, consumer groups to look at the lessons learnt from this 3G switchover, and I can give her some insights into what we're doing following that. So the government has stressed to the carriers that the benefits of the 3G switchover really need to be demonstrated. And whilst it is a fact of physics that the switchover is completed, there needs to be a focus now on the consumer welfare. And the member is right. It is very true that there are multiple complaints from customers, particularly in regional areas, who've seen fortuitous coverage diminish and who have seen their services overall being challenged. The question is, how can that be improved? So I'm happy to inform the member that whilst obviously it is concerning to hear those reports happening in regional areas, I am monitoring this very closely. I've made it clear to service providers the expectation that the 3G switchover will deliver on these benefits. The ACMA and the ACCC have both been highlighted in this, not only in terms of the technical requirements, but also the representations that have been made to customers about coverage pre and post switchover, because as many consumers will know, those coverage maps don't always match what they actually receive. I'll take this opportunity too to highlight that Telstra has now established a dedicated 3G helpline. The number is 1800 990 853. And I have formally requested weekly reports from the carriers so I can continue to monitor this. I encourage members, if they do have particular concerns, my door is open. I'll be happy to meet with the member after this. We can go through that, but that's open to all members in this place, Mr Speaker.
The call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians with cost of living? What approaches would leave people worse off?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. The member for Reid's terrific, and that's a really important question. And when that side of the House is focused on long lunches and cuts and conflict and culture wars, this side of the House has maintained a focus on the cost of living. And because of that focus, inflation is down, wages are up and unemployment is low. We've delivered 2 surpluses and we're rolling out cost of living help. And we're making substantial and now sustained progress in the fight against inflation, but we know that people are still under pressure and that's why there is still more to do. Now, we also know that the same Australians would be thousands of dollars worse off today if the opposition leader had his way on the tax cuts, on wages, on energy rebates and on cost of living help. And we also know they'd be worse off still if he wins the election and goes after Medicare again, goes after wages again and pushes up electricity prices with his nuclear madness. And that's why there were 2 revelations in the last few days which were very, very important. The first one is that the long lunches policy would cost Australian workers more than $10 billion a year to subsidise long lunches and entertainment if every business claimed what they were entitled to. He wants lower wages for workers and longer lunches for bosses, and he wants taxpayers to foot the bill. Now, the second revelation is that he's got big cuts in mind, but he won't tell Australians what they are until after the election. We know that from the Insider's interview. Now, his secret cuts and his warped priorities should send a shiver up the spine of every worker, of every student, every family, every pensioner.
Treasurer will pause. The member for Moreton is warned. The manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Point of order's relevance. You've previously ruled that even with questions that do invite a compare and contrast, that it can't be the entire answer. And I think the Treasurer spent about 15 or 20 seconds on the first part and presumably is going to spend the balance of the question speaking about the opposition. That cannot be directly relevant to the question, even with that invitation to compare and contrast based on your previous rulings.
Order. The Leader of the House on the point of order.
Mr Speaker, there is no standing order and no section of practice that refers to dividing a question into fractions and then applying a proportion of the 3 minutes to how much in each section. This question goes specifically to what approaches would leave people worse off. There is no way the Treasurer is being anything other than relevant to that question.
Yeah. Order. Order on the point. Order. The Minister for Education is warned. The manager on a further point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance, and the question does have to be directly relevant. And previous speakers, not just yourself, have ruled that in doing so, an invitation to compare and contrast is not free rein to spend the entire answer on the contrast. Now, that is the practice that has been adopted by previous speakers.
Order. 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 The Leader of the House. We'll do this orderly, and we'll do it respectfully. The Leader of the House.
The compare and contrast rule, which has often been referred to as previous speakers as it's there, is when there is not a specific alternative approach as part of the question, that there's still a right to be able to compare and contrast, but it's viewed as being very restricted in those circumstances.
You're both right. Which will make me unpopular with everyone. Under the standing orders, the Treasurer is being directly relevant, but you can't have a question simply asked about the opposition, so the manager is correct. To talk about the approaches, he's got to talk about what the government is doing as well. So I'm just going to make sure for the remainder of his answer, if he is doing approaches about what would leave Australians worse, he's got to explain that in the context of the government policy as well. Order. Order. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. That's why I began by saying under this government inflation's down, wages are up and unemployment is low. And that's been deliberate.
Order.
And there is an alternative over there, Mr Speaker. And those opposite think there's $315 billion in cuts right for the picking in the budget. And Australians should know that that $350 billion includes pension indexation, natural disaster funding, hospitals and bulk billing, housing, TAFE and support for veterans. Now, they are coming after all of that, Mr Speaker, but they'll tell you about it later. They won't come clean on costs or cuts, and that puts every Australian at risk. Now, Mr Speaker, another reason why this matters and the contrast is so important is he needs to find $600 billion for this nuclear insanity. He's got to find it somewhere, and last time he went after Medicare, Mr Speaker. So a stark choice at the election this year. A coalition of cuts and conflict and culture wars, making Australians worse off and taking the country backwards, or this Prime Minister and this Labor government getting inflation down, helping with the cost of living and building Australia's future.
I didn't want to interrupt during the Treasurer, but I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
During that answer, the member for Hume made an unparliamentary remark and he should withdraw.
Just get the member for Hume to quickly withdraw.
I withdraw.
I thank the member for Hume and we'll move to the next question. Yeah, the member for Robertson. Order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Premier Minns was open and honest with the people of New South Wales when he briefed and provided confidence to the public in declaring what date he'd been advised of the planned terrorist attack by this unknown organisation or people or individuals. The Prime Minister has been embarrassed because he wasn't advised by the police because they were worried about him leaking the information ahead of any action by the police. Mr Speaker,
members on my...
I'm asking my question.
Yep, members on my right.
I'm asking my question, Mr Speaker.
But reflecting directly on a member, as we discussed late yesterday in question time.
Not a reflection, Mr Speaker, it's a fact. Let the Prime Minister dispute it. Let the Prime Minister dispute it.
All right.
Let him dispute it. I'm stating a fact.
Just whilst we're dealing with this, resume your seat. The Leader of the House is risen on a point of order during a question, but it's an important point that I want to hear from.
Mr Speaker, that reflection that was contained within the question cannot under standing orders be part of the question. And either if the Leader of the Opposition insists on saying it, then the whole question should be ruled out of order, or he should simply frame the question without the part that's disorderly.
Yeah, on the point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on the point of order, if the Prime Minister claims to have been misrepresented, there are avenues for him at the end of question time to make that point. Now, the statement I've made is a statement of fact, Mr Speaker. It's a statement of fact that it's the reason the Prime Minister keeps digging. So look, I'm happy to...
Yeah, look, I think to get through this, just as we dealt with yesterday in the last part of question time, where the Leader of the Opposition took offence at the reflection that was directed towards him, to assist the House, to assist question time so we don't get bogged down, I'm just going to ask the Leader to rephrase that part of the question so that we can deal with this and he can have the right to ask his question.
Happy to assist, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Premier Minns was open and honest and transparent with the people of New South Wales when he declared that on the 20th of January he was advised by New South Wales Police about the planned terrorist attack. The Prime Minister has been asked on multiple occasions to be honest, open and straightforward with the Australian public as to why he wasn't notified. The Prime Minister has previously advised dates on which he's been notified of serious events by the Australian Federal Police. Why can't the Prime Minister just be honest with the Australian people?
Yeah. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There have been instances of people releasing or referencing classified material in the past, and indeed there was a rebuke by Senator James Paterson of the Leader of the Opposition for him referencing classified information in this parliament.
The question contained a range of issues about... No, the manager, just resume your seat. I'm not taking the point of order. Resume your seat. We're not having this. The Prime Minister was asked a question about former issues. It was a broad question. It wasn't about the one specific issue. Other material was in the question. There was a long preamble. I'm not taking points of order because you don't like the answer. Order. Members on my right, I don't need commentary. Questions within order. We dealt with the imputation. The Prime Minister is giving information to the House about the other issues that he was asked about in the question. It's different from the one that was specific about this issue. There was other issues and content in the question. He is being directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, to quote him, referred prior to the last election, when he was a Cabinet Minister, with access to information. He referred to both open source and other intelligence I see. He referred to that and he was rebuked by Senator Paterson as chair of the PJCIS. Also, that was in 2022, but it's not the first time, because in 2020, the Office of Home, to quote an article, the Office of Home Affairs Minister Peter Dutton was suspected of leaking information it was told was classified about the cost of medically evacuating refugees.
Order. Yep. We're 1 minute 30 in, so I'll hear from the manager.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order's relevance, and out of respect to you and your comments, I refrained from speaking earlier and listened further to the answer from the Prime Minister. There is absolutely no way that the Prime Minister's comments now can in any way be relevant to this question. We are asking questions that the Australian people want answers to, that Premier Minns has provided publicly, and the Prime Minister, if he doesn't want to answer, should sit down.
Well, the Prime Minister is being relevant because it was a broader question, but he's going to have to come back to the substance of the question he was asked about, and I'm going to draw him back to the question. Here's the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. There are two choices you can make here. One, is to prioritise getting to the bottom of what is happening here, supporting the police and intelligence agencies, or you can choose to play politics and play these games. And that is precisely what you are doing. No asking for a briefing of the security agencies. When I offer a briefing of the security agencies to others, no taking up of that, indeed an objection through a point of order to that as well. AFP, Operation Avalite, have successfully made one arrest. They have joint counter-terrorism teams operating. There have been 180 arrests in New South Wales. 12 people have been charged in Queensland, 13 in South Australia, and today 2 in Western Australia. That is the hard work that is being conducted by our police and security and intelligence services. The idea that that is not the priority and that that should be not my focus is, quite frankly, absurd. Absurd and irresponsible. And there are others on that side who know how irresponsible it is.
Concluded. Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief for families accessing early childhood education? Is there anything that could put this at risk and leave families worse off?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Robertson for their question. The member for Robertson understands, as do we on this side of the House, that when we talk about early childhood education and care, we're talking about an essential service, a service that families rely on to study, to work, to pay the household bills. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is undertaking reform of the sector based on 3 key pillars: affordable early learning, a strong early childhood education and care workforce, and a system that's accessible. Now, so far, our reforms have delivered real cost of living relief for Australian families. In fact, more than 1 million families have benefited from our cheaper childcare reforms, a commitment that we made before we came into government. A family earning $120,000 a year, accessing 30 hours of early learning a week, has saved around $2,768 since September 2023. But, Mr Speaker, we know that there is more to do. And today I introduce the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill. This bill will guarantee families at least 72 hours of subsidised early learning a fortnight. And for First Nations families, this increases to 100 hours of subsidised early learning a fortnight. Our guarantee replaces the Liberals' activity test, which locked out families and did nothing to increase workforce participation. Because, Mr Speaker, only an Albanese Labor government understands that quality early learning provides the opportunity to improve a child's lifelong trajectory.
Member for Moncrieff.
And we believe that there should be no barriers to opportunity. The 3-day guarantee will mean real cost of living relief for over 66,000 families, saving them an average of around $1,370 per year, and about half of those families earn less than $100,000. Lower income families get saved even more, an average of around $1,460 a year. It also means that over 100,000 families can get more subsidised hours of early childhood education and care if they want or need it. This bill will help parents get back into the workforce and give meaningful support to families struggling with the cost of living. But, Mr Speaker, I am asked about risks, and the risks are right there on the coalition benches. The Leader of the Opposition has confirmed he's going to make huge cuts.
but Australians won't know what those cuts are until after the election. We're taking action to deliver cost of living relief for families. The Leader of the Opposition wants to gift his business mates.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister be honest with the Australian people and advise why he didn't receive a briefing for at least 7 days after the New South Wales Premier had been advised of the alleged planned terrorist attack in New South Wales?
Call to the Prime Minister.
There are a range of assertions in that question that the Leader of the Opposition chooses to raise, because that's the point, just to play politics, not to try to find and hunt down the perpetrators, not to make sure that the perpetrators are held to account, not to find out who is behind the front people, not to discuss or get a briefing of intelligence. Well, I stand with the AFP and ASIO and the ASD and all those who are working so hard to hold these people to account and to ensure that those, either perpetrators themselves or behind anti-Semitic attacks, are held to account, arrested, charged and put in the clink. That is my priority. The opposition leader is showing what his priority is here today, and it is all wrong.
Call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to expand access to early education and care in the outer suburbs and regional Australia? What has been the response, and are there other approaches to spending taxpayers' money that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the cracking member for Corangamite, for her question. Mr Speaker, under the Liberals, the cost of childcare went through the roof. It skyrocketed by 49%.
Member for Moncrief.
And we said when we were elected, Mr Speaker, that we would cut the cost of childcare, and that's what we've done. We've cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. For the average family, they've saved more than $2,000 in the last 12 months. And this year we'll help more kids who are currently missing out, because this year we'll roll out a $1 billion fund to build more childcare centres where they're needed, in the suburbs, in the regions and in the bush. And that got the backing this week of the National Farmers Federation. They said yesterday, and I quote, "We implore the coalition to match Labor's $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build more than 160 new childcare centres." So the farmers get it, but the Nationals and the Liberals don't. They spent 2.5 years in this joint talking about childcare deserts. They spent a decade in government doing nothing about it, and now there's a $1 billion fund on the table, and they're turning their back on the bush again. Instead, they've come up with something else they want to spend the money on. Instead of building childcare centres in the bush, they want to fund long lunches for inner-city bosses. That's what they want to do. Forget kids in the childcare deserts. They want to fund long lunches and bosses' desserts. Not just that. As the Minister just mentioned, they're also opposed to the legislation that she introduced this morning that guarantees 3 days a week of early education to prepare Aussie children for school. Why? Well, the Shadow Minister, the Shadow Treasurer told us why. He said Australia can't afford that. But apparently Australia can afford at least $1.6 billion a year for every boss to go out to lunch. That's the choice. That's the choice. That's the choice. Escargot for CEOs or early education for our kids. Helping our kids get a great start in life, or helping bosses get a great starter at half price. And I think I know which one parents are going to pick. They're going to pick their kids. They're going to pick education, not this
cockamamie long lunch idea from a bunch of Scott Morrison leftovers. This doesn't belong in a budget, it belongs in the bin.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When was the Prime Minister first informed of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. As I said before, it sounds pretty similar to previous questions. As I've said, you can be for the Australian Federal Police, ASIO and our security intelligence agencies in keeping people safe, or you can be for playing politics.
Give the call to the order. Give the call. Has the Prime Minister concluded his order? Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? We'll take the Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
We are.
Order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition is on his feet. He's going to be heard in silence. He's entitled to raise a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this is the tightest of questions, and I seek your ruling as to whether or not the Prime Minister is relevant to the question asked.
The clock has indicated that the Prime Minister has been speaking for about 17 seconds. So I heard, because there was quite a lot of interjections, I heard the AFP, ASD, they were the only key takeaways I heard so far. So I would have to say he's being directly relevant, because I don't know if he's going to release the date that you wish to. So one point of order has been taken within 17 seconds of this question. So it'll be very hard for someone to get up and say, is the Prime Minister being relevant? Because we've executed that. So I'm just going to assist the House, ask the Prime Minister to be directly relevant for the remainder of his 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
I was asked a question about the police and agencies, and I was speaking about the police and agencies, because I'm for them, and we on this side are for them. Simple as that.
Order.
We have confidence in them to do their work, and we will back them in doing their job. That is what we will do. Continuing to engage, information that is made public, they make decisions about. For example, on the day of the Maroubra childcare incident, the AFP made it clear that it was their view that people were being paid to engage in some of this anti-Semitic actions. If people are being paid who are criminals, maybe it's a good idea to use intelligence to find out who's paying them. Maybe that's the priority, not this political game playing. But those opposite, on a day in which we've announced $1.7 billion of additional health funding, they of course can't ask any questions about health. They can't ask any questions about education or TAFE on a day in which the Parliament has passed free TAFE. They can't ask any questions about cost of living, even though they say that's the #1 priority, because the only policy they have is free lunches. Free lunches. So that's why they're reduced to criticising and undermining the work of our police and our security agencies.
The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Order. Order. The member for Casey and the Prime Minister will cease interjecting. Order. The member for Canning is warned. The member for Paterson has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to reduce the cost of training and ensure Australians can get the skills they want and need for the jobs they want and need? And are there any proposals for skills and training that would leave Australians worse off, Minister?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Patterson, who is not only a champion of regional New South Wales, she's a champion for free TAFE. Yeah. She celebrates the fact that free TAFE has delivered enrolments for nearly 600,000 Australians. She knows that we are removing financial barriers to TAFE as part of our action on cost of living, to get inflation down, wages up and to create new jobs. She knows that this is making a difference. And we've heard this through the free TAFE Senate inquiry, through dozens of submissions which have highlighted the positive impact of free TAFE. TAFE directors of Australia have shared the story of Bradley Edwards. Now, Bradley's a young father who studied for a Cert 3 in early childhood education and care at TAFE SA. Bradley says this: "Free TAFE has helped me by allowing me to study and pursue this career without the concern of whether or not I can even afford to study and change careers years after leaving high school." And we also know, and the member for Patterson knows this very well, that more than a third of all the enrolments in free TAFE have been in regional and rural areas. And that's why the Central Queensland University submission goes on to say, regional students face the extra costs of time, transport, distance, childcare, time away from work and other expenses. In such circumstances, education often becomes a discretionary expense. Free TAFE has helped to alleviate this burden, enabling students to pursue their studies without having to choose between education and financial stability. So let's look at how much students save. A student like Bradley studying a Cert 3 in ECEC in South Australia could save around $4,400. In the NT, a student doing a Cert 3 in community services, around $8,800. Real savings for people getting skills that they want in areas we need. But of course, Speaker, there is more to do to support Australians, and that's why we are making free TAFE permanent. But the Liberals continue to call it wasteful spending. The Leader of the Opposition says he's going to cut wasteful spending.
Order.
And last time they were in government, the Coalition left Australians with the second worst skills shortage in the OECD. They cut $3 billion from TAFE and training. They failed to land a national skills agreement with the states and territories in nearly a decade, and they haven't changed. Before they all voted against the bill today, the Deputy Opposition Leader said, "It's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it." And we know it's not just free TAFE they don't value, all public education, Medicare, the NDIS and public hospitals. But Australians value all of these, and they know they'll be worse off under the Liberal Party and a government led by this Leader of the Opposition.
Call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. A question to the Minister for Communications. Gambling reform is unfinished business in this parliament, and parents are angry that their kids are bombarded with gambling ads online and when they watch sports and other shows. After 3 years, your government has still refused to ban gambling ads, so will you at least accept the Greens' compromise offer to ban gambling ads online that target our kids and during sport when families are watching?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, which goes to a number of matters, including gambling advertising, including the issue of time, and as I see it, and as I've seen reported from her colleague Senator Hanson-Young, including questions around the interests of the community and the interests of members of parliament. I think it's important to firstly point out, considering it's so contemporaneous, Mr Speaker, that Senator Hanson-Young was out there today basically talking about, about prioritising, this is what she accuses, prioritising the interests of the community over the interests of the gambling lobby and those making money off this parasitic and dangerous industry. And I find it interesting that the honourable member, who's a member of the Greens political party from Queensland, should ask this, when the Queensland Greens have accepted over nearly $500,000 in donations from a high-rolling gambler, despite pushing for a ban on political donations from the gambling industry. What's even more interesting about this, Mr Speaker, is You know, she's the honourable member's one of 3 members from Queensland who has benefited from this. And we have the spokesperson for the Greens saying our campaigns are entirely funded by people who believe in our vision and platform, So, of course, in the seats of Brisbane, Griffith and Ryan, constituents in those electorates should be well aware of where that money is coming from to fund the honourable member's campaign. It gets better, Mr Speaker, because as was only reported in the last few days, the Greens' largest individual donor, this is as recent as a couple of days, was Gold Coast gambler and mathematician Duncan Turpie, who donated around $275,000. In early 2024, the Brisbane Times reported that Turpie had donated $472,088 to the party since a beneficiary.
Order. No, it's far too much noise. The minister, members on my right will cease interjecting. The members on my left will cease interjecting. No, the member for Griffith, like any other member, is entitled to raise a point of order. Everyone gets to be heard in silence while they raise, including the member for Griffith. He has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. On relevance, this is a serious question which went to gambling reform and actions on reform and cracking down on gambling advertising. The minister is making light of a serious issue that impacts people's lives, and I think the people of Australia should expect a reasonable answer.
Order. No, everyone can just take the temperature down. Member for Griffith is entitled to raise his point of order. The minister needs to make sure her answer is being directly relevant. She just can't talk about alternative policies, so I'm just going to ask her for the remaining 40 seconds to make sure if she's got further information to the House, or I don't know if she's got further quotes to read, but she's entitled to do that just as long as it's relevant to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Greens political party has had so many positions on this issue now, probably 3 positions in as many days. It's a party that has been vehemently opposed to the consultation process that this government has been doing. And I acknowledge, Mr Speaker, this is taking longer than we would have liked to have get done. And the reason for that is the complexity. Whereas under the Leader of the Opposition, when he was a member of a cabinet for 9 years, initiated changes that resulted in a 50% increase in gambling advertising and an even bigger increase in regional areas. We will get this right because we know how important it is.
The call to the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government working to make families better off, including with the energy bills? What energy policies would leave Australians worse off?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The member for New England is warned. He will not interject during this answer, or he will leave the chamber. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The member for Pearce is a great member of a strong Western Australian Labor delegation, and I thank her for the question and her strong leadership in Western Australia. Now, Mr Speaker, of course, the Albanese government's delivering $300 in bill relief to every single Australian household, and by their reaction, the opposition shows what they think about that support for Australian households. They've shown that they've got, to be fair, different priorities, which I'll get to momentarily, Mr Speaker, but we believe direct support for Australian households is an appropriate priority for the Government of Australia. And of course we know that also there's a lot more to do. And that's why we know we need more electricity generation. And as I said to the House yesterday, it's a good thing that while in the decade of coalition government 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy left our grid, in the 3 years of the Albanese government, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy has entered the grid. That's the contrast of approach. And of course, in addition to that, we've added 15 gigawatts of renewables. That's in addition to the 4 gigawatts. Now, the interesting thing about the 15 gigawatts, Mr Speaker, of new renewable energy that's been added in the last 3 years, that's more than the opposition would add in nuclear power by 2050. So we've added more in 3 years than they would need the next 25 to deliver. And the other thing about those gigawatts that we've added, Mr Speaker, over the last few years is the vast bulk of that investment has come from the private sector. The vast bulk has come from private companies, facilitated by government policy but funded by the private sector. Because on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, we have the view, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and I, that if the private sector can do something, they should do it, not the taxpayer. That's what we think on this side of the House. On the other side of the House, they have a different view, because the opposition's own policy, and the member asked me what would make Australians worse off. Well, what would make Australians worse off is unnecessary taxpayer expenditure. And under the opposition's own policy, they would spend every dollar of their nuclear policy from the taxpayer. Now, when the taxpayer pays for something the private sector could pay for, that means the taxpayer is worse off, and it's got to be paid for by cuts to government expenditure. So we know they have $350 billion of cuts, and then they've got to pay for their nuclear policy, and then they've got to pay for the lunch policy, because we also believe that the private sector should pay for bosses' lunches. They're against support for households, but they're for taxpayer-funded barramundi for bosses, Mr Speaker. That's the priority made, the decisions made by the Leader of the Opposition. That's why he is such a risk to the taxpayer. That's why he's such a risk to Australia, because he doesn't think through his policies. He's always happy to throw taxpayer money at his mates. He's happy to throw taxpayer money at nuclear energy, taxpayer money at lunch for bosses, when we believe in the private sector. That's why the opposition is so risky for Australia.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Have a word to Michael. Have a word. Have a word.
Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and I look forward to the major press conference I'm about to have with probably future budding journalists with Behind the News, and I invite Dennis and the team up there to come and see some young future journos in the courtyard. It'll be commencing soon. Hopefully it'll be broadcast live. It could be one of the best cracking ones I've ever done.
The call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely, regional Australia has given up on the government because this government has given up on regional Australia. Before I call the member for Page, if members can leave their chamber as quickly and quietly as possible, that was my oversight. The member for Longman had indicated on indulgence he was seeking the call, and we will return to the MPI after the member for Longman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last evening, it was with deep sadness that I attended the vigil, along with 2,000 to 3,000 others, for Charlize Zamunda on her beloved Warren Beach on Bribie Island's Surfside. Charlize was a teenager who tragically lost her life from a shark attack on Monday. Bribie is renowned as a tight-knit community, and the vigil last night was no greater example of this island's community's care for one another. The lives of Charlize's parents, Steve and Renee, and her sister, Stephanie, will never be the same again. But I'm convinced the outpouring of shared grief and love from the Bribie Island community, her St Columban School and Bribie Surf Lifesaving Club families has eased the unimaginable pain they would be enduring right now, just that little bit, by the love expressed on that beach last night, which was truly tangible. And I thank everyone who came to remember, grieve with and support this beautiful family. The entire Zamunda family are part of the fabric of the Bribie Island Surf Lifesaving Club. From nippers to serving on the board, patrolling or representing the club at carnivals and competitions, this family has for years selflessly given so much to the club, protecting the lives of those who visit this piece of paradise in Queensland. Yesterday, just one day after the tragic loss of his daughter, Charlize's father, Steve, was insisting that we all encourage people that they continue to come to Bribie, that it is a place that the Zamunda family have and always will love, despite the loss of their beautiful daughter. What remarkable strength. It is in these times we rightly try and make sense of why a life such as Charlie's from such a fine family could be taken. And sadly, this is a question we can never answer. But to Steve, Renee, Stephanie and the two grandmothers I met last night and all the other family members and friends, in the future there will be many milestones that will be missed in Stephanie's life. But I encourage you all at these times to focus on all the milestones you did celebrate. Milestones like birthdays, that first step, first word, first tooth, first day of school, the first Nippers Carnival, the lead role in last year's performance of High School Musical, and her high school formal, which was just last Friday night. My thoughts and prayers are with the entire family and community as they grieve and endure this most difficult of times. May you rest in peace, Charlize.
I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion. Namely, Regional Australia has given up on the government because this government has given up on Regional Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. I give the call to the Honourable Member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. And before I start, I note the very heartfelt words from the member for Longman on that very sad event. Deputy Speaker, I do really unfortunately sort of want to, I've said this before in this Parliament, but I want to reiterate it, and it's a very sad statement really, but a very real reality for people living in regional Australia, Speaker, and that is this government has given up and does not show any concern about regional Australia. And I can tell you from my patch and a lot of my colleagues over here on this side and this side of the Parliament, with national seats and with regional Liberal seats, dominate representing regional Australia. And there's a reason for that, because the regional Australia's given up on the Labor Party and the Green and Tills independents as well, Speaker. And why do I say that? I say that for basically two major reasons. One is they demonise us. That side, inner city elite MPs, demonise regional Australia. I'll give a whole lot of examples of that later, Deputy Speaker. And they then, of course, go over the top of that and they ignore us and they neglect us, and then in some cases even take advantage of regional Australia when it suits them. So you would think, well, why would you demonise regional Australia? And I remind this chamber, and I do it nearly every time I stand up in this place when I can, Deputy Speaker, and I want to remind the chamber again that regional Australia is responsible for over $400 billion of exports of goods and services from this country. Now, as a country, we exported last year about $60 billion worth of stuff. Now, over two-thirds of that come from, guess where? Regional Australia. For the regional Australia is the economic backbone of this country. Now, you might think, they might say thanks. You might think the inner-city elite MPs over there and the inner-city elite MPs on the crossbenches being the Teals and the Greens, member for Mayo, I'll excuse from that, but the Greens and the Teals, you might think that they might say thank you, but no, all they do is demonise it. Because a lot of those, one of those exports, and I'll go through a couple in a minute, but we obviously generate all the food, the farming, the agricultural sector is all in regional Australia, the mining, the coal, the iron ore, the gas, all those major exports. None of those are in the cities. None of those are coming out of inner-city Melbourne or Sydney, where a lot of city elite MPs on the other side and on the crossbenches live, Deputy Speaker. So that's the unfortunate reality. And let's go through a couple of examples. One thing we've seen, again, inner-city elite MPs, the Greens, the Teals, and in the Labor Party, one of the things I've done in this last Parliament, which has devastated part of regional Australia, Deputy Speaker, is they have said, because of where they sit, in their apartment blocks, in their inner-city leafy streets, these MPs have said, we're going to ban live sheep exports from this country. Well, that was a shameful decision, Deputy Speaker. It's shameful. It's devastated a lot of communities, especially in Western Australia. But they know best. They watch the ABC, they read the Guardian newspapers, and they know what should happen or shouldn't happen with live exports in this country. They ignore the fact that we have the best animal welfare standards in that industry. They ignore the facts that those communities have done a great job at improving that export industry because they know best, because of their lefty media and their inner city elite opinions they're going to ban that industry. Well, I can say, I've said it before, but I can say that under a Dutton, Little Proud government, Deputy Speaker, that decision will be reversed. And that industry can breathe deeply and know that they're generating wealth for this country and jobs for this country. It's also actually an insult, Deputy Speaker. It's an insult from them that they are saying, because what they're also saying to the importers of live exports, what they're saying to our trading partners is that product that you want to export isn't okay. That's what they're saying. So any country that imports live sheep, Leader of the Greens is saying they shouldn't demand that. They shouldn't have that. So it's an insult to a lot of countries in the Middle East, insult to our partners in Indonesia, and an insult because these people do this for a lot of different reasons that we shouldn't have judgment on, and we do it in a very humane way with some of the best standards that we could have. The other thing that they've done, again, member for Sydney, another inner city elite MP, what has she done in this parliament? She has taken water from our farmers. She has taken water from our farmers. So she said, you're greedy, you shouldn't get as much water as you do. This water's growing our fibre, this water's growing our food, really important to a lot of our communities in the Murray-Darling Basin. But they've said, no, you shouldn't have it. You know what should happen to that water, Deputy Speaker? You know what they want to happen to that water? They want it to roll out to sea. They want to roll out to sea because they have this ideological obsession because, again, Guardian newspapers on board, ABC's on board, River Murray mouth should never be closed. OK, why should it never be closed? Oh, it's better environmentally. Before we put in a weir and lock system, before you could hold water back, that mouth used to close all the time because water used to roll out quicker. But no, inner city elite MP, Tanya Plibersek, the member for Sydney, knows better than country people, knows better than regional people, and again has demonised what we do. And this is going to kill towns and communities in that basin plan, which they don't care about. Just want to touch on two other issues, which are more state jurisdictions, but we obviously have input to it, especially fishing. But, Deputy Speaker, I don't know if you realise this, but we import, of the fish that we eat in this country, we import over 70% of it. Now, why? Why do we do that? Because fishing's bad as well. Fishing, we overfish, we do terrible things. So guess what we do? We import fish. We actually have really sustainable practice. Our fishermen know how to do this. They know the areas you don't fish when it's breeding season, or they know the parts you don't go to because they want to be able to fish every year. And in fact, back in the 70s, the fishermen were telling the department the type of areas they shouldn't go to and when they shouldn't go to it. They were educating them about what to do. But now, no, the bureaucrats in the Fisheries Department, the inner city, that's terrible. Again, the ABC have told them that. Guardian tell them that. We overfish. So we get our fish now from countries that do sometimes exploit their regions because we aren't fishing places in Australia that we should. It's surrounded by water and we can't get enough fish to feed ourselves. The other one, I know the member for Gippsland, this has been very important to him and other members on this side, is hardwood timber. Again, guess what? ABC doesn't like this, Guardian don't like this, inner city elite MPs don't like this. We have a great, sustainable hardwood timber industry. And there's nothing better renewable than when you have trees grow up. Even better, if they listen to the forestry industry, even better for carbon sequestration for a new tree to grow where an old tree was because it absorbs more carbon. But again, inner city elite people know better. They know better. You know better when you're sitting in Melbourne, inner city Melbourne, what they should be doing with hardwood and where they should be doing that in country and regional areas. And the whole national park story, Deputy Speaker, I've seen farmland in my region turned into national park. You know what happens, Deputy Speaker, when you turn that into a national park? It becomes a weed-infested debacle and a fire tinderbox filled with weeds and feral animals. And we saw in the bushfires that, Deputy Speaker, we saw that in the bushfires, and we've seen that with bushfires and also koalas. But why don't you want to a koala park? You know what the first thing koalas do when they turn something into a national park? Leave it. Because they can't crawl around the ground, there's too many weeds there, and they come onto farmlands. There's also a lot of sanctimony and hypocrisy on this side, on that side over there, Deputy Speaker, and the crossbenchers when I say they take advantage of regional areas, and it's especially prevalent right now with the reckless renewable policy of those opposite, because of course I told a story once before in this chamber. The member for Warringah has said that six wind turbines and a hectare of solar panels wouldn't be okay in North Head, right? Wouldn't be okay in North Head because of the cultural and the historical and the significance on the environment in that region. So North Head can't take 6 wind turbines, can't take a hectare of solar panels, but you know what? They're okay. All those in the city elite MPs are okay that in regional Australia, guess what? We're going to get 60 million of them. 60 million solar panels, and that's okay. No cultural, no environmental significance of that, and about 20,000 wind turbines. And that's all fine. Apparently, that's all fine for regional Australia to do that. Again, not only sanctimony and hypocrisy from them on that, Deputy Speaker. And I can say quite legitimately, they talk about the environmental damage being done with the new transmission system that is needed for their reckless renewable policy is not okay. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to run out of time, but I'm going to quickly mention some other things now about the neglect of regional areas. One of the first things this government did, health, they get up and talk about Medicare. You can't even get doctors in a lot of regional and country towns, Deputy Speaker. And one of the reasons is they changed the definition of a distribution priority area that took our doctors from regional Australia to the suburbs. That side is a disgrace to regional Australia, and so are the Teals and the Greens. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And well, that was just a load of outrage and carry-on and misplaced anger.
Hear, hear.
I mean, I've heard a whole bunch of just bumps, okay? Bumps. Because the previous National and Liberal state government are the ones who added additional national parks in New South Wales. It was the previous coalition state government that added additional parks in New South Wales. Go and check the record. The member for Page has clearly been taking some random instructions about go out and be outraged, we need a grab. But what he's failed to understand is there's actually been more investment in regional Australia over the last 2.5 years than there has been in the previous 10. We've been delivering with integrity and transparency, and it'll take me a lot longer than 10 minutes to go through it, but I'm going to give it a crack because I think the member for Page needs to understand that regional Australia is a bit more than a grant program and a bit more than outrage and carry on. We've put regional Australia at the centre of our government's plan for a prosperous and resilient future, which is made in Australia. Because a future made in Australia is a future made in regional Australia, and we get it, which is why we're investing $22.7 billion over 10 years to attract investment into Australia, to make us a leader in renewable energy, adding value to our natural resources and strengthening our economic security. And as we speak, funding is rolling out for priority community projects under our $600 million Growing Regions program. We're delivering almost $100 million in funding under our Regional Precincts and Partnerships program. Round 2 of Growing Regions is just come out, and I note in the member for Page's electorate, Clarence Valley Council has just got $1.6 million for the Grafton Regional Aquatic Centre waterslide project, because at the heart of every regional community is a high-quality swimming pool. And while we're at it, let's talk about how we've engaged with regional communities through local councils. We are progressively doubling roads to recovery funding to $1 billion each and every year. And those of us who drive on regional roads are well aware that they are in desperate need of funding. Each and every council in this country is now delivering more local priority projects, thanks to the Albanese government. Councils in the electorate of Page, for example, will receive $66.6 million in roads to recovery funding, which is an increase of $27.7 million, a figure that the member who spoke never achieved even in his 9 years of government. Whilst I'm at it, those opposite actually froze indexation on financial assistance grants, ripping nearly $1 billion out of local communities. And this has had a dire impact in our communities, which is why the the sector has welcomed our record funding increases. The Mayor of Temora Shire Council and the member for Riverina's electorate, Mayor Furman, said this funding is a significant contribution to the enhancement and maintenance of our roads and will have a positive impact in our community. The commitment of your ministry to improving our road network is greatly appreciated. And we are helping more Australians get into home ownership with our regional first home buyers guaranteed. 18,000 regional Aussies have benefited so far because we expanded the eligibility criteria to help more people in our regions. We have delivered tax cuts for all and created 1 million jobs so far. We introduced the same job, same pay laws, which the Leader of the Opposition said would close down Australia and take us back to the dark ages. But in reality, these laws are delivering Australians the pay rises they need and deserve. Regional Aussies are earning more and keeping more of what they earn because of our government. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, here are a couple of examples of how same job, same pay works. Workers at a meat processing facility in regional Queensland have had wage increases of up to 42%. 90 workers in a New South Wales coal mine operated by Boggabri Coal have had pay increases of between $15,600 and $35,000. We've also increased wages for aged care workers and early childhood educators. We've expanded paid parental leave to 26 weeks and we're adding super on top of it. But all this is at risk because the Leader of the Opposition wants to wind back these laws in favour of his big business mates and their long lunches. And while we're at it, we'll talk about regional healthcare because I know that that was a focus for the member for Page. We're actually focusing on delivering good quality healthcare across the country. In fact, just before question time, the Prime Minister and the Health Minister announced an increase of $1.7 billion for our hospitals around the country. And I noticed that those opposite, who are great defenders of regional Australia, just had a whinge about regional healthcare but didn't say, well done on delivering more money for hospitals across our regions. I'm glad I've got your attention now, because it is incredibly important to deliver not only good quality healthcare but cheaper medicines for our communities. In my electorate alone, in Eden Monaro, residents have saved $7.6 million because of the Albanese government's cheaper medicines policy, a policy that these people voted against. We have tripled the bulk billing incentive and, thanks to our landmark investments, have added an additional 2.2 million bulk billed visits in regional and rural Australia. We've also opened 61 free walk-in free Medicare mental health centres across Australia, 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain specialist clinics in every state and territory, and 87 Medicare urgent care clinics from Queanbeyan to Broome to Mount Gambier to free up our emergency rooms and get people seen sooner. And we heard the calls from nursing, from teaching and social work students who needed help with cost of living, so we said we'll provide you with mandatory prac payments, which are available from July this year. And we understand that regional development isn't just investing in roads and infrastructure, it's about investing in people and their skills and training. Regional apprentices will benefit from $10,000 in incentive payments from 1 July this year to top up their wages during the life of their apprenticeship if you're working in the housing construction sector. And we're raising the allowance paid to apprentices living away from home, the first time the payment has increased since 2003. We've opened more regional uni study hubs because you shouldn't have to pack your bags to build your future. From Tumut in my electorate to Claremont, Hughenden and Maramba in Queensland, west to Northam and Kununurra in WA and south to Kangaroo Island, we are investing in young Australians to be able to study closer to home. And we're making TAFE free permanently because it is a big success. We want to make sure that we provide fairer school funding for every student in every public school across the country, and we are delivering cheaper and universal access to childcare with more than $1 billion invested to not just improve affordability but accessibility for regional kids. Those opposite talk a big game and they talk about childcare deserts but did nothing about it in their 9 years in government and are voting against it, saying it's a bad policy. Go back to your regional communities and tell them you don't want more childcare places in your communities then. But I'll go on because the facts speak for themselves. We are delivering an additional $3 billion to complete the NBN because we take connectivity seriously. We need it to run our small businesses, access education services and work from home. Our record investment, which is cleaning up the mess that those opposite left us, is connecting more than 2.1 million premises across the nation, many in our regions. And we want the NBN to stay in public ownership because privatisation means worse service, and we've seen that time and time again under those opposite. I am nearly out of time, but I need to tell you this. On this side of the House, we invest in making sure our communities are more prepared and more resilient for disasters. $750 million already out the door in disaster-ready funding and $519.1 million in future drought fund programs to help Aussie farmers and regional communities be more resilient. I'll finish this by saying, on this side of the House, we actually believe in investing not only in roads and in infrastructure, but in service delivery because regional communities deserve that. And as an inner-city elite who apparently lives in a smaller town than most of you over there, I will say, I will say that on this side of the House we believe in governing for all Australians, not using a colour-coded spreadsheet, because on this side of the House our regional members didn't get anything for regional communities when you were in government last. Regional communities and every Australian deserve better infrastructure, better services, and that's exactly what the Albanese government is delivering for them.
Yeah.
And I give the call to member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, I'd like to first of all reach out and dedicate this speech to Brian Smith. Brian Smith, who is in the hardwood industry, and he was speaking to me on the weekend about how his life and the lives of the timber workers have been decimated by the excessive green form of belligerence that has been seen by the Labor Party and their cohort. That has been just one example of what they've done. I'd also like to dedicate this to Alexander Meggett, who came to the building yesterday after walking hundreds of kilometres with her dog Cleffy because of the blight which intermittent power is on regional Australia. Decimating people's rights, tearing communities apart, putting one person against the other, subsidising multi-billionaires and overseas companies with capacity investment schemes which are so secret. They talk about how, money's wasted here, money's wasted there, yet they funnel money to China, to Singapore, to Europe, to underwrite these intermittent power swindle factories so that they can come out to regional areas, and the fruits of their labour is power that poor people in regional areas cannot afford. In our area alone, I remember talking to one person, a lady, nothing wrong with her, had no problems with drugs, no afflictions, who was about to start living in her car because she could not put up with the cost of living. She had no money. And the source of that, well, the number one issue, power prices. And yet what we do to assuage the God, to assuage the cult, they go forward and continue their relentless push to push the price of power so more people go into poverty in regional areas. As soon as they came to power, the Labor Party, we had, well, I'll give you just one program. It was a program for roads and neglect. In areas where people haven't seen, in remote areas where we get a road that has never been dealt with and we put some money there, maybe some gravel to stop it, a bit of bitumen, fix up a road. But the first thing the Labor Party does, they get rid of it. We had dams. We had Hell's Gate. We had Urana Dam. We had Bowen Pipeline. We had Emu Swamp, Wyangla, Dungowan. What do? First thing they do, they got rid of it. We had the Inland Rail, the corridor of commerce that was going to build the inland of Australia and help your carbon emission reduction scheme to basically make this nation stronger. And the first thing they did when they got there, they got rid of it. And this is and health. They talk about health. We have hospitals where if the nurse falls over, they've got to be taken to another hospital because there's no doctor in the hospital. We have in Muswellbrook a Labor Party seat. They have no obstetrics. If you go to have a baby in Muswellbrook, you have to go to Newcastle because you cannot have a baby in Muswellbrook. And this is what is happening under the Labor Party, the parent party for all. Well, what an absolute joke that is. We've seen water buybacks. They've come into regional areas. Oh, yes, I'll be quite frank. If you buy the water off a farmer, not a problem. Go buy a house and buy myself a flat in the Gold Coast. I don't know. Get out of the joint. But what about the hairdresser? What about the tyre business? What about the people who are left behind? What are you going to do for them? They just get left in a new form of economic destitution. Look at what you have done to regional towns. You have been blind. And in regional areas are the poorest people in Australia because they don't have the services. The member for Monero said, I've lived in a town smaller than yours. Well, I don't think you've lived in a town smaller than Danglemark because I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible. What I can tell you is my neighbour's not on the grid. It's not on the grid, no power. I can tell you that my neighbours are part Aboriginal. Actually, that's where I live. I actually live in these areas. And you have managed with policy, the policies that you support are pushing these people further and further into poverty. Yet you sit there with this sort of swarmy thing. No better example than by the member of McMahon. And every time they see that, every time the member of McMahon gets to that dispatch box, guess what happens for us? Our vote goes up. Our vote goes up. So I'll tell you what, if you truly want to understand regional Australia, how about you actually get one of your your cabinet meetings and actually come out to regional Australia? Bring that fellow with you. We want to meet him out there.
Well said.
I would appreciate a little less interjections across the chamber so that I can hear the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Most of you know of my son Charlie. I like to share his little anecdotes. And when a photo of Parliament House comes up on the TV or he sees it in a book, Charlie often refers to it as Canberra Kinder. Hey, mummy, that's Canberra Kinder. And for Charlie, that was true. He did go to the childcare centre here for many years. So for him, he has this connection to this building. It was his Canberra Kinder. But at some points, I have moments in this chamber where I feel like it's more than just the childcare centre, that the behaviour that we have, particularly, unfortunately, by some of the National Party representatives, that it does feel like we're in a kinder. The babble from the Nationals in this debate has hit a new level of silliness when this is a really important issue. How do we support and invest and help our regional communities expand and grow? And if I can use this area of easy as a moment to segue. When we came into government, the deserts of accessing early childhood education in the regions were profound. You had people who couldn't move to regional communities to be the nurse, to be the teachers, to work in mining, to establish their lives in a regional centre because they had no access to early childhood education. It didn't exist. You had farming communities and farming families frustrated that they had no access to early childhood education. And it's taken the election of a Labor government and the record investment that we have had into early childhood education to turn this around. We haven't just invested in building more childcare centres and the new announcements there about more bricks and mortar. We've been making childcare cheaper by reforming how the subsidy works, investing in the workforce, which is critical to getting people to stay and move to the regions because they can earn a decent income, something that the other side don't want to talk about. And then our more recent reforms that we announced today, which is scrapping the activity test. In regional communities, you have a less rigid work structure. So the activities test was knocking people out of accessing quality care. People on my side have talked about the NBN. The NBN didn't get completed by those opposite in the regions. It took our government to invest in rolling out the fibre to the curb everywhere and finishing the job. NBN is critical to ending the digital divide between the regions and the city. In my electorate alone, it will improve the lives. We are getting the access and the speeds that we need for businesses from homes, from families, from schools. I rarely get a complaint now from a family that can't all connect at once to do their assignments, to do the books for the business and to get things done. And that's because they're getting the speeds that they need. Tax cuts for every worker. Every single worker, not just those on the top incomes working in the city, but every worker under our government will get a tax cut. The retail workers, the aged care workers, the health workers, lots of workers, people living in regional Australia. Fairer funding agreements for all our schools. And I really want to emphasise this. It was the previous government that changed the funding arrangement that saw our public schools get less, that disproportionately impacted regional communities, smaller schools, less students, less funding. That was under their watch. And we have changed that with new funding agreements with all states now but New South Wales and Queensland. And as a Victorian, I welcome this. I have so many small schools in my electorate, public schools, delivering good quality education, but falling behind because they simply don't get the same money. This will change lives and give every student, regardless of their postcode, a decent education. Yet rather than joining us and becoming a unity ticket around school funding, we get the babble from those opposite. I could talk about healthcare and bulk billing rates, how we've had an increase in bulk billing rates. The two top electorates, Mayo, regional South Australia, Bendigo, regional Victoria. The grant system where we've restored confidence and turned it around. The changes on water, and I wish we could have an MPI on water so I could talk about the inefficiencies in our water system, including in my electorate. We are a government that cares about the regions. We're a government delivering for the regions.
Yeah. Member for Riverina.
I furiously agree with the member for Bendigo. We do need more help, more support and more investment in regional Australia. And in Bendigo, Andrew Lethlean will certainly provide that, the Nationals candidate there, who just the other day had his launch. 300 people. There's a movement there because they want a member who's going to invest, support and help Bendigo and the wider region. And I was fascinated to hear the Minister for Regional Development, the member for Eden-Monaro, no less, mention Councillor Rick Furman, the erstwhile Mayor of Temora, and his praise for roads funding. And yes, he does want more roads funding. Which local government area wouldn't? But, you know, just last Friday, whilst he was driving to a Mayor's Forum, the previously mentioned Councillor Furman phoned me. And he was in fact disappointed, would you believe, at the fact that the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program had Temora Shire had missed out on round one funding. But that's not the rub. That's not the rub. They received the email at 4:29 p.m. the previous day and were told in the same email that whilst they'd missed out on tranche one funding, round two closed. And when do you think round two closed? 1 minute to midnight that day. 1 minute to midnight. So they had virtually a day and a bit to get in their support, to get in their applications, their submission for round two. Now, no local council, no country council has got people who can just be pulled out of doing what else they're doing to provide that detail, that information. And local councils around Australia have been left disappointed, left wanting from this Labor government. And the member for Eden-Monaro talked about health. And yes, we respect the fact that Labor has made a health announcement today. But, you know, the very first thing that they did when they got into government was change the distribution priority area arrangements with country areas. So general practitioners in country areas took down their shingle and moved to the suburbs. They left those regional and remote areas that were so desperate, so crying out for doctors, and that is what they did. And certainly, thankfully, we put in place the Rural Medical School Network through the Murray-Darling Basin that will provide doctors in the long term. But in the short term, we've lost, because of those changes to the DPA arrangements, we have lost doctors. And don't just take my word for it, listen to the Rural Doctors Association. They were absolutely castigated, the Labor government, for that measure. And when we talk about bulk billing, they go and praise Medicare, but bulk billing rates have dropped 11%. 11%, and they have dropped even more in regional areas. And what did the Health Minister say when he was questioned about, oh, well, if you can't get a bulk billing doctor, he just said, oh, well, ring up another one. If you can't find a bulk billing doctor, then go and ring the next doctor and make an appointment with him or her. Well, that might all be good in the leafy suburbs of Adelaide, but it doesn't cut through in regional Australia, because you can't find, often when you're in pain, when you're ill, when you're sick, when you need to see a doctor, you can't find a doctor who bulk bills, who doesn't bulk bills. You can't find one at all, and you have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks, and you shouldn't have to catch a plane when you're in pain. And that's what, unfortunately, regional people are facing, thanks to this Labor government. Thanks to this Labor government. And there's a long list of failures by this Labor government, this lack of respect for regional Australians. Regional Australia, which led this country through COVID, who continued to grow the food, the fibre, provide the exports for our resources, for our balance of payments. And what did the city types of those opposite do? They hid under their bed sheets and they pulled the doona up over and they pretended that nothing was happening. Well, it happened because regional Australia led this nation, and regional Australia will continue to lead this nation with or without the respectful funding from those opposite. But I tell you what, when we get back into government, we will provide that respect. We will provide that funding. We will provide that support, that help, that investment that regional Australia so desperately craves. And you look at just the lack of respect with the live sheep exports. And when the member for Page was on his feet, the Attorney-General turned and said, what's he even talking about? Well, it's live sheep exports. It's that valuable industry which has been going on for decades out of Western Australia, and you blokes just chopped it. How disgraceful.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government is backing in rapidly growing regions like mine because Labor understands the importance of the regions and how much we need to support them. We're delivering critical investment to build a better future for locals across my electorate of Corangamite, from major road improvements to rail upgrades, from new facilities for footy and netball clubs to new learning centres for schools, supports for men's sheds, community houses, surf lifesaving clubs, food relief services, farmers and primary producers. And that's not all, Deputy Speaker. We're upgrading Bowen Heads Road in the fast-growing suburb of Armstrong Creek, upgrading dangerous intersections like Grub Road in Ocean Grove, Reserve Road in Grovedale and Murdoch Road in St Leonards. Then there's the South Geelong to Warn Ponds rail line that includes $784 million of federal government investment, the Midlands Highway in Bannockburn. Then there's road upgrades across the Surf Coast, Otways and across regional Victoria. We've upgraded school technology in schools like Surf Coast Secondary and Drysdale Primary School. And we're strengthening Medicare for regional Australians. Deputy Speaker, rolling out Medicare urgent care clinics across our country, including one right in the heart of my region. And of course, bulk billing rates are on the up, enabling more people to see a GP without it impacting their bank balance. Medicare billing data shows the Albanese government's working to strengthen Medicare, and we've revived bulk billing, with Australians in regional Australia having an additional 586,000 free visits to a GP in the past year. That's a fact. No matter how those opposite try to spin it, the data speaks for itself. We also know that free TAFE is changing the lives of so many people across my region and Australia. Australians across the nation are embracing this opportunity and embarking on a new journey as builders and electricians and support workers in the aged care sector and the care sector. More than 500,000 Australians have jumped at this opportunity to get the skills they want to fill the jobs our nation needs. But of course, Deputy Speaker, we know all of this is at risk under the Coalition. I can't imagine how devastated my communities will feel to have free TAFE scrapped, to have their Medicare urgent care clinic closed. It would be heartbreaking. The Coalition need to make clear what their plans are for these crucial services. Services and opportunities that improve the lives of regional Australians. Deputy Speaker, for women and families, we also know paid parental leave is at risk. Our government is expanding the program to 26 weeks for new parents with super payments included. It's a policy that is truly life-changing, and it's a clear example of how our Labor government is prepared to support families. We understand that family is the foundation of a prosperous and optimistic nation, and the most critical time for a family when a child is born. And we're also about to have groundbreaking new educational agreements to properly fund public schools. This matters in the regions. Under the Coalition, this is all at risk. Deputy Speaker, this is an opposition that favours long lunches over support for families. And Deputy Speaker, they want to slash workers' wages and rip apart this public service. A public service that is reducing wait times for so many of the supports Australians rely on. These services matter to people, Deputy Speaker. They improve lives. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is committed to building on our work and empowering regional Australia. We're committed to forging a future that opens the door of opportunities for families across the Bellarine, Surf Coast, wider Geelong and across the region of the nation. A future where workers are supported, infrastructure is actually delivered and our manufacturing industries are revitalised. Thank you.
Member for Capricornium.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Capricornians are doing it tough. 3 years ago, the Prime Minister promised Australians they would be better off under his leadership, but that could not be further from the truth. Under Labor's economic mismanagement, regional Australia has been plundered to keep this government afloat. Nowhere is this more evident than in my electorate of Capricornia. Not since the 1980s have Australians endured this length of sustained inflation, or due to Labor's reckless handling of the economy. Families are struggling just to put food on the table, keep up with mortgage repayments and even make the impossible choice of whether to turn on the air conditioning this summer as power prices soar. Small businesses are barely staying afloat. It is a fact, under a Labor government, doing business in Australia is harder. Capricornia's manufacturers are being strangled by legislation. One such business, SMW, has told me firsthand how Labor policies are drowning them in red tape, making it nearly impossible to stay viable. Rising electricity costs, skyrocketing fuel prices and excessive regulation are forcing hard-working Australian businesses to the brink. Labor is robbing Peter to pay Paul and slashing critical regional infrastructure funding that has delivered enormous economic benefits. Programs like the Building Better Regions Fund created jobs, built much-needed infrastructure and supported local communities, but this government sees no value in regional Australia. Instead, Labor is stripping the regions of investment to bankroll pet projects in the capital cities. This is despite the fact that it is the people in the regions, the farmers, the miners, the manufacturers and small business owners who generate the wealth that our nation relies on. Since day one, I have fought to protect my constituents from a Labor government that sees the regions as little more than a cash cow for its wasteful spending. Take the Bruce Highway, a lifeline for our communities. In Labor's first year in government, funding for this critical road was slashed. The $10 billion in projects inherited from the Coalition were put under the knife, with $488 million cut from the Ford estimates. The Coalition invested over $415 million into the Bruce Highway between Rockhampton and Mackay to make it safer while in government. Projects like providing more overtaking lanes, more rest areas and widening centre strips save lives, but under Labor, additional crucial upgrades were put on hold, leaving the road more dangerous than ever. The consequences have been devastating. Last year, over 40 lives were lost on the Bruce Highway. A report from the RACQ identified the stretch between Rockhampton and Mackay as one of the deadliest in Queensland. While families grieved and communities mourned, Labor stayed silent. I have sat with families who have lost loved ones. I have listened to their heartbreak. Leyland Barnett, who lost his niece, bravely shared his family's pain with the media, but even this was not enough to spur Labor into action. Week after week, lives were lost, yet the government did nothing. But suddenly, in an election year, the Prime Minister miraculously found $7.2 billion for the Bruce Highway. This was not a genuine commitment to road safety, it was a desperate election stunt. History is repeating itself. Labor has never taken regional road safety seriously. If not for the tireless efforts of locals, the Rockhampton Ring Road would have been axed in Labor's first budget. If not for my fight to protect regional projects, vital upgrades to Phillips Creek Bridge, a notoriously dangerous crossing in the resource-rich heart of Capricornia, would have been lost to Labor's infrastructure review. Labor's neglect extends beyond roads. Community groups who rely on government support to improve local facilities are being left in limbo. The Serena Brewer Park Upgrade Committee has been waiting endlessly for a response to its application for a feasibility study just to improve sporting grounds that have produced some of Australia's best athletes. This government does not care about regional Australia. It does not care about the people who work hard to build this country's prosperity. Labor has failed regional Australians. Only a coalition government will get Australia back on track. Easing cost of living pressures is a priority. Strengthening the economy, backing small businesses and ensuring affordable and reliable energy will provide stability for families and businesses alike. Addressing the housing crisis, rebalancing the migration program and keeping Australians safe are essential commitments. Quality healthcare, a stronger regional Australia, practical action for Indigenous Australians and sustainable community development remain at the forefront. Cutting government waste will ensure resources are directed where they are most needed. This is our promise to the people of Capricornia, this is our promise to regional Australia, and this is our commitment to getting our country back on track.
Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am proud to live in regional Australia. I grew up on a dairy farm, I went to a small public school and my local high school. It's where my tradie husband, we've raised our 4 kids who still live locally. I get regional Australia, and as a mum, I have always wanted to give back and help people in the area I love. That's why I'm here in this place. So let's talk about some of the things that are hugely important to people in my electorate. Roads. There's a reason that the Nowra bypass is finally moving forward, because we're funding it. I picked this project up when no Liberal member ever did and made sure it got funding. I'm pleased to say from our efforts the project has $97 million in funding from the Albanese Labor government. Once the initial planning phase concludes in 2026, the Nowra bypass project is expected to move into its development phase. The Jervis Bay flyover is under construction, thanks to $100 million in funding from the Albanese Labor government. And what a huge difference this intersection is going to make when it is complete. The Princes Highway upgrade from Jervis Bay Road to Hawken Road is also progressing well, with a contract awarded for the next phase, and the Milton Ulladulla bypass has recently moved into that next phase, with a contract awarded for the development of the concept design and environmental assessment, a project with $752 million in federal funding. We not long ago opened the $35 million Far North Collector Road, a road which I sought additional funding for so it could be finished and opened. And local councils will see more money to help fix local roads because of our decision to progressively double roads to recovery funding over the next 5 years. Black Spot Road funding is also increasing too. We've had so many natural disasters in our region, over 38 landslips and pummelled roads, over 150 local roads, all fixed with federal and state funding under disaster recovery funding arrangements. And I made sure in the October 2022 budget that Shoalhaven City Council had an extra $40 million to help fix more local roads. And while there has been some delays due to those natural disasters, I'm pleased that Shoalhaven Council have been progressing this with their appointment of the project consultant who is scoping up those works. And with health, I'm pleased to say that over 11,000 people have now benefited from our fully bulk billed Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. I also have a petition going to expand the hours and the level of care at the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic, and I encourage people to sign the petition. The Urgent Care Clinic, in fact, has been so successful that I've launched a new petition to establish a second federally funded urgent care clinic on the New South Wales South Coast. Bring it on. I've already opened a Medicare mental health hub at Nowra and at Moruya. I've opened a headspace at Kiama. I've opened the South Eastern Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic at Milton. There is so much going on in the health space to support locals and ease cost of living pressures where we can, like our cheaper medicines. We tripled GP bulk billing incentives for pensioners, concession card holders and students. And just today we announced an additional $1.7 billion for public hospitals to strengthen Medicare and fund hospitals and health services to cut waiting lists, bring down wait times and tackle ramping. We provided energy bill relief for every household, fee-free tafe for skill shortage industries like trades, because we know we need tradies to build more homes, which we're doing under our ambitious housing agenda. $10,000 apprenticeship incentives to encourage more apprentices in the residential housing sector. Tax cuts for every taxpayer. Wages are up. And if we're re-elected, we'll slash 20% of student debt, helping 13,000 university students in Gilmore. But the Liberals just oppose all that. There's one consistent thing about the Liberals. They're all negative. They opposed every cost of living relief measure we've implemented, and as a mum, I just find that offensive. Because the Liberals will say and do anything to try and get elected, but the truth is that does nothing to help people in my electorate and regional Australia. We're getting on with providing sensible cost of living relief where we can and building a future in regional Australia we can all be proud of.
I give the call to member for Nichols.
Speaker, the title of this MPI is Regional Australia has given up on Labor because Labor has given up on them. Labor have never really been that popular in the regions, and I think historically, we can understand why. The regions are a place where traditionally entrepreneurial people have moved to, and entrepreneurial people are more attracted to the coalition side because we support business, we support small business, and of course in the Country Party and now the National Party, of which I'm very proud to be a member of, we support the businesses that operate in regional Australia. But at least previous governments I've noticed before I came into Parliament have had people, previous Labor governments and Labor oppositions have had people who have shown some interest in regional Australia. And I say that in deference to the late Simon Crean and also Joel Fitzgibbon in previous governments and oppositions. But this Albanese Labor government is just not interested in regional Australia. And I'll also give a shout out to the current Leader of the House, because when he was the opposition, when he was the Shadow Water Minister, he was relatively, and I say relatively because we didn't get what we wanted entirely, but he had some understanding when negotiating the Murray-Darling Basin Plan with our then Water Minister, David Littleproud. So what happens when and the member for New England, so what happens when the new government come in? The Murray-Darling Basin, the agreement that had happened, gets completely smashed. Completely smashed. And I can say with great certainty that my region has given up on the Albanese Labor government because of what they've done in relation to their new Murray-Darling Basin Plan. In fact, they don't even call it the Murray-Darling Basin Plan anymore. They call it the Plibersek Plan, the Minister for Water. It's reneged on the agreements that had happened with the states. It's It's reneged on agreements that we're going to put a socio-economic impact test before ripping out 450 gigalitres of extra water. And all of this is important because it drives the industries that employ the people in regional Australia. You can get up and talk about sort of free tafe, and you can say, oh, we built this and we funded this and we did that and we did that. That's all nice. What regional people want is to be able to do the jobs that they love doing. Farming, food processing. You take the tools away from them, like irrigation water, they can't do that anymore. And no amount of money that someone throws at them for some silo art or God knows what else is going to satisfy those people, because they don't just do it for money, they do it because they love it, and they do it because they want to provide food and fibre to people who live in other parts of Australia and other parts of the world. I spoke earlier today about energy policy. The integrated system plan, and I described it as having more holes in it than the colander in my kitchen. Energy policy is a mess. There is no serious analysis of how we're going to firm 82% renewables. And that's important because, as I mentioned before, I was on Sky News doing an interview. The member for Warringah was before me and said baseload power is an antiquated idea. It doesn't matter anymore. They crossed to me and said, what do you think, Sam? I said, well, I'm standing in an apple orchard. How are we going to refrigerate these apples without baseload power? They don't stop the need for refrigeration when the wind's not blowing or the sun's not shining. So this discussion about firming is really important. Not only that, but what the renewables are doing to people in regional Australia. I've got a beautiful, small, and it's small, so you don't care because there's not that many people there, region called Colbinaban. 650 hectares of solar panels on prime agricultural land in the middle of one of the great wine-growing areas of Australia. I spoke to a young couple from Timmering who are off the grid, so they're doing more for climate change than a lot of people living in the concrete jungles of Australia. They're off the grid, they're growing vegetables, they're growing sustainable meat. They said to me, Sam, member for Nichols, I'm trying to do everything right for the environment. Why do I have to have wind turbines the height of the Rialto, go and have a look at the CBD of Melbourne, a wind turbine the size of the Rialto, 2 kilometres, and many of them, 2 kilometres away from where I'm trying to sustainably produce sheep and vegetables. Please, get interested in regional Australia. It's worth it. Thank you.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They say you shouldn't throw stones in glass houses. Clearly no one has told this to those opposite who say this government is giving up on regional Australia. You've got to be joking, Speaker. It would be funny if it wasn't for the fact that those opposite really did leave regional Australia behind in their decade of waste and neglect. They left regional Australia behind so badly, Deputy Speaker. It's shocking that they get up here and say that we have given up on regional Australia. This government has rebuilt regional Australia. I see this every day when I'm driving around my electorate. When I talk to the people of the Hunter, what I hear is they are relieved that this government once again has their back. Yep. We are a government that once again values the regions. A government that understands that regional Australia is the vital backbone of our economy. It is where our food is grown. It is where our products are made. It is where our energy is generated. People from the regions are hard-working, good people, and for too long they were let down by those opposite who had nothing to offer them. We have been rebuilding regional Australia. We have been getting it done, Deputy Speaker, with zero thanks to those opposite. We have really put back into the regions what has been needed, Speaker. We have delivered more for regional Australia than any other government in living memory. Let's take a look at my regional electorate. It tells you what this government has done for the regions, particularly in the Hunter. The Muswellbrook bypass. This government has put over $268 million in for this project. Over 26,000 freight and passenger vehicles every day use this new route when it is completed. 3,700 heavy vehicles will use it. People have been talking about this bypass since 1996, and Speaker, we are getting it done with zero thanks from those opposite. You think $268 million sounds good. Wait till I tell you about the Singleton bypass, Deputy Speaker. We have backed this project with $560 million, the largest road infrastructure investment ever in Singleton's history. 5 sets of annoying traffic lights will be bypassed by this beautiful 8 kilometres of road that is getting built right now in the Hunter. Deputy Speaker, we're getting it done, with zero thanks from those opposite. We're rebuilding the infrastructure of the regions with over $25 million in funding for roads and bridges across the Hunter, $10 million for a permanent dredge in Lake Macquarie. Almost every town in the Hunter has had NBN connection upgrades because of the wasted money that those opposite put into NBN. Deputy Speaker, we are getting it done, with zero thanks from those opposite. Almost every school in my electorate has had upgrades under this government, including huge upgrades such as the $1.2 million for Cessnock East Public School, the $4 million for Wakefield Public School. Under this government, there is nowhere better to grow up than in regional Australia, Deputy Speaker. $500,000 for the Cessnock BMX track and $1 million for the Cessnock Regional Skate Park. Not only are we getting it done, Deputy Speaker, but we're making the regions fun again, with zero thanks to those opposite. When flooding hit our region, this government stepped in with $47 million of funding for flood victims to get under the Get Back to Home funding. Speaker, those opposite said today that we have given up on the regions. Does this sound like we've given up on the regions, Deputy Speaker? Those opposite have got to be having a laugh. Every taxpayer in the Hunter has benefited from our tax cuts. Over 6,500 families in the Hunter benefit from cheaper childcare that this government introduced. Over $7.7 million has been saved by Hunter residents thanks to cheaper medicines. Same job, same pay, Deputy Speaker, has been an absolute life changer for the workers in the Hunter, ending the exploitation of unfair work arrangements that blossomed under those opposite. Speaker, all types of people in the regions are benefiting thanks to this government in all types of ways. It is no surprise to anyone other than those opposite Australians know that our government is a government truly for all Australians. We didn't pit regional Australians against city Australians or any other Australians for that matter. We don't play dress-ups and pretend to be farmers like the Nats do, or rock up to the pub in the town and have a couple of beers and then never return like the Libs do. We are a government that genuinely governs for all Australians. We have revived the regions so their future is bright, and the people in the regions know that. This Labor government has their back.
And this discussion has now concluded. And to give the call to the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's report entitled Review of Administration and Expenditure No. 22 of 2022-23. Australian intelligence agencies, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Thank you. Leave is granted.
Thank the Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I'm pleased to present the committee's report on its review of Administration and Expenditure No. 22, Australian intelligence agencies. This review is one of the key functions of the Intelligence and Security Committee, set out by Section 29 of the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 and is undertaken on an annual basis. The committee is empowered to review the administration and expenditure of 6 of the 10 agencies that form Australia's national intelligence community, namely the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, Australia's leading domestic intelligence agency, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, ASIS, Australia's Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, AGO, responsible for the collection, analysis and distribution of geospatial intelligence, the Defence Intelligence Organisation, DIO, which brings together all of Defence's intelligence capabilities for defence decision-making, the Australian Signals Directorate, ASD, who provide intelligence support in relation to signals, communications, cyber warfare and intelligence and information security, and the Office of National Intelligence, ONI. In conducting its administration and expenditure reviews, the committee examines a large volume of classified evidence. For that reason, much of the detail of the review is not able to be publicly reported. The committee's report to Parliament and my comments to the House today provide an unclassified general overview of the committee's key findings. Having reviewed the administration of the 6 agencies for the 2022 to 2023 financial year, the committee is satisfied that they are administering their outcomes and outputs effectively. In reviewing the expenditure of the agencies, the committee is similarly satisfied with their financial integrity, efforts to achieve value for money for the Australian taxpayer, and their management of budget and expenditure over the reported period. The committee notes that the 2022-23 financial year continued a trajectory of growth and change for several agencies, with the ongoing implementation of significant initiatives commenced during the term of the previous coalition government, including ASD's Red Spice program and the development of the National Security Office precinct. The committee is monitoring these major projects, including by receiving regular briefings from relevant agencies on their progress and administration. In this review, the committee identified some specific focus areas for discussion with the agencies, including artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, ML, and biointelligence. Agencies' efforts to attract and retain culturally and linguistically diverse staff with native language proficiency, and the agency's use of external contractors. Now, much has been said in recent media reports about diversity picks and the like, and that's been an issue that's been the subject of discussion, particularly in the United States. But for our intelligence agencies, it is incredibly important that we do look at culturally and linguistically diverse personnel, because it is those personnel who are able to give our intelligence agencies insights that Australians may not otherwise have, particularly in relation to culture and language. Another area that we looked at specifically was the agency's use of external contractors. The committee was satisfied overall with the evidence it received on these areas of focus, while identifying some matters on which improvement could be made. The committee welcomed agencies' engagement with the issue of attracting and retaining diverse staff with native language proficiency. The information provided by the intelligence agencies in relation to their engagement with AI and machine learning was detailed and useful. The committee was pleased to see agencies thinking and planning carefully to ensure the appropriate and effective use of these complex technological tools. Regarding the use of contractors by the intelligence agencies, the committee did not identify significant concerns and noted efforts by some to review and rationalise their use of external consultants. The committee encourages agencies to continue their endeavours and their transparency in this regard. The review of administration and expenditure remains an invaluable function of the committee, helping provide the Australian public with confidence in the effectiveness and efficiency of Australia's intelligence agencies. These reviews form one key part of the comprehensive oversight of the intelligence community undertaken by the PJCIS and other bodies. The committee extends its appreciation to the 6 reviewed agencies for their engagement in the process and their candour in the classified hearings of the committee. In addition, the committee thanks the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security and the Australian National Audit Office for their contribution of useful evidence to the committee's considerations. Once again, I also pay tribute to the men and women of the national intelligence community, of the Australian Defence Force and of law enforcement agencies. Their hard work, service and courage ensures that Australians remain safe from a vast array of threats which we hope we never have to encounter. Thank you for what you do. With that, I commend the report to the House.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Macnamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report, incorporating a dissenting report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 1 of 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Anne?
Member for Mallee. Thank you.
Very kind of everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Universal
Thank you.
grant of leave. I love it. Over to you, member for Macnamara.
Yeah. Terrific. Thank you. Rightio, let's press on. So I'm pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights First Scrutiny Report of 2025. In this report, the committee has considered 15 new bills and 284 legislative instruments. It has commented on 2 bills, 3 legislative instruments, and included its examination of 3 bills. In this report, the committee commented on the Quality of Care Amendment Restrictive Practices Principles 2024. This instrument extends the operation of arrangements for substitute decision makers to consent to the use of restrictive practices on persons in aged care by a further 2 years. The committee has previously concluded that the use of restrictive practices on persons in aged care raises significant human rights issues, particularly on the rights of persons with disability. The committee reiterates these concerns and notes that, among other matters, there is no requirement in the instrument to provide for supported rather than substituted decision-making, and much depends on unknown safeguards in state and territory legislation. As such, the committee has made a few recommendations to amend the quality of care principles and to inform future consultation. The committee has also considered a response from the Minister regarding the Migration Amendment Bill 2024 and related instruments. The Bill Now Act provides for the cessation of certain bridging visas where a third country has given the non-citizen permission to enter and remain in that foreign country. It also expands the circumstances in which the Minister may determine that a protection finding would no longer be made in relation to a person, provides for the disclosure of criminal history information, including to foreign countries, and amends the requirements relating to the imposition of visa conditions on certain bridging visas. These measures limit multiple human rights, including the right to liberty, freedom of movement, non-refoulement obligations, privacy and the right to an effective remedy. The committee considers that the measures do not appear to be compatible with multiple rights and considers the compatibility of measures may be assisted were the Act amended, but as the bill has now passed, it makes no further comment. It also considers that it remains unclear that legislative instruments providing for the imposition of visa conditions, including ankle monitoring and curfews, are directed towards a pressing and substantial issue or accompanied by sufficient safeguards. The committee has also considered a response from the Minister regarding the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill, which seeks to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 to introduce gift caps, electoral expenditure caps, reduce the donations disclosure threshold and increase public funding to incumbent parties and candidates. The committee recognises that there are a number of important measures in this bill to enable further transparency around democracy. However, there were still questions around whether or not this would disproportionately impact certain candidates and whether or not this would indirectly disadvantage particular groups of people standing for election. As such, the committee has drawn some human rights concerns to the attention of the Parliament. Finally, the committee has also considered a response from the Minister regarding the Electoral Legislation Act, Electoral Communications Bill, and has made a recommendation to amend the bill to assist the human rights compatibility. I encourage all members to consider the report closely. It is the first scrutiny report of 2025, a long one. A lot of work has gone into it from the Secretariat. I thank the Deputy Chair, I thank all of the committee members, and I commend the report to the House.
Thank you. And I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I move that members be appointed as members of certain committees in accordance with the list which has been placed on the table. As the list is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024 resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the member for Farrer.
Thank you. Just before I give you the call, I've got a little bit to read because the original question before the House was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Farrer moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And then the honourable member for Brisbane has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after the be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Farrer be agreed to. On that note, I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the health legislation amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill of 2024. Particularly, Deputy Speaker, I speak the amendment that has been moved by the member for Mr Bates, Brisbane. I do not agree with that amendment, and I support the amendment that has been moved by the member for Farrer. Deputy Speaker, this entire legislation is essentially an omnibus of health measures following legislative changes over the course of this parliament. The amendments are provided and relate to the effective administration of health benefit schemes, in particular the power to detect, to respond to, investigate, disclose and deter misconduct, fraud and non-compliance. And it is intended that these bills will amend a number of acts, including the Health Insurance Act, the National Health Act, the Human Services Medicare Act, the Dental Benefits Act, the Therapeutic Goods Act and the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act. But I think, Deputy Speaker, in view of the title of this legislation and the fact that the Minister for Health today, even in question time, referred to the fact that Medicare has recently turned 41, I think it is entirely appropriate that we look at how Medicare is performing, and I wanted particularly, Deputy Speaker, draw attention to some of the issues that I am confronting and my electorate is confronting within southern Sydney and southwest Sydney in the electorate of Hughes. First of all, Deputy Speaker, we hear over and over again from those in government, and particularly the Health Minister, that bulk billing rates have improved and that there are more GPs now than there were under the former government. And, Deputy Speaker, it did not take me very long to do a tiny little bit of research to understand that that is certainly not the case in most parts of the country, but particularly in my electorate. Only 4 practices in my electorate now bulk bill in their entirety. 16% of GP practices in Hughes bulk bill in some instances, usually for children 16 years and under, and for those with a health services card. But most tellingly, Deputy Speaker, is more than 20 GP practices in my electorate have changed the way that they bill during the lifetime of this Albanese Labor government. So in 2 years and 9 months, most of the GPs in my electorate have found that they can no longer bulk bill. And I found overall, Deputy Speaker, that bulk billing services have plummeted by 11% since the Albanese Labor government came to office. That is, 2.4 million less GP services are being provided to Australians. Out-of-pocket costs overall have risen by 5.5% during the term of this government. So, Deputy Speaker, when those in government stand there and when the Minister for Health particularly says that we have more GPs than ever, that health services have decreased, that health services have increased and the costs of health has decreased. We hear about cheaper health care. That is simply not true, Deputy Speaker. That is disingenuous for the Albanese Labor government and particularly a very senior minister to be floating that particular line. And, Deputy Speaker, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has recently published, this was at the end of last year, so it's very current, has recently published figures showing the Medicare bulk billing of GP attendances by monthly data. And what that has shown, Deputy Speaker, in my electorate particularly, is that the rates have declined since 2022 from about 80% down to 68%. So, Deputy Speaker, again, more evidence, not from our side, but from other organisations, to say that Medicare bulk billing under this government has failed. And the Australian Medical Association, just this week, has now announced that it is putting forward a $4.5 billion plan to modernise Medicare and lift bulk billing. So not even the Australian Medical Association supports the government's and particularly the Health Minister's proposition that it has provided cheaper healthcare and that Medicare is a success under it. And I would certainly consider, Deputy Speaker, that if the government intends to continue with the line that Medicare is safe in its hands and that it has boosted our public health system, again, that is simply completely disingenuous. And we've now got 3 reports from 3 different organisations that support that position. And, Deputy Speaker, if I can turn now to another couple of issues that the government, those on that side, have championed and have called their own. We'll start first of all with endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Endometriosis is a debilitating chronic condition that can be very hard to diagnose. Often those suffering wait an average of 7 years before diagnosis. And it can lead to infertility in women, and it is extremely painful. It is pleasing to see that the government, that the health minister has opened some endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across the country. However, this was done on the back of the initial inquiry that was commenced under the former coalition government and came about as recommendations from that report. But in my electorate of Hughes, and I have written to the Minister on this issue, and I notice that the Assistant Minister is here in the chamber, and I have also met with her, and I thank the Assistant Minister for her time on this issue, because for my electorate, for women in my electorate to access one of those clinics, it is at least an hour and a half's drive. I'm in southern Sydney and the Sutherland Shire, and our nearest clinics, and the Health Minister very helpfully directed me to the Women's Health Centre in the Southern Highlands. That's in the Southern Highlands in Mittagong. It would take from Sutherland close to 2 hours to drive there, and the Minister thought that was acceptable for the women in my electorate. It's simply not acceptable. And so, Deputy Speaker, it does appear, when I look through the list of where those clinics have been located, that this has been Labor very carefully, very strategically choosing to locate those clinics in areas that are either very marginal or that supported Labor coming into power. and in 2022. There has been no help here for the women in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, for women of southern Sydney, for women of southwestern Sydney. And then, Deputy Speaker, while we're still staying on the issue of female health, last week I was doing a mobile office and a lady, Jodie, came to me. Jodie Truell. She said that I can mention her in Parliament. She said, if there is one thing that I could ask you to do, Jenny, she said, is to look at female health particularly. And I said, yes, I've got a particular interest in it. And she raised a couple of things. She said, first of all, only a couple of months ago, one of her very close friends took her own life as a result of depression caused by symptoms of menopause. And she said, we are not doing enough for menopause. I said, there has been a Senate inquiry into menopause, and so far the Health Minister has not acted on all of those recommendations that were made. So again, that is saying to me that this Health Minister and this Albanese Labor government do not care about women's health. Jodie also said to me, Jenny, why is it that hormone replacement therapy is generally not covered on the PBS, and yet Viagra is? She said, I don't want to take Viagra off the PBS, but I want women's hormone replacement therapy put on there. And she said, maybe it could have saved her girlfriend's life. So that is also a very serious issue. And again, although there are some menopause clinics that have been established throughout Sydney and throughout the country, there are none available in my electorate. And my electorate, Deputy Speaker, stretches across Sutherland Public Hospital, Liverpool Public Hospital and Campbelltown Hospital. In the southwest of Sydney, which is one of the fastest growing areas in population, there is no menopause clinics available to women in my electorate. So again, Deputy Speaker, I see this as a massive failure by the Albanese Labor government, massive failure for women, and showing that the noise that they make about caring about women's health is simply not borne out by their actions. They do not seem to want to put any money into women's health in my electorate or in southern Sydney overall. And Deputy Speaker, I'll just now talk to one other issue that I have been battling the Health Minister about. I have a practice in my electorate at Holsworthy. It's called Wattle Grove Family Medical Practice. It has over 3,000 patients on its books. There are currently 3 GPs only, and many of the patients are veterans' families because of the location at Holsworthy. Dr. John Sanford, who runs that practice, has been trying now for close to a year for us to get a GP registrar into that practice. He said that the failure to have that other registrar is providing much longer wait time, obviously, for patients, and he's also concerned about the mental health of his other GPs because of their workload with this. I have written to Minister Butler, who doesn't reply, his Chief of Staff does, matter for the Minister. I've written to Minister Butler on this. He kicked the can down the road and said, oh, it's not me, it's the RACGP. I went to them, I've met with the President, who is in my electorate, and she said, no, this is firmly in the hands of the Minister. After 12 months, I am still unable to get any assistance from the Minister to help the men, women and children of Holsworthy and of my electorate with an extra GP registrar. And Deputy Speaker, again, I say that this shows that this Minister and this Labor government do not care about the health of my electorate. They do not care about the health of women, men and children in southern and southwestern Sydney. So, Deputy Speaker, when I have to sit here in question time or at other times and hear the Minister for Health, talking about great announcements and how they've produced cheaper Medicare and more bulk billing, that is simply not borne out by the evidence. When I have to hear him saying that Labor is the party for women, that is simply not borne out by the evidence that I have seen in my electorate. And I would like the Health Minister to answer this. Why is it that he does not care about the health of women, the health of men and the health of children in my electorate of Hughes? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hughes. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Farrer be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This bill proposes amendments to improve enforcement of several integrity measures for Medicare, some minor amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989, and amendments related to the government's tobacco and vaping reforms. I'd like to speak to the changes to the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989, which the government hopes will enhance its capacity to manage and alleviate the consequences of therapeutics goods shortages in Australia. Deputy Speaker, medication shortages have been a significant and ongoing issue in this country for a number of years. I have drawn attention to this issue in question time on several occasions and in questions on notice to the Minister. The fact is that we lack appropriate mechanisms in this country for anticipating or dealing appropriately with medication shortages. Today, the TGA lists 416 medication shortages and 67 anticipated shortages on its website. It receives an average of 120 notifications of new medical shortages every month, at least 10% of which are critical. Last year, we had a national shortage of intravenous fluids for months. This was a shortage which the Health Minister himself admitted he did not see coming. It was a shortage which necessitated postponement of hundreds of elective surgeries and which prolonged inpatient stays in hospitals around Australia. Now, medication shortages are a global problem. The WHO recently reported 300 essential drugs in shortage worldwide. This long-standing problem was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, sequelae of which included increased production costs and increasingly complex logistic challenges. But these issues are and remain compounded by a lack of Australian domestic manufacturers. More than 90% of the medications that we prescribe in this country are imported, most commonly from India and from China. There is already an existing mechanism in the Therapeutics Goods Act to allow the Secretary of the Department to approve the importation or supply of substitutable unapproved products from overseas, where the Secretary is satisfied that the approved medicine, biological or medical device is unavailable, is already unavailable or is already in short supply. The amendment before the House today gives similar powers to the Secretary where there is an anticipated shortage of these registered goods. But it's important to note that substitutable overseas goods are often in limited supply overseas, and they are often the subject of significant competition between countries which are seeking to secure supplies for their citizens. So this amendment will enable the Secretary to try and secure ongoing supplies of necessary medications for Australians ahead of time, before we get to the situation where the medications are already in short supply. The fact is, Deputy Speaker, that the government lacks a comprehensive strategy addressing these medication shortages and how to manage them better when they do occur. We have a Medicines Supply Secure Guarantee. It was launched in July 2023, and it requires manufacturers to hold at least 4 to 6 months of key medications in Australia. However, it's not being enforced. All we are being given with this legislation is a minimal increase in our degree of preparedness for what we seem to be accepting is an inevitable occurrence. It's just not good enough. There are clearly no easy answers to this issue, but there are a number of things which the government could do and yet has not yet done to address the problem. A recent report, Understanding the Impact of Medicine Shortages in Australia, found that many Australian patients have to wait a month or more to purchase medicines which are in shortage, or they end up having to buy a second medication. As a result of that, 20% of Australians ration their medicines to make them last longer. Clearly, this can result in adverse outcomes for patients. 14% of patients who try to find a medication and can't find it end up not buying it at all. 4% purchase a non-prescription medicine, and 2% of them end up in hospital. I'll repeat that. 1 in 50 Australians affected by medication shortages ends up in our hospital system. These shortages and discontinuations disproportionately impact certain population groups, including First Nations people and Australians living in rural and regional settings. We know that Australians with a higher incidence of chronic and complex diseases are those who are more likely to require specialist care. They are more vulnerable to shortages and to discontinuations. They may also have diminished capacity to advocate for alternative scripts, to find remaining supplies of medications and to source them privately. Medication shortages don't just cause inconvenience. For doctors, they result in a need for extra consultations, for identifying alternative management options, for writing additional or new scripts, for educating patients about the new medications and providing those patients with psychological support around the change, for organising collection or dispensation of new pharmacotherapies, and for calling pharmacies or the TGA for more information. These activities are made more time-consuming where physicians are unfamiliar with alternative preparations, or when those new agents require either authority scripts or access via the Special Access Scheme, the paperwork for which is considerable. For patients and for pharmacists, uneven and inadequate distribution of medicines is a health equity problem. Delays to accessing or inability to access the best possible medication affects patients negatively. Withdrawal from medications causes side effects. It affects patients negatively. Changes in medications can well result in inadvertent overdoses or unexpected side effects. Where alternative medications have to be sourced, that increases the workload of pharmacists. Patients often experience the extra cost associated with these new drugs, but they also have to pay to go back and see their GP when they have to go back and get a second prescription because they can't access the first choice medication. The medications affected are often those which are in common use. Medications for ADHD, antibiotics, hormone replacement therapy, transdermal patches have been in chronic supply for some years. Deputy Speaker, I have explained to the Health Minister on a number of occasions that it is a very brave man who gets between a menopausal woman and her HRT. And yet the TGA has advised doctors now to limit starting new patients on HRT patches, accepting that this will help preserve available supplies for those people who are already on them. This is what our health system is reduced to. Similarly, copper IUDs have been in critical shortages for months at a time. Patients have had to arrange themselves to get them delivered from interstate. The HIV prevention drug, PrEP, in shortages for long periods. We have people at risk of developing HIV because we are not providing them with the medications that they need. Last year, there were persistent shortages of the diabetes medication Mounjaro. The long-term national shortage of semaglutide is likely to persist until at least the 31st of December of this year, and that is impacting patients with type 2 diabetes across this country. Finding it and accessing semaglutide or Ozempic has been described as being like winning the lottery. I've also heard from a constituent in Kooyong about their anxiety and fear relating to the shortage of cholestyramine powder sachets. These are used as a last-line therapy for people who have undergone an ileal resection and are at risk of severe diarrhoea related to that. There are very limited alternatives for people with that condition. We have a duty to guarantee Australians, vulnerable Australians, appropriate treatment for their serious medical conditions. At the same time, the recent discontinuation of lomustine capsules sparked a lot of concern in the Australian oncology community. There are very limited alternatives for treatment of glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. Taking away one of those alternatives just causes incredible distress to vulnerable Australians. But worst of all, Deputy Speaker, I want to draw the Parliament's attention to the ongoing critical shortages of medications for palliative care in this country. Liquid morphine has been in shortage for months. I'll give you a few examples of the impact of that shortage on constituents from Kooyong. These are examples provided by my constituents. An 88-year-old gentleman who had prostate cancer. He was stable on oral liquid morphine for breathlessness due to his metastatic disease. He was unable to source that medication in the community. He had to go to the emergency department with uncontrolled breathlessness. He was admitted to hospital where he died. A 56-year-old woman with metastatic lung cancer, stable on long-acting hydromorphone for pain, who was forced to change to methadone because the hydromorphone was no longer available. She required a 2-week hospital admission to titrate her medications to safety. An 85-year-old man with metastatic bowel cancer, admitted to hospital for 3 weeks due to the need for slow titration onto methadone in lieu of long-acting hydromorphone. A 73-year-old man with end-stage cardiac disease who had to attend a hospital palliative care clinic in person for the ongoing prescription and supply of his MS content granules because he was unable to source them in the community. Deputy Speaker, communication around medication shortages is often poor. Many GPs find out that medications are in shortage from their patients. The frustration relating to medication shortages reduces consumer credibility and trust in healthcare professionals. Many have reported higher rates of physical and verbal abuse when their patients are unable to source the medications that they need. GPs would benefit from collaborative efforts from the TGA with medication suppliers and practice management software producers who could together relatively easily provide online in-practice management software advice regarding discontinuations and supply of the medications that the GPs are prescribing. But the government has not as yet made an effort to put that in place. Pharmacists know when medications are in short supply in their own facilities, but they don't know which nearby stores will have the medication that might be able to help them. And they tell me that they spend hours sometimes calling out to try and help their patients. Some time ago, I suggested to the government that it looked to establishing a central information point for pharmacists so that they can know what medications are in supply in what sites, so that they can save themselves time. Now, clearly there are some commercial sensitivities around knowing which pharmacies have what medications, but we could get around these. As far as I know, there has been no progress on this issue from the government to date. So the legislation in front of the House addresses one part of one aspect of an issue, but it doesn't get to the underlying problem, which is the persisting deficits in the supply chain for many medications in this country, the lack of transparency around their shortages for consumers, doctors and pharmacists, and the inconvenience, the expense and the harm which results from those shortages. We need a better process to identify impending shortages of medications, biologics and devices. Doctors and pharmacists need to know about the shortages and discontinuations sooner. They need greater transparency about the reasons for medication shortages and consistent location-specific information about stock availability. I'm particularly concerned by the cost of the medication shortages for consumers. The fact that Australians often have to pay more for a second or third line agent. And so I call on the government to act on this issue, to develop effective stockpiles of critical medicines, to mandate that medication manufacturers advise the TGA of shortages well in advance, to ensure that we have duplication of registration by the TGA for those medicines which are critical to public health and safety, for the federal government to act to use future Made in Australia or other funding to invest incentives for development of a domestic manufacturing industry for critical medicines, for the government to introduce taxation or fiscal incentives to ensure supply of critical medications which might not otherwise be financially viable to introduce into the small Australian market, and to review the system of statutory price reductions for older medications so as to temper the price reductions that often lead to PBS delisting, to simplify the special access scheme for unapproved medicines and therapeutic goods, and to enhance the regulatory powers of the TGA, to enable it to redistribute scarce medicines to priority patient groups who are at risk of poorer health outcomes. Deputy Speaker, Assistant Minister, We have to do better to protect vulnerable Australians and to ensure that they receive the very best practice care in our country. At the very least, as a show of good faith, in the face of our apparent inability to guarantee access to the optimal medications for these patients' conditions, we have to ensure that Australian patients don't have to pay more to receive lesser medical care.
Thank the member for Kooyong. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia has a world-class health system, largely thanks to the various health benefit schemes such as Medicare, which help Australians pay for the health care they need. In 2023-24, payments for health benefits, including medical services, pharmaceutical services and private health insurance rebates, totalled at least $65.1 billion. The government is committed to protecting this investment and strengthening Medicare by improving the compliance framework that ensures its integrity. The government commissioned the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance, known as the Phillip Review, in November 2022 to respond to concerns about the operation of the Medicare system. The Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme Act 2023 and the Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme No. 2 Act 2023 made amendments in response to recommendations of that Phillip Review. This bill will support the integrity and sustainability of Medicare by addressing a range of issues to enable the department to conduct more efficiently, timely and effective compliance activities. The bill will improve payment integrity by reducing the time frame for making bulk billed claims. The bill will allow investigative powers to be used consistently and effectively across all health schemes, including Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, and improve the processes relating to pharmacy approvals. The bill also makes several sensible amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to enhance the Department of Health and Aged Care's capacity to manage and alleviate the consequences of therapeutic goods shortages and support compliance and enforcement activities undertaken in relation to unlawful therapeutic goods and unlawful vaping goods. These amendments are consistent with this government's unwavering commitment to public health and mitigate the public health risks associated with therapeutic goods and vaping goods by supporting strong and effective regulation under the Therapeutic Goods Act. The bill also amends the Public Health Tobacco and Other Products Act 2023. These amendments are largely clarifying in nature and have been identified as necessary during implementation to ensure the smooth and consistent operation of the Act. I thank the members for their contribution to the debate on this bill.
I thank you, Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the Honourable Member for Farrer moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Brisbane has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Brisbane be agreed to, and I'll put that amendment. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Can USS come to chamber?
I do take the spurs off.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment to the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Brisbane and the Leader of the Australian Greens as tellers for the ayes. So are we? Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 52. The matter was resolved in the negative. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall now move to the next amendment. So the question before the House now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Farrer be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes. Division. There's two voices. Mr Boyce indicated he requested division as well. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Just get. That's a. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
How we doing?
Robin had coached.
Yeah, you're not. You know, some people get a hard, you know, fantastic. I put my mind on it. I mean, mate, I go to sleep really well.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 46, noes 74. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Leave is granted. Oh, what's it? Before we do that, we shall move to consideration in detail. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
Call the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Well, leave is not required, but leave is granted.
I move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together. These amendments insert additional integrity measures to the bill, which also implement the findings of the Phillip Review into Medicare integrity. They make several changes to the Health Insurance Act 1973. They improve existing powers to obtain information about potential fraud and non-compliance and enable the recovery of amounts if they should not have been paid, and improve the ability of regulators to protect patient safety by removing some restrictions on the admission of information obtained under the Professional Service Review's notice to produce powers as evidence in relevant proceedings, including proceedings for the purposes of the national law. The Phillip Review recommended the expansion of powers to ensure all types of serious non-compliance can be effectively dealt with, and a reduction in regulation and legislation that hinders compliance activities. The Phillip Review concluded there are limitations and restrictions around current compliance processes. For example, if incorrect payments are identified, current provisions don't always enable amounts to be appropriately recovered. This is because some recovery mechanisms rely on outdated claiming processes and requests for hard copy documents. These matters are restricting the ability of the Department of Health and Aged Care to protect the integrity of Medicare programs and payments. These changes will enable appropriate inquiries to be made about Medicare payments if available information suggests potential non-compliance or fraud. If payments are found to be incorrect, amounts could be recovered. Further changes will remove some restrictions on the admission of information obtained under the Professional Services Review Agency's notice to produce powers as evidence in proceedings, including proceedings under the Health Practitioner Regulation national law. The existing restrictions will no longer apply in respect of prosecutions related to a failure to produce documents, proceedings to recover debts relating to the Professional Services Review Scheme, and some other proceedings relating to non-compliance. The restrictions will also not apply in respect of documents produced to PSR under notice and passed on to Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency, AUSParliamentLive, or a national board under certain provisions in the Health Insurance Act, or information obtained or generated by AUSParliamentLive or a national board from its own investigation triggered by documents produced to PSR under notice. This will enable AUSParliamentLive and associated health practitioner boards to use PSR-related material to trigger their own investigation into allegations involving risks to patient safety. This will also allow AUSParliamentLive and health practitioner boards to admit evidence in national law proceedings if it was referred to them under the legislation for the reasons of a significant threat to life or health or non-compliance with professional standards. These changes are required to ensure all appropriate steps are taken to protect patient safety and that the existing requirement to refer the information to AUSParliamentLive and health practitioner boards is not frustrated. In sum, these changes will enhance the Department of Health and Aged Care's capacity to address identified risks to patient safety and manage and address the consequences of non-compliance and potential fraud. In doing so, these measures will further the government's efforts to strengthen Medicare and will assist to protect the integrity and sustainability of Medicare and its programs. I commend the amendments.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to.
Of the House to move the third reading.
I'll just state that question, that the bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I now ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is
The member for New England has granted leave, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
I call the Clerk. I'm coming now.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Petrie.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Petrie has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before I commence, Deputy Speaker, I just want to wish you particularly well in your career post-Parliament. But I am rising to support the Treasury Laws Amendment Scams Prevention Framework Bill, and I have some good news and some bad news. Member for New England, do you want the good news first or the bad news? So, well, I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is in 2023, a staggering $2.7 billion was lost to scams in Australia. The good news is that this was 13% lower than the preceding year. But obviously, it's still far too high. That $2.7 billion figure, that's just one number, but that entails thousands and thousands of Australian heartache stories. But, as I said, it could have been $350 million or more, much worse. Scams have become increasingly more sophisticated, and many originate from complex transnational criminal syndicates. It's not always easy to spot a scam, yet many victims still feel shame and embarrassment and have their accounts a little bit lighter. Each scam that is perpetrated represents an organisation or a person who has been deceived and lost money. Scams are expensive and they're distressing and can be financially devastating for victims. Not to mention the fact that they can stop people from communicating with the rest of the world. They're too scared to answer the phone, too scared to answer emails. Australians have fallen prey to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars to investment scams, fraudulent remote access and romance scams. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is focused on developing a whole-of-economy prevention framework. One of our key election commitments was to protect Australians from scammers. Since coming to office, we have directed over $180 million to fight scammers. Part of this funding was directed towards the establishment of the National Anti-Scam Centre, the NASC. It sits within the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and serves as a link between industry and government. One of its key aims is to enhance collaboration amongst government, finance, telecommunications, digital platforms, sectors and law enforcement, all devoted to combating scams. The intention of this collaboration is to disrupt scammers, whether that is to prevent contact, to interrupt contact, or to stop fraudulent payments being made once a scammer has established a connection with their victim. The NASC also runs the Scam Watch service. This is an excellent resource for us all. It shares up-to-date information on scams and offers valuable tips on how to spot a scam. It details the steps to take if you think you've been scammed and enables people to report a scam and therefore keep their friends and neighbours safe. Labor has also legislated for the establishment and maintenance of a register of legitimate sender IDs by the Australian Communications and Media Authority. This legislation puts an industry standard in place for telecommunications providers who manage SMS traffic. Telco providers are required to check texts with sender IDs to ensure that they're on the register. Those which are not may be blocked or the text message tagged with a warning or labelled as fraudulent. The Albanese Labor government is now building on these measures to introduce a scams prevention framework. Broadly speaking, it will require the private sector to adhere to robust industry codes and principle-based obligations. The establishment of the framework will tackle head-on the current situation with scam protection, where there is inconsistency across sectors with both protections and responses. So the bill in front of the chamber employs a broad definition of what a scam is. This reflects the dynamic nature of scam activity, which is increasingly technically sophisticated and continuously evolving. The core business of scammers is to cause harm or loss through deception, and the bill reflects that this occurs in a variety of ways and ever-changing ways. Similarly, the term consumer is broadly defined. In the bill, it includes individuals or small businesses that access services provided by regulated businesses in Australia. Consumers may also use these services while out of the country, but still be covered by the bill if the provider is a regulated entity in Australia. The first sectors that will be required to comply with the Scams Protection Framework are banks, telecommunications providers and digital platforms that provide social media, paid search advertising and direct messaging services. These are the most common avenues that scammers use to target Australians. ScamWatch notes that in 2023, the most reported payment method used by scammers was bank transfers, with nearly 213 million in losses. Phone calls were associated with 116 million worth of losses, and social media nearly 94 million. So most scams originate via social media, phone, email, the internet, mobile apps and text messages, with the bank being the final link in the chain where the funds are transferred. Deputy Speaker, the Scams Prevention Framework will have a consistent and enforceable approach, ensuring that all the components of specific sectors have strong protection. After all, scammers don't just use one method to defraud people. The Scams Prevention Framework has 6 overarching principles. The first of these is enhanced governance for regulated entities, including the documentation and implementation of policies and procedures, targets and the outcomes of scam prevention efforts. The next set of principles concerns regulated entities putting in place reasonable steps to prevent, detect and report scams. This means implementing additional layers of verification and validation procedures online and enhancing processes for the timely identification of scams. It also means alerting consumers as quickly as possible. These measures will help disrupt the activity of scammers. Regulated entities will also have to report information on scams to the ACCC. Entities must report as soon as it is reasonable to think that the scam activity is underway, whether that's a communication or a transaction. The ACCC may then share this intelligence amongst other entities to disrupt the scammers' activities. That's that collaborative approach that I spoke about earlier, Deputy Speaker. As you can see, to fight scammers effectively, you need wide-ranging and concerted tactics. The final 2 principles focus on disruption and response. The bill includes the provision of a 28-day safe harbour protection for regulated entities to take disruptive action in good faith while protecting third parties. There's also a requirement to continue consumer education and awareness. To enhance responsiveness to consumers, regulated entities must implement efficient ways for consumers to report scams and lodge complaints. A scam victim will have access to free of charge dispute resolution processes if a regulated entity has not met its obligations within the framework. To this end, regulated entities must demonstrate that they have an internal dispute resolution process and also are a member of a selected external dispute resolution system. The external body responsible for dispute resolution for the initial sectors in the framework will be the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. The AFCA will address consumer complaints, including when the scam involves more than one entity. Consumers will also be able to escalate their complaints to the court system if a regulated entity has not operated within the framework appropriately. The dispute system will ensure ease of access for consumers. Basically, there is no wrong door approach as consumers raise an issue with any regulated entity. The AFCA will also respond to consumer scam complaints, even if the issue involves multiple regulatory bodies. Consumers are given extra assurance with a planned consultation on the dispute resolution model occurred in 2025. We want to ensure it's working as we intend for consumers. The Scam Protection Framework's mandatory codes will be sector-specific and provide a minimum set of standards for each sector. They also recognise the need to evolve to ensure the ongoing effective disruption of scams. The bill proposes a multi-regulator approach to build on existing sector expertise. The ACCC will be the regulator for the principle-based obligations as well as the digital platform sector. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission will oversee the banking code. ACMA will enforce the telecommunications code. This approach will ensure that no one body is overwhelmed, especially as additional sectors are brought into the framework. Deputy Speaker, future additions could include superannuation, cryptocurrency, online marketplaces and other payment providers. The bill directs that the responsible Treasury Minister can designate additional sectors to be subject to this scams prevention framework. After that, the Minister can direct the establishment of an enforceable code that works for that specific sector, so tailored for that how people interact with that particular sector. So, what powers will the regulatory bodies have? They will be able to penalise an organisation up to $50 million for the worst breaches of the framework. That will obviously be an incentive for compliance. Regulators also have a range of lesser penalties to apply, such as infringement notice, injunctions, public warnings and remedial directions, that stepping up the process as modern businesses do. It's important to note a key difference between this bill and other international approaches, such as in the UK. Labor is not implementing a mandatory presumption of reimbursement approach. We want to address scam activity across all sectors by incentivising all sectors to take responsibility. After all, there are many opportunities to stop scam activity before the consumer loses money, not just at the point of the bank transfer. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is world-leading. The Assistant Treasurer highlighted Australia's leadership of this issue when he attended the first Global Fraud Summit in March 2024, and this bill reflects Australia's commitment to working with international partners in fighting scams. And at the heart of this legislation is our determination to better protect consumers. We are determined to make Australia a harder target for scammers. Australians deserve to be able to participate in the digital economy safely and with confidence. The bill gives consumers additional peace of mind, knowing that they are both strengthened protections and avenues for dispute resolution if required, if it all goes bad. And on a final note, Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Assistant Minister, Stephen Jones. I know that he is leaving the Parliament, and I particularly want to thank him for bringing scams to the front of people's minds throughout Australia and how we as a nation can fight back. Rather than just retreat from scammers, now we are fighting back. So I thank him for that. As I said at the start, we still lose too much. 13% less this year than last year, which is 350 million, which is better to be in our, and it could have been a lot worse, but so much of that is down to Minister Jones. He's been a good friend and a good man. He's also a Dragon supporter, so that means myself and the Minister, the two Dragon supporters, leaving the Parliament, which I know is a great vacuum. So hopefully some of the candidates who get elected will also be Dragon supporters, and I wish him well. And I commend the bill to the House.
One of your best. Mate, thank you for your contribution, brother. The question is now that the amendment be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Scammers are the scum of the earth. Scammers target vulnerable Australians, but make no mistake, they come after every Australian. Can I say, scammed Australians are not stupid. They are victims. I wanted to start with those statements, those principles, because I fear in the debate about scams, vulnerable Australians, victims, are ignored and, in fact, sometimes insulted by their banks. I fear that the debate in this bill and the scam space is all about the banks and people who hold shares in banks and not about their customers, the victims, vulnerable Australians. Vulnerable Australians like 82-year-old widow Emily from Mildura in my electorate, who lost her husband in June last year. Shockingly, just a few weeks later, a message popped up on her computer screen that she was being scammed. The message told Emily to call a 1-800 number to speak with Microsoft, over which a voice at the end of the line said they were trying to track down the scammers and wanted her help with a sting operation, so asked for her account details so they could put money in her account to transfer to the scammers to assist with a police operation. Instead, these scumbags were the true scammers and helped themselves to $157,000 from her bank account. $157,000. And how much did her bank agree to reimburse her? You won't believe this, Deputy Speaker. Just $22.36. I spoke to Emily during the final sitting week of last year, and she told me how she felt so ashamed at being scammed, so embarrassed that she didn't want to tell her adult children. This is so wrong. Emily should never have felt ashamed. No one who has been scammed should feel ashamed. And if you have been scammed, I want to make this clear. You have been manipulated, disempowered, and gaslit by people who intended nothing but evil toward you. Well, Deputy Speaker, I met with Emily's bank representatives here in Canberra soon after speaking with her about this situation because I felt it was fundamentally wrong, and I told them as much. After some discussion, a settlement was reached, I am pleased to say. This is what Emily had to say about the outcome. I was getting nowhere going through the bank fraud people, so I thought, it's a lot of money. I want to try as hard as I can to be recompensed for something. So I went to my Member of Parliament, and I will say whom I vote for and always will. That's always a lovely message. I've been astounded at the result. I didn't know members of Parliament had such contacts. In my view, as a parliamentarian, it is my job and my privilege to help Emily and people like her. But why does it have to come to this? Why do members of Parliament end up being ombudsmen and clearinghouses for sensible decision-making that simply should have been appropriately handled in the first place? Emily is an intelligent woman. I dare anyone in this place to call Emily stupid. I don't believe anyone in this place would call Emily stupid. Emily's family told me that she is computer savvy, creates invoices on the computer and does a lot of internet banking, and as they say, and I quote, she's not easily fooled and has been caught at a moment of vulnerability. I reiterate, Emily is not stupid, but that is the implied message that sits behind the bank's collective treatment of victims like Emily, and I'm sorry to say this legislation in its current form. Investment scams are a big portion of Australia's scam losses. Emily's story, and I'm about to share more, fall outside the approximately $1.3 billion in Australian scam losses in investment scams. Surely if there is concern about what a mandatory reimbursement of customers might mean for banks and their shareholders, the primary group for protection should be everyday Australians who are not trying to invest money but are tricked into handing over personal details. Let me give some of those personal stories. The wife of one of my staff bought tickets to go to a museum on a state government website. Their credit card details were taken and a scammer helped themselves to buying some Armani goods in Asia. That family only got their money back by threatening legal action. They have since changed banks, something banks would do well to remember. As I prepared to speak on this bill late last year, while discussing Emily's case with her bank, another of my staff was here in Canberra and put her husband on speakerphone. His home computer was frozen and he was on another line to a 1-800 number the on-screen message had directed him to, claiming to be Microsoft. Here we go again. It wasn't. It was scammers. Most likely, they would have asked for personal information to access his finances, just like Emily. However, there were several of us in the office at the time who told him to hang up immediately, shut the computer down, and invest in some reputable computer security protection. It's a really good idea. If you don't have it, I would strongly recommend that you get some. Another one, a publican in my electorate, thought he was ordering beer for his pub from his regular website. He wasn't. He said goodbye to tens of thousands of dollars. I won't name him, but good luck telling him he's stupid. The Maryborough Advertiser newspaper in the southeast of my electorate told the sad story of Janet, who lost $30,000 she had saved for her children. Janet got a call from someone claiming to be Telstra, saying her phone had been hacked. She was unwell at the time with a punctured lung and pneumonia and was taken to hospital the next day. So at the time was convinced the so-called technicians were there to help her. In the circumstances, would you call Janet stupid? I don't think so. Janet was vulnerable and the scammers are scumbags. But it gets worse. Janet later found her money in her bank was gone. Janet was initially relieved to hear from her bank that she was going to get some money back. What did she receive, Deputy Speaker? $3.66. That would ease the burden, wouldn't it? $3.66. There must be some 1% rule the banks are using to recompense victims. Well, my word to them is thanks very much on behalf of everyone who is being scammed. 76-year-old Vietnam War veteran Danny McIver, another Mallee constituent, lost $70,000. We're not talking peanuts here. We're talking people's life savings. He lost it from the life insurance payout he got from the death of his son, Robert, who died 2 weeks after losing his daughter, Sharon, to motor neurone disease. The scam? Another Microsoft impersonation scam last September. Danny told news.com.au that he couldn't believe it took the bank nearly 2 hours to discover his funds had been taken out of his bank account 4 times. None of these people were investment scams, just caught out by scammers that target the vulnerable. In the United Kingdom, prior to the new 7th of October mandatory obligation, the majority of banks were voluntarily reimbursing their customers 72% of the time. In contrast, in Australia, the voluntary bank reimbursement figure is less than 5%. Less than 5%. The Global Anti-Scam Alliance say that in the most recent reporting year, scammers have taken a whopping $1 trillion, as they note, rivals the GDP of some nations. And in countries like Pakistan, their scam losses are equivalent to 4.2% of their GDP, 3.6% in Kenya, 3.4% in South Africa. The Global Anti-Scam Alliance said in their latest report, Australians lose $1,452 per capita per year to scams, well below $3,500 in the United States and $1,800 in Canada, $1,800 in the UK. The Global Anti-Scam Alliance report found that globally, when survey respondents were asked who they expect to ensure scam victims are reimbursed, they answered the online platform used by the scammer, the website they used, the bank. This legislation we have before us today doesn't seem to be drafted to protect Emily, Janet, Danny, my staff or their families and vulnerable Australians, but rather banks. The new United Kingdom legislation introduced by the now former Conservative government, I might add, relates to so-called authorised push payment or APP scams. Britain mandated that banks must compensate scam victims 99.9% of the time. Further, the UK system defines some customers as vulnerable and does not require them to exercise a standard of caution. That is, other customers are required to show they have not demonstrated gross negligence. Vulnerable customers are also not required to carry the £100 excess on their reimbursement. Britain's maximum reimbursement is £85,000. The banks at either end of the transaction must pay half that cost each. Let me ask you this. Who is best placed to protect bank customers from scammers? Vulnerable customers like Emily, the recently bereaved widow, or the banks themselves? Who is best placed to go chasing social media companies or internet platforms for responsibility? Widows like Emily or Janet with her punctured lung and pneumonia, or the banks? Clearly, the United Kingdom have decided that no matter what role social media or internet platforms have played, the fairest and best outcome for victims is for them to be reimbursed. The banks can go hunting the platforms after that. I am furious, and I have been furious since last year, that vulnerable Mallee constituents are being scammed. And now let me disclose my own interest. I too have been scammed. I bought tickets to a hotel in Melbourne, a big hotel in Melbourne, only to discover afterwards the ticket website that they'd moved me onto was fake, and money was taken from me, $9,000 in fact. My pathway to getting reimbursed by the bank was not straightforward. I'm not embarrassed by being scammed. I'm angry, but I'm not embarrassed. I've had private conversations with members here, and they admit they have been scammed as well. It is becoming far too common. Over $2 billion has been lost to scams in Australia every year, around $2.74 billion in the 2023 year. That contrasts with over £1 billion per annum scammed in the United Kingdom in recent reporting years with their population. Yet they've gone all in, compelling banks to reimburse customers. Australians are the victims of around 601,000 reported scams in the last reporting year, up 18.5%. And both the number of reported scams and the amounts lost are just that, reported. It could be a whole lot more, from embarrassed people who don't want to admit that they've been scammed. Are Australians stupid? Are my constituents stupid? No. Yet the implied message in this bill is we need to protect banks, not vulnerable Australians. Labor's solution in this bill is not immediate reimbursement. It is handing vulnerable Australians a snakes and ladders board. Roll the dice and move up and down the ladders and slip down the snakes. Internal dispute mechanisms, external dispute mechanisms, legal action against the bank. I mean, really? Is this the best the government can do? I hasten to add in this banking regulation space that more than half of Australia's ATMs have closed in the last 6 years, and many of my constituents who rely on cash can't get to an ATM in their town or anywhere near where they live. It is well and good for the government to be talking about mandating the use of cash in essential service contexts, albeit with potential small business exemptions. But if regional Australians can't withdraw cash, what then? I urge anyone watching or reading to go to www.scamwatch.gov.au for the latest information on scams and how to protect yourself, and to discuss sensible protective behaviours.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Scams take many forms. They include investment scams, remote access scams, romance scams. I remember when I was what we now call the Assistant Minister to the Attorney-General and making a speech in the Brisbane Convention Centre in relation to what we were doing in respect of fraud and scams involving credit cards, and saying to the departmental officials, is this correct? It's in the billions, it's not in the millions, this figure that I've got to talk about. But when I look back on the 9 years of the Morrison government and the Abbott government before that and the Turnbull government lodged in between, they did nothing. So we get lectures from those opposite about it, but they did nothing in relation to the issue over 9 long years. So we won't cop this criticism that they're making of us. When we brought forward this legislation, we've invested $180 million. When we've actually got scam losses in Australia down from $3.1 billion in 2022 to $2.7 billion in 2023, a decline of 13.1% because of the action taken by this Labor government. So we're taking steps, and we've got this legislation before the chamber which will make a big difference. But it's still, we've got a situation in this country where about 601,000 Australians were scammed last year. Some in this place, we all have family and friends who've been scammed, and scams take many forms and they're insidious, they're clever. I remember being on a number of parliamentary committees involving gambling when people anonymously or privately were giving us evidence in relation to the way they were scammed. And these were very prominent people in the country. I'm pleased to say that this legislation, I believe, will make a difference. It's the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill 2024 Scam Prevention Framework. The Albanese government is protecting people from the scourge of scams, and we're taking this seriously. We want to make Australia the toughest place in the world for scammers to operate, and we are making a difference. We know that scam activity is on the rise. That doesn't mean to say that people are falling for it, but the activity is there, and that wonderful thing which we call the internet has allowed people from all manner of parts of the world to tap into and present themselves as some person who truly loves you and wants you to give them money because they're in desperate need, or that they've got some sort of scam all over the place because they've got a get-rich-quick scheme and it looks fantastic, and if you only invest in it, you'll do well. So it takes many forms, but the current scam protections are a bit all over the place. They're not consistent across the economy, and there are indifferent protections and responses across different industries and providers. So we're taking up the fight. This is a framework. It's an all-encompassing framework. It's coherent. It will make a difference. It's about prevention, detection, disruption and response. So the Scams Prevention Framework, as we call it, will become an important part, the central part of the government's broader consumer protection agenda. So this will make a difference. So we're providing some strong defence. So this landmark legislation has been criticised by those opposite, but I notice in 9 years they didn't do anything like this. This landmark legislation delivers on election commitment. And we knew in opposition we had to do things. We knew that the previous government had sat on their hands. Didn't matter whether the Prime Minister was an Abbott, a Turnbull or a Morrison. So this bill establishes a whole-of-economy approach, places obligations on key businesses through the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. So the framework is the cornerstone delivering on our commitment. The legislation puts obligations, real obligations on banks, social media companies and telcos to prevent scams or face hefty fines and compensation for victims. The previous speaker talked about the difficulties. Well, that's why we want to take action. Under the framework, designated businesses, initially banks, social media platforms, telecommunication companies, where a lot of the scam activity currently occurs, will face a fines of up to $50 million if they don't take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, disrupt, respond and report scams and attempted scams in their business. Victims will have clear pathways to compensation if the businesses fail on their obligations. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, gets new powers under this legislation to direct businesses to take specific steps to keep their customers safe from scammers, and the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, who I might add could do a lot better on insurance issues in relation to floods, will be empowered to resolve consumer claims over scams in these sectors. Consumers were left to fend for themselves before we put big businesses on the hook for these redress when they fail to stop scammers. Once the legislation passes, the framework enables the Minister to establish some sector-specific codes, and the codes will impose mandatory obligations on banks and the other organisations that I talked about. It will mandate these designated sectors to have internal dispute resolution mechanisms that are clear, accessible and transparent for consumers. And we're familiar with this type of process, and I don't know why we're being criticised for it, because it operates across a whole range of sectors in the economy. Now, currently, social media platforms have no mechanism for consumers to raise disputes. In addition, the framework will allow the Minister to make rules setting out guidance on how to apportion liability and an internal dispute resolution between one or more businesses who are at fault to assist victims seeking redress. It will enable a single external dispute resolution scheme for scam complaints made under a framework where a dispute cannot be resolved through internal dispute resolution. AFCA operates like that now on insurance issues for a start. It will build a mandatory coordinated intelligence sharing ecosystem that requires timely reporting and information sharing across industry and government. I might add these reforms have been subject to extensive consultation, and it's a pity those opposite didn't listen to the people who gave us feedback, and stakeholders broadly support the system that we're bringing in. It's worth noting that other sectors may be designated under the framework in future, such as superannuation, cryptocurrencies, online marketplaces and other payment providers. Now, I know there's been some criticism that legislation is too soft on the banks. The previous speaker said it was just on the banks and nothing else. There's been calls for the framework to go further, particularly in respect of mandatory reimbursement by banks. The government has not taken a mandatory presumption of reimbursement approach like the United Kingdom because we want to incentivise action to address scam activity across the entire scam activity chain, including the banks, tech platforms and telcos, and not leave some sectors with lower expectations and responsibilities for liability. We just don't want one sector to be responsible. We want the whole sector in the whole chain to be responsible. The rationale is placing liability on banks alone, fails to recognise and hold to account entities that have had many opportunities to stop a scam before the harm is caused to a consumer. It's the same thing in all forms of litigation. You look at the different groups and organisations who are at fault, whether it's negligent or breached contract. That's what you look at everyone. You don't just pick on one particular sector, one particular business. That may be why we've seen some of the banks come out and raise some concerns about social media companies' management of scams on their platforms. The framework will ensure that all points of the scam chain are held to account, as is common for scammers to use multiple platforms and services to steal from consumers. Now, the Senate Economics Legislation Committee report on the bill recommended to be passed. I know a range of views were expressed by both parliamentarians and stakeholders about the bill, and the framework is part of that inquiry. Some of the claims from the Greens and the crossbench senators in the context of that inquiry suggesting the government was protecting banks are simply and frankly ridiculous. As I said before, our world's first approach will ensure parts of the scam chain are held to account for the actions that they take to protect consumers. The banks themselves have said that when they're at fault, they'll reimburse victims, and that will continue. We're working to ensure consumers get swift access to justice and have the right incentives in place to protect their interests. We're deliberately taking a preventative approach so scams don't happen in the first place, because it's always better to prevent a crime happening than to rely on compensation. The reality is that it is the toughest legislation the world's seen, and it's clear that there's strong support for it to pass. We'll work through some of the details, but the overwhelming message from the inquiry was that strong prevention measures are needed. Deputy Speaker, this bill is just one of an ambitious anti-scam agenda that the government's rolling out to protect Australians. We've already set up the National Anti-Scam Centre and Scam Watch service in July last year as part of our $86.5 million investment to fight scams and online fraud in the 2023-24 budget. The National Anti-Scam Centre, located within the ACCC, is a world-leading partnership between government law enforcement agencies and the private sector. It means consumers can look to a trusted, centralised point within government for information and education to protect themselves from scams. On top of this, just last month, the government launched the Fighting Scams campaign, which includes TV and social media ads running until the 22nd of March. Now, this campaign is about equipping Australians with simple, actionable strategies to guard against scams. Key message: stop before sharing personal information. Check that you know who you're dealing with. Protect against scams by taking action like reporting to scamwatch.gov.au. I'm pleased to see the Australian Banking Association have come out and backed in the scams awareness campaign. It's part of our response. Everyone needs to do their bit. The government's action is about keeping people's money safe through a prevention strategy, and I think it's showing a bit of early success. Losses have almost halved since we took up the National Scam Centre. ScamWatch data shows that reported scam losses during that period of time was 40% compared to the previous year. This bill will implement, shall I say, the framework. Deputy Speaker, just like the National Anti-Scam Centre and Fighting Scam campaign, it's important, I think, as the previous speaker, and I will agree with her, for in our role to raise awareness in our local community. I was delighted last year in July to have the Minister for Financial Services at a community scams forum in Ipswich. There's an opportunity for locals to learn ways to protect themselves from scams, knowing what to do if they're targeted by a scam, and hear more about the steps the government was taking to crack down on this crime. Deputy Speaker, a number of the government and community organisations attended: Australia Post, Services Australia, the Queensland Police, National Identity and Cyber Support Service ID Care, and they provided information and feedback on scams impacting the local community in Ipswich as well. Police officers such as respected Police Sergeant Nadine Webster from the Ipswich District Crime Prevention Unit spoke at the forum and reported that local police had succeeded in shutting down a scam operation just around the time that the members of the public came forward with information, and she gave a very detailed account of it. And I was very pleased to see the work of the local Queensland Police. But there's some very sad stories too. We heard about it that day, and we hear about it in our offices all the time. Scammers ripping money out of the pockets of hard-working locals. The ID Care data showing about $1 million has been lost to scams in Ipswich in the previous 6 months. As an example, we heard from a constituent, Peter, who had been conned out of $130,000 when he thought he was investing in a safe term deposit through a broker. Many people talked about experiencing persistent calls, spam texts, misleading advertisements on social media attempting to scam them out of their money. I thank local people in Ipswich for coming forward at the forum and being so open about what they experienced. What it shows, it's more important than ever for people in my community to be alert and aware of how to protect themselves. It also highlights why this legislation we're debating today is just so urgent. Deputy Speaker, in closing, the Albanese government has made scams a priority because we do get the financial and emotional turmoil. And that was on full display at that Scams Forum last year in Ipswich. We want to rid it out of Australia. We'll work together with anyone and everyone in relation to this. We want to ensure that people keep more of what they earn, and we want to make sure that they keep their money safe. We're determined to crack down on criminals who rip off hard-working Australians. We're making Australia the hardest place for scammers to ply their trade by sending a clear message that this harmful practice won't be tolerated here in any way at all. We're going to make sure that victims know that we have their backs. We know more needs to be done, and that's why this legislation is before the chamber. People in my community want tough action to protect their money, to prevent crime. They want information. They want these laws delivered in the fight against scammers. I urge the Parliament to do the right thing by the people in my community, whether they live in Ipswich or the Somerset region or around Corona Downs. I want this whole Parliament to support this legislation to ensure consumers get the protection they need as soon as possible, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for your contribution. The question now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise today in support of the government's efforts to address the scourge of scams in this country, but do so with significant concerns about the way they've approached the problem in this Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. The prevalence and the pernicious impact of scams in this country means that real, tangible efforts to address them is urgent. Many other countries are forging ahead to protect their citizens, and Australia is lagging behind and needs to do the same. The UK has set a strong precedent. Let's have a look at the scams landscape in Australia so we get a sense of the scale of the problem. Last year, we lost $2.74 billion in this country to scams. That's more than $5,200 per minute, all day, every day. And that's only the scams we know about. People are invariably ashamed to discover they have been scammed, duped, fleeced. So many scams victims never report what has happened to them. And let's put those Australian losses in perspective. The $2.74 billion a year we lose to scams is 18% more than what the people of the UK lose to scams. And that number is not per capita. The UK has 2.5 times Australia's population. To the extent there is a debate about scams regulation creating a honeypot, more on that a bit later, the fact is we are already a honeypot for scams. It's hard to imagine how proper regulation could make it worse. And despite what the big banks would have you believe, they are not doing nearly enough to prevent scams taking hold. It's also important to point out that when we talk about scams, we're not talking about fraud. Fraud is when a third party steals your identity or your credit card and steals from you without your knowledge. That loss is not included in the figures I've just mentioned, and more importantly, as many of us know, is typically reimbursed by financial institutions. A scam is when we ourselves authorise a transaction, give our money away but under false pretences, to scammers who have promised a reward or an investment return or something similar. It's more complicated when you yourself have handed over your own money, and it's more embarrassing and more traumatising for the victim. Like the scourge of domestic violence in this country, no one is too well off or too educated or too sophisticated to be safe from falling victim to a scam. And my community is appropriately very concerned about it. Since I was elected, I've been contacted by many constituents who have been victim of absolutely terrible scams or have had loved ones who have been. Everybody knows someone who has been a victim. And it's not just the victim of the scam that is impacted. Entire families are affected, particularly when life-changing amounts of money are lost. To respond to that concern, I've partnered with ScamWatch to host community information sessions on scams prevention. ScamWatch is the Australian government initiative designed to help consumers stay one step ahead of the scammers. And recently I held a webinar with Stephanie Tonkin, the CEO of the Consumer Action Law Centre, to help equip my constituents with the information they need to best protect themselves. These sessions were indeed very popular, and the stories of the scams that people had fallen prey to were alarming, to say the least. One constituent wrote to me about her 93-year-old mother being scammed. Her mother only admitted to this being scammed after a serious car accident, fearing that she may die. The scam involved direct phone calls to her mother from people purporting to be from the Federal Police and from her bank. And the scam played out over several months. The scammers managed to convince her that the only way she could keep her savings secure was to move her money around to other accounts by buying gift cards, sending cheques to various places and making large transfers to unknown people. They used every trick in the book. The scammers took advantage of her age and her vulnerability, her trust in authority, typical of that generation, and her lack of computer skills. In the end, this scam involved 6 financial institutions and resulted in my constituent's mother losing $800,000. 6 financial institutions being involved. Due to my constituents' diligence pursuing this matter over 18 months, around $150,000 of that money that was scammed away has been recovered. But recovering even this portion of the money has been exhausting work for her. In her experience, the position of the majority of the financial institutions has been to blame the victim, implying negligence or carelessness. It's not that she was preyed upon by fraudsters or that the bank ought to have done so much more to protect her, a vulnerable customer. The banking institutions are privy to a vast amount of information that we, the public, do not have access to. The constituent who wrote to me could not have summed up the position any better, and so I quote, "Banks in Australia are institutions of immense wealth and status. They exercise a very powerful role in our society. It follows that community expectation is for the highest standards of professionalism. To me, this would extend to exceeding minimum standards, which are seemingly no longer fit for purpose. And crucially, being proactive in responding to changing circumstances, in particular to the increased occurrence and destructive effect of scams, as well as being responsive to the needs and vulnerabilities of elderly customers by ensuring the most effective and best designed systems of protection are in place. The ACCC Chair, Katrina Lowe, said that in their data, it indicates that scammers are targeting older Australians with retirement savings who might be looking for investment opportunities. And so I am disappointed at the path the government has chosen to take to address this devastating issue. As the consumer, the victim, has been sidelined and neglected in this piece of legislation. The main argument that has been offered by the government to reject a reimbursement model is the honeypot or moral hazard argument. The argument goes that if financial or other designated institutions automatically reimburse victims, then victims would take less care with their investments, knowing the reimbursement was guaranteed. The scams market would open right up and scammers would flock here. Speaker, Australia is already the honeypot. As I mentioned earlier, Australians lose 18% more to scammers than people in the UK do, and that is not taking into account the fact that their population is 2.5 times larger than ours. In 2022, in Australia, only 13% of attempted scam payments were stopped by the banks before they occurred. Once completed, only 2 to 5% of scams victims were reimbursed for their losses, a minuscule amount. In the UK, by contrast, the top 4 banks pay out 49 to 73% of losses, and those statistics come from before the UK introduced an automatic reimbursement scheme. This is from when it was still voluntary. And where is the evidence that Australia will become a honeypot? We have been shown none. The impact analysis in the explanatory memorandum of the bill states that the core objectives of the government's policy response to scams would be to both reduce scam harms and align the benefits and costs of scam prevention. It goes on to say that Treasury has considered 2 options as part of that policy response. 2. Option 1, maintain the status quo. In other words, do nothing. How is this considered a policy option robust enough to include in an explanatory memorandum for a bill of this kind? It is absolutely confounding. And option 2, establish the scams prevention framework. This is just weird. In other words, the government considered no other alternatives to the option they settled on. They did not analyse scam prevention systems established in other similar countries. Specifically, they did not adequately consider an automatic reimbursement model, as has already been implemented in the UK. In fact, the only reference to the UK's reimbursement model in the explanatory memorandum is to reject in 2 sentences the strong joint recommendation of the Consumer Action Law Centre, Choice and the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network. They're called to mirror the UK's reimbursement framework here in Australia. In rejecting that proposal, the government states that it would, and I paraphrase, place a presumption of liability for scams losses onto one sector, that is the banks, with minimal incentive for other sectors such as telecommunications and digital platforms to accept liability for not meeting their obligations. Let's break that down for a moment. In one breath, the government has rejected the recommendations of the peak consumer bodies in this country because the banks would be negatively impacted, more so than the telcos or the tech companies. But where in this analysis is the consumer? Where is the victim? Where is the policy objective, let alone policy response, of reimbursing what could be the loss of a victim's entire life savings. It leaves the victim in the position of having to potentially fight multiple financial institutions, telcos and social media companies for reimbursement. Talk about an uneven playing field. Furthermore, the peak bodies have quite rightly pointed out that the apportionment of liability between banks, telcos and social media companies could easily be done another way, among themselves based on precedent after the victim has been reimbursed. Why should the victim be further punished by having to wait months, often years, for reimbursement? Speaker, the constituent whose story I described earlier urged me to call on the government to adopt the recommendations of the Consumer Action Law Centre Choice in the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network to implement a reimbursement model. I'm here to do so. She shared her story with me, and I share it in this place to lend support to ensuring a world-leading, highly effective, consumer-protecting scams prevention framework is legislated. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution and give the call to the Manager of Government Business.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
You're moving it.
Move that the debate be adjourned.
The debate is adjourned. I will put the question before the House now is that to agree to the motion. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business notice number 4, suspension of standing orders relating to the business for today.
The Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move notice number 4, which is, as it appears, in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper, for the information of members who may not have memorised today's notice paper. The effect of this is to allow for the later sitting this evening. The usual thing, the 6:30 rule will still apply in terms of no divisions or quorum calls after 6:30. Those people who are scheduled to speak on the adjournment will still be able to do so. We have some legislation, particularly in the Federation Chamber, which deals with crimes which are happening in real time. And given that we are very close to the end of the speaking list, if we have a chance to be able to get the agreement of the Parliament to be able to deal with that more quickly, then I think it's well and truly in the national interest for us to be able to do so. So this will give us the flexibility to be able to do that. And obviously, if there are on amendments or anything like that, any divisions that are called, they would be dealt with by the House tomorrow morning.
I thank the Minister. The clerk. Now you need to put the motion. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Sorry, now the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Petrie.
I thank the clerk and I give the call. The question before the House is that the amendments now be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wonder how many have seen the newest ad campaign with the bloke about to send a deposit for a lounge online when a little voice on his shoulder, which is his own, makes him stop. And there's the lady being asked about her bank details whose voice says she should check. And the bloke who's being told his account is overdrawn, who listens to the voice telling him it's a dodgy email and shouldn't he protect himself. Now, this is part of a new campaign, the Fighting Scams campaign, which includes TV commercials and social media ads that are running now. And they're designed to equip Australians with simple, actionable strategies to guard against scams. Things like stop before you share your personal information, check that you know exactly who you're dealing with, and protect yourself against scams by taking actions like reporting them to ScamWatch. Now, I think it's a really useful ad. And of course, we have tools like that and the little book of scams that I've been sharing far and wide in my community. But our work, the Albanese government's work on scams, goes way beyond simply raising awareness and asking people to take responsibility. Scammers are clever, cunning and criminal, and our comprehensive plan is about making Australia the toughest target in the world for scammers. And this includes having everyone doing their bit, whether it's government, business or individuals. Now, when you mention the word scams out in the community, it doesn't take much for stories of fear and trepidation to come tumbling out. Whether it's a young person, a busy mum, a dad at the sporting sideline, a retiree, or even my own husband and mum, everyone has a story of an attempted scam that they headed off at the pass. What is really distressing, though, is where the scam wasn't avoided and the tales of lost money or ongoing financial loss that started with a dodgy Facebook ad, an email that looked legitimate, text messages that sounded credible, or a phone call that you'd swear was the real thing. Those stories are just gut-wrenching. Anyone can be a target of a scammer, so whether you're 20 or 70, we know everyone should stay scam alert. The Albanese government has made scams a priority because we get the financial and emotional turmoil that victims face, and we want to rid Australia of this scourge. Since being elected, the government's committed more than $180 million to combating scams and online fraud. Our actions to date are helping keep people's money safe, with our prevention strategy showing some early signs of success. Losses have been almost cut in half since we stood up the National Anti-Scam Centre. ScamWatch data shows reported scam losses dropped by more than 40% in the 23-24 financial year compared to the previous year. This bill, the Scams Prevention Framework, is a vital next step, putting obligations on banks, social media companies and telcos to prevent scams or to face hefty fines and compensation for victims. What it means is that banks, social media platforms and telecommunication companies will have their responsibilities and victims will have clear pathways to compensation if the businesses fail to meet those new standards. Deputy Speaker, I want to take a moment in discussing scams to pay tribute to the Assistant Treasurer for the years of work that he's done in this area. I think I had the first scam forum in the country at the Windsor Wolves in the Hawkesbury just before the 2022 election, where local Hawkesbury residents shared with us some of their bad experiences and near misses. And I think what was interesting about that forum is it also drew people from the Blue Mountains part of my electorate who had been so badly impacted they wanted to travel to be part of it. And for me, that was one of the really galvanising events where you could see that every single person had either already been impacted or deeply feared being impacted by scams, and they were thirsty for tools to help keep themselves safe. But it also highlighted for me that an individual can only do so much and that the system had to change so there were protections and punishments for poor practices that led to someone being scammed. Deputy Speaker, as I said, there have been positive signs from the government and industry's efforts to date to combat scams, but scam losses remain unacceptably high. In 2023, scammers stole $2.7 billion from Australians, and scammers continue to cause psychological and emotional harm for victims and their families. Current scam protections are piecemeal and inconsistent across the economy, and consumers face inconsistent protections and responses across different industries and providers. This Scams Prevention Framework being introduced is world-leading legislation. It's a central part of our broader consumer protection agenda. I'm going to call this Scams Prevention Framework the SPF. Think of sunscreen providing you with a protective layer, and it's a bit like that. It's an economy-wide reform to protect consumers from scams by requiring the private sector to adhere to consistent principle-based obligations and strong tailored industry codes which are enforceable. This approach will ensure that incentives and obligations are in place across key sectors that we know scammers take advantage of to cause harm to people in the community. And this framework will ensure that all parts of the ecosystem used by scammers are held to account for implementing strong and effective protections that are specifically tailored to their sector and their role in the conduct of a scam. This is essential for the protection of consumers, as it's really common for scammers to use multiple platforms and services to deceive and steal from people. Regulated entities under this bill will be required to take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt and respond to scams, and to have governance arrangements in place relating to how they will protect consumers from scams. There'll be mandatory sector-specific codes, and the sector-specific codes do not, even if you adopt it, it does not relieve a business from their obligations to take reasonable steps in all circumstances, recognising that scams constantly evolve, and so businesses must constantly evolve in their response as well. Banks, telecommunication providers and certain digital platforms offering social media, paid search advertising and direct messaging services will initially be designated under the SPF as they represent key points of harm where the harm begins for consumers. It's interesting to note that bank transfer was the most reported method used by scammers, with $212.9 million in reported losses in 2023. Phone calls and social media were the contact methods associated with the highest value of losses, $116 million and $93.5 million respectively in 2023. And other sectors may be designated under the SPF in future, such as superannuation, cryptocurrency, online marketplaces and other payment providers. Now, I want to pause and reflect on the breadth of this legislation and highlight some evidence that I took from Meta at the social media inquiry that I was a member of. I was extremely disappointed at that inquiry last year to hear from Meta that they did not feel they had responsibility for the scam ads that people pay them to have on their platform. Now, these ads can be the first part of a scam. That can be where it starts. And Meta argued to us in their evidence that they bore no responsibility because the taking of someone's money happened off their platform further down the line. So they were happy to take money from people who, it could be argued, were pretty obviously scammers or potential scammers, but they had nothing to do with any downstream impacts where other people lost money to these same advertisers. That's one of the reasons why we need a comprehensive approach and we need multiple regulators involved. And this legislation provides for just that, a multi-regulator model, involving the ACCC as the regulator for the principle-based obligations, and then the ACCC, ASIC and ACMA as regulators for the sector-specific codes, so that they capitalise on the existing industry knowledge and expertise each of those regulators have. And it also ensures that no single regulator will be spread too thin as SPF expands to additional sectors as scam activity inevitably shifts. Regulators have access to significant civil penalties of up to $50 million for the very worst breaches of the SPF. This is designed to incentivise compliance and make sure it's not simply easier to pay the penalty. Regulators will also have other compliance tools available, such as infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, injunctions, public warnings and remedial directions to ensure the SPF is administered as intended to protect consumers. Consumers, for their part, will have access to free and transparent dispute resolution processes if they're victim of a scam and one or more regulated entity has not met its obligations. There also needs to be internal dispute resolution at the regulated entities and a process in place at each of them, and they must become members of a designated external dispute resolution scheme. Rather than being shunted around from regulator to regulator, there will be a no wrong door policy for internal dispute processes, so consumers can approach any of the regulated entities connected to the scam they've experienced to raise a dispute. We want to make it easy for people to pursue that. And we've already announced our intention to authorise the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, AFCA, as the external dispute resolution scheme for the 3 initial sectors. This single door approach means consumers only have to go to one body to escalate their scam complaint, even where it may involve multiple regulated entities. Deputy Speaker, the government has not taken a mandatory presumption of reimbursement approach as operates in the UK because we want to incentivise actions to address scam activity across the entire scam activity chain, not leave some sectors with lower expectations and lower responsibility for the liability. Placing liability on banks alone fails to recognise and hold to account the entities that may have had opportunities to stop the scam before the harm is caused to the consumer. Consumers will also be able to take action in court where they've suffered loss or damage because a regulated entity hasn't met its obligations under the SPF. As with the intention for the external dispute resolution, liability for loss or damage where more than one regulated entity has not met obligations can be apportioned between multiple regulated entities. So this is about shifting the responsibility, ensuring everyone at every point takes responsibility for the things that they could do. Deputy Speaker, this is the start. There is work to do throughout the year once this bill is passed, which I hope it will be. What this bill does do is ensure that we deliver the pre-election promise that we made, including to the people of the Hawkesbury at the Windsor Wolves footy club at the forum the Assistant Treasurer attended. We made a promise that we would do everything we could to protect the community from scammers. This is a really significant step that gives Australia world-leading framework to be able to do just that, to keep consumers safe.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Macquarie. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australia is a honeypot for scams. Our lack of regulation and industry protection for consumers permitted more than 600,000 scams in 2023, a record number, an increase of 18.5% on the previous year, according to the ACCC. The National Anti-Scams Centre tells us that Australians lost $2.74 billion to scams in 2023, but its data is limited because it tells us only about those scams which have actually been reported to the ACCC's Scam Watch unit. Probably the best data is that from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, which, frustratingly, collects a much different data set to that of the ACCC. The ABS reports that most scams are relatively low value, of the order of a few hundred or a few $1,000s. It seems quite likely that scams of that size are underreported. Almost 50% of people affected by larger-scale scams report them to their banks, but critically only 8.7% report them to government organisations or departments. So, the government's figures do not include scams that individuals only report to their banks, to their telcos or to the police, or to other government agencies like ASIC, the ACMA or to the ATO, which means that the figure that we're given, that we often use, of almost $3 billion lost to scams in Australia last year is more than likely a vast underestimation. There are many reasons for the increasing prevalence of scams. The rapid digitalisation of the economy has had a dual edge. While online facilities and online banking have enhanced many of our individual conveniences, they have also facilitated the rise of scams. The reality is that for years the banks, telcos and digital companies have not taken the necessary steps to adequately protect customers. Australians have had to continue to experience serious financial and security harm in the face of this failed self-regulation. There is now a critical need for government and businesses to act effectively and with purpose to protect consumers from these increasingly devious and sophisticated schemes. The Albanese government has taken a proactive stance to scams prevention, and it is appropriate to acknowledge the efforts of the Assistant Treasurer and his team and their deep engagement in this space. I have to say that as the co-chair and founder of the Parliamentary Friends of Scams Protection, the Assistant Treasurer has been supportive and responsive, and I thank him for that. Recent initiatives by this government have included the National Anti-Scams Centre, launching of the SMS ID Register and boosting of ASIC's scam disruption activities. These measures have decreased investment scams, but those on social media platforms continue to increase. Digital platforms, telcos and banks have not done enough to limit those losses. For example, the SMS ID registry needs to be mandatory. In Singapore, we've seen that a mandatory ID registry led to a 67% reduction in scams. We have seen in this country what happens when institutions don't act on spoofed phone numbers. Probably the best example of that was HSBC's reckless and indifferent failure to respond to spoofing of many hundreds of Australians over many months. That led to loss of millions of dollars by Australians, some of whom live in the electorate that I represent of Kooyong. It is for this reason, Deputy Speaker, that the government is introducing mandatory industry codes for scam protection and detection, and victim support and redress by banks, telcos and digital platforms. The government claims that under this legislation, scam victims will have a straightforward path to securing compensation after a single complaint, even where that complaint involves multiple companies. The liability will theoretically be shared between the sending and receiving banks, digital platform and telco provider, depending on the scam. The first sectors to be designated under this scams protection framework will be banks, telecommunication providers and providers of digital platform services relating to social media, paid search engine advertising and direct messaging. Other sectors will be considered in time. Under the legislation, banks will need confirmation of payee technology so that customers can check account names and other details to ensure that they're paying their money into the right bank account and that they will receive a warning if those details do not match. The Australian Banking Association says that this can be in place for all banks by 2025, within 2025, although it is unclear why we can't have it immediately. After being informed of a scam, banks will have to report it to the authorities, and they will have to respond quickly, such as to stop payments going through. They'll be required to identify and shut down money mule accounts used to receive and shift scam victims' money, usually offshore. We know that failure to do this has been a failure of many banks for some years. I've had a number of constituents contact me with horror stories related to our big and small banks. Their willingness to transfer money too quickly, their inability to recover losses after the fact, and the challenges of dealing with their networks. This framework also covers telecommunication providers, telcos, who are required to ascertain who is sending text messages. They're required to block numbers making scam calls, and it also applies to the digital platform service providers. Scam victims will be able to seek compensation from digital platforms and from telcos, as well as the sending and receiving bank. But they'll have to do that by taking their case to the Ombudsman, the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, or AFCA. In doing so, they can theoretically take a single action against multiple parties, banks, the telcos and the digital platforms, depending on the scam. The current maximal payout for a scam to be received by a consumer from AFCA is about $1.2 million. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, or the ACCC, will oversee enforcement of this framework. Companies failing to meet their obligations face massive fines of up to $50 million, and they could be forced to compensate victims. that legislation provides for criminal and civil penalties if the legislation is breached. Deputy Speaker, it is very disappointing that the government has decided not to go ahead with the recommendation from experts and consumer groups that we follow the United Kingdom's approach of making banks primarily responsible for dispute resolution relating to scams. Since 2019, the United Kingdom has had a voluntary reimbursement model in place, which has recently become compulsory. Under the scheme, victims are protected, while the industry has a financial incentive to improve its scam protection systems. Australian banks have claimed that this approach would make us a honeypot for scammers, but that claim has been rejected by the UK regulator and by some banks. 9 senior consumer groups, including the Consumer Action Law Centre, Choice, the Financial Rights Legal Centre and Financial Counselling Australia, have repeatedly called for the Albanese government to adopt a modified version of the UK reforms. Speaker, the government's proposed scams prevention network framework is well-intentioned and it's a step in the right direction, but it falls down on this question of dispute resolution, which is, after all, the touchstone of protection from scams. The legislation sets up an unnecessarily complex, multi-party, case-by-case dispute resolution system. It would likely incentivise the industry to enforce minimum standard compliance approach to obligations. It places the onus on scam victims to prove, presumably on the balance of probabilities, that the bank, the platforms and or the telcos involved failed to meet their subjective and really quite broad obligations under the Scams Protection Framework principles and codes, that the business's failure was the cause of the scam and that the scammer intended to deceive the victim. The problem is that in many cases the consumer has no access to the information required to be able to prove this case. Banks refuse to hand over information at this point. For example, Meta won't hand over its algorithms, and banks often won't release commercial in confidence data and systems. Given this information asymmetry, the task will likely be onerous, challenging for many individuals, especially older Australians and those from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Consumer advocacy groups say that the process will include a person reporting the scam, lodging a complaint with the companies involved, seeking advice, escalating the dispute to AFCAR, participating in meetings and then getting an outcome, a process which could involve as many as 30 steps and take as long as 2 years. The telecommunications industry ombudsman agrees. She says that it is not reasonable that consumers have to jump through all of those hoops while they're watching regulated entities blame each other for their failings. It's also unclear how apportionment could work in this context. There could well be protracted arguments, even litigation between banks, telcos and digital platforms about which entity caused the loss and who is responsible for how much of the liability, all while the victim waits. Take a toll scam. A consumer receives an SMS saying that they have an overdue toll. The consumer thinks it's genuine because they did travel on a toll road 2 days before. So they hit the link in the message and they get scammed. Who's at fault? Is it the bank? Is it the telco? Is it the tolling company who sold the consumer's travel data through real-time bidding? Or is it the data broker? How is an individual to work through this issue? The reality is, in most cases, they won't. They'll drop the issue, pay the money, and the scam will continue unpunished. The reality, Deputy Speaker, is that without a presumption of reimbursement, there is no economic incentive for banks to improve their systems to prevent scams. A change to the Scams Protection Framework to introduce a presumption of reimbursement within limits would help the framework meet its stated objectives. It would significantly ease the burden on consumers by removing the onus to prosecute their case against multiple multinational corporations over what would likely be years-long disputes. By enabling faster reimbursement for scams victims, it would also incentivise much more investment in scams protections. The Consumer Action Law Centre and other expert groups have suggested an alternative model, a modified reimbursement framework which would lead the world on scams, disruption and responses. This would be predicated on a presumption of bank reimbursement. In the model, the consumer would provide reasonable information to the bank. The bank would have 5 to 10 days to respond, and in most cases it would then reimburse the scam victim. There would be limits to the presumption of reimbursement. For example, it would not be instituted where there was evidence of gross negligence or where a person knowingly took part in a fraud. There would also be a backup option of a single-door external dispute resolution by AFCA where reimbursements denied. The banks, telcos and digital platforms would then undertake apportionment after the consumer is reimbursed. That apportionment would be business to business at an industry level between SPF entities. The model would create an incentive to drive industry action to innovate and to invest in the technology and systems required to prevent scams. It would reduce the scam complaints process from as much as 2 years under the framework proposed in this bill to just a few weeks, with consumers, government, regulators, dispute resolution bodies and businesses all set to benefit from the gained efficiency and reduction in costs. Deputy Speaker, this country urgently needs a robust, well-enforced framework of consumer protections. For far too long, too many Australians have lost life-changing sums of money to scammers. For far too long, the businesses enabling scammers to conduct their activities have faced no consequences, leaving consumers to carry the burden of those crimes. It's a simple premise. Consumers should be able to get their money back when businesses fail to protect them from scams. This framework is well-intentioned. It sets the scene for meaningful scams protection, but it provides only half of the picture. We could do much better. Firstly, the government's SMS sender ID registry should be mandatory rather than voluntary. Secondly, the government should reverse the onus of proof for scams restitution to institutions and away from individuals. Only by doing so can we maximise consumer protections and the incentives for institutions to improve their systems, to stop scams and to prevent Australians and protect Australians from financial harm.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Kooyong. Is the member for Kooyong, are you moving an amendment?
I'm not, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, you won't be moving an amendment. Okay. Thank you, member for Kooyong. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And this piece of legislation is going to be very welcome in my electorate. I've held a number of scams forums over the last few years, from Wheelers Hill, Burwood, Glen Waverley, Mount Waverley and suburbs beyond, and they have been incredibly well-attended events because there is huge community anxiety about the proliferation of scams, and there has also been a real sense of relief that our government is taking steps to crack down on scammers. We've given out countless little book of scams in my office, and I'll use this opportunity in the Parliament to remind my constituents that they can contact our office at any time to receive their free copy. Our government has taken really seriously the responsibility to crack down on scammers. We made a promise ahead of the election to protect the community from scammers, and since being elected, our government has committed over $180 million to combat scams and online fraud. So far, there have been really positive signs from our efforts to combat scams. Yet, unfortunately, scam losses do remain unacceptably high. In 2023, scammers stole $2.7 billion from Australians, and scammers continue to cause real psychological and emotional harm for victims and their families. And I'm sure most members in this place have experience of sitting with and speaking to and listening to constituents who have unfortunately fallen victim to scammers. Scammers are very sophisticated in the way they operate, and anyone can be a victim of their actions. Current scam protections are piecemeal and inconsistent across the economy, and therefore consumers face inconsistent protections and response from across different industries and providers. So the scams prevention framework being introduced in this bill is world-leading legislation and a central part of our broader consumer protection agenda, which is economy-wide reform. So moving away from that inconsistency we've seen. This economy-wide reform is designed to protect consumers from scams by requiring the private sector to adhere to consistent principles-based obligations and strong tailored industry codes which are enforceable. The consistent and enforceable approach of the Scams Prevention Framework will ensure that incentives and obligations are in place across key sectors that scammers take advantage of to cause deep harm in the community. The Scams Prevention Framework will ensure that all parts of the ecosystem used by scammers are equally held to account for implementing strong and effective protections that are tailored to that sector's role in the conduct of a scam. This is really essential for the protection of consumers, as it's common for scammers to use multiple platforms and services to deceive and steal from people. Regulated entities will be required to take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt and respond to scams, and to have governance arrangements in place relating to how entities will protect consumers from scams. Mandatory sector-specific codes will provide tailored prescriptive obligations for each sector which are consistent with the principles. However, the sector-specific codes do not relieve a business from their obligations to take reasonable steps in all circumstances, recognising that scams are constantly evolving, and so businesses must be evolving in their response as well. Banks, telecommunication providers and certain digital platforms offering social media, paid search advertising and direct message services will initially be designated under the Scams Prevention Framework as they represent key vectors of harms for consumers. Bank transfer was the most reported payment method used by scammers, with $212.9 million in reported losses in 2023, according to ScamWatch. Phone calls and social media were the contact methods associated with the highest value of losses, which were for phone calls $116 million and for social media contact $93.5 million in 2023. Again, this information is coming from ScamWatch. And just as a side note here, ScamWatch is a really important way for the government to keep track of what scammers' activity is, and I myself have made complaints and reports to ScamWatch when scammers have attempted to trick me. So I encourage people when they are contacted by scammers to put a report through ScamWatch. Other sectors may be designated under the Scams Prevention Framework in the future, such as superannuation, cryptocurrency, online marketplaces and other payment providers. A multi-regulator model involving the ACCC as the regulator for the principle-based obligations and the ACCC, ASIC and ACMA as regulators for the sector-specific codes capitalises on existing industry knowledge and expertise. This is really important. And this will ensure no single regulator will be spread too thin as the Scams Prevention Framework expands to additional sectors as scam activity shifts. Regulators have access to significant civil penalties of up to $50 million for the most egregious breaches of the Scams Prevention Framework. And this is intended to incentivise compliance and provide adequate penalties to deter regulated entities who may foresee higher possible gains from breaching the Scams Prevention Framework. Regulators will also have other compliance tools available, such as infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, injunctions, public warnings, and remedial directions to ensure the Scams Prevention Framework is administered as intended to protect consumers. Additionally, consumers will have access to free and transparent dispute resolution processes if they are the victim of a scam and one or more regulated entities has not met its obligations. Regulated entities must have an internal dispute resolution process in place and become a member of a designated external dispute resolution scheme. With a no wrong door approach for internal dispute processes, consumers will be able to approach any regulated entity connected to the scam they've experienced to raise a dispute. This is really important too, that no one is turned away when they make that initial step to raise a dispute. The government has already announced our intention to authorise the Australian Financial Complaints Authority as the external dispute resolution scheme for the 3 initial sectors. This single door approach means consumers will only have to go to one body to escalate their scam complaint, even where it may involve multiple regulated entities. Now, I've listened to some of the speeches so far that have raised the question of mandatory presumption of reimbursement approach, such as the UK has in place, and our government has decided not to take that approach because we want to incentivise actions to address scam activity across the entire scam activity chain, not to leave some sectors with lower expectations and lower responsibilities in relation to their liability. Placing liability simply on banks alone fails to recognise and hold to account the entities that have many opportunities to stop a scam before the harm is caused to the consumer. Our government will consult on the Scams Prevention Framework dispute resolution model to ensure that alternative dispute resolution operates effectively. Consumers, of course, should be able to rely on protections and raise their complaints with all regulated businesses under consistent expectations of how they will be treated. Consumers will also be able to take action in court where they have suffered loss or damage because a regulated entity has not met its obligations under the Scams Prevention Framework. As with that intended for external dispute resolution, liabilities for loss or damage where more than one regulated entity has not met obligations can be apportioned between multiple regulated entities. Again, this is about ensuring we recognise the scam activity chain. Scams are a global challenge. The Assistant Treasurer's attendance at the inaugural Global Fraud Summit in the UK in March of last year really reiterated the important role and influence of Australia and of our government in fighting scams within the international community. This legislation will support our government's efforts and industry's efforts in international engagement and collaboration, including by enabling sharing of scam intelligence across regulated entities, law enforcement and regulators in Australia, and, importantly, supporting international enforcement action to disrupt illicit scam activities, as, of course, this is a global challenge and we are often engaging with global operators here in the scam activity space. I know this is really welcomed by my community in Chisholm. People, frankly, have had enough of being targeted by scammers. And it seems to come sometimes from all directions, as we've described in our comments through the government's contribution. This is something that people are experiencing on social media, via phone calls, via emails. I'm really proud to be part of a government that is taking serious action to prevent consumers, to protect our communities from the despicable actions of scammers, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Chisholm. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Scams don't just rob Australians of their money, they rob Australians of their peace of mind, trust and dignity. Being the victim of a scam can be a devastating experience that ripples through families and communities, creating untold suffering and leaving immense damage in its wake. Our country has become a honeypot for scams. Last year alone, a staggering $2.7 billion was stolen from Australians by scammers. Small businesses remain particularly vulnerable to scams, with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission highlighting that small and micro businesses lost over $13.7 million to payment redirection scams in 2022, a 95% increase from the previous year, constituting a significant portion of total business scam losses. These scams exploit digital vulnerabilities, leaving businesses exposed to financial and operational risks. This is an issue that requires urgent attention and a solution that will protect all Australians from the scourge of scams. This is a transnational criminal industry that extends far beyond our borders, and it requires an immediate and effective response. The devastating consequences of scams cannot be understated. I hear stories about scams all the time in my own electorate.
I'm especially haunted by one story. It's about a man in his 70s, an immigrant, who came to Australia decades ago and built a life here, then was caught in a series of scams that took nearly everything he had. He'd saved for his family, for his children and grandchildren, but over time, as he found himself widowed and living alone and vulnerable, he fell prey to a series of calls that seemed so convincing. They promised him high returns, security for his future and companionship. He trusted them, and in return he was stripped of his life savings. Now, at nearly 80, he's contemplating finding a job because his retirement has been stolen. This isn't an isolated story. It's a shared experience for countless Australians. And that's why we're here today, discussing the proposed scams prevention framework. This bill takes steps towards fortifying Australia's defences against a very real and escalating threat. However, it doesn't do enough. We must be honest about this bill's shortcomings because as it stands, it risks burdening the very people we're trying to protect. One of my key concerns is the onus reversal that this bill proposes. Under this bill, victims are not only left to pick up the pieces, but are also expected to prove that the financial institutions or platforms they trusted failed them. They must somehow gather evidence to make a case against companies that have teams of lawyers and access to all the data they themselves lack. According to an ACCC report from April last year, it's older people who suffer the greatest harm at the hands of scammers. Losses for people over the age of 65 increased by 13.3% in 2023 to $120 million in 2024. Imagine an elderly woman who's recently experienced a devastating financial blow because of a scam. Her hard-earned savings have vanished due to sophisticated fraud, leaving her overwhelmed with the daunting task of proving what went wrong. She now faces not only emotional turmoil, but also a taxing and arduous process of proving that her bank didn't take the proper steps to protect her. This process is unfair. As it stands, this bill shifts that burden onto individual victims, asking too much of those who are already struggling. The reversal of the burden of proof creates a stacked deck where corporations are shielded behind technical jargon and internal policies that consumers aren't even allowed to see. It creates a barrier that favours those with resources and penalises ordinary Australians who are often isolated and unable to navigate such a complex process alone. Another pressing issue is the lack of a clear, consumer-focused timeline for resolving disputes. Currently, people who've been scammed can face months, even years, trying to get answers. They're left in limbo, often with financial stress that compounds their trauma. We should be putting in place a clear, timely process that allows scam victims to find redress quickly, not landing them in a bureaucratic maze. And we should look closely at the UK, where they've established a clear presumption of reimbursement for scam victims. The UK model starts with a simple idea. Consumers who've been scammed will be reimbursed if the institution fails to prove it took every reasonable action to protect them. This approach not only aligns with models proposed by experts, but represents a critical shift in the pervasive victim-blaming dynamic that often underpins the response to scams. In the case of the UK, placing the onus back onto the institutions that control the systems that facilitate scams and away from consumers who simply don't have the resources or information to prove negligence has proven to be an effective model. According to the Payment System Regulator's June 2024 report, victims of scams in the UK were reimbursed for 67% of their losses in 2023, with that figure expected to rise to 95% under a mandatory model. In stark contrast, Australian banks reimbursed only 2 to 7% of scam losses in 2023. By holding institutions responsible unless they can demonstrate proactive and reasonable scam prevention measures, the model's led to a shift in industry practices, with banks investing more in anti-fraud technologies and strategies. The focus on institutional responsibility not only improves consumer protections, but also reduces the overall impact of scams, as institutions have stronger incentives to prevent fraud before it occurs. This model drives accountability and delivers real positive outcomes for victims by ensuring that those with the power to prevent scams are fully responsible for doing so. The data shows that a model like this is effective not only in delivering compensation to victims, but in driving long-term improvements in scam prevention. Presumption of reimbursement provisions exist in laws addressing power imbalances and information asymmetry, which is especially true in the case of scams. Experience tells us that if we don't hold companies accountable, they will likely do the bare minimum, and it's Australians who will pay the price. As it stands, this bill doesn't do enough to drive real proactive protections across banking, social media and telecommunications companies. And this is what needs to change. We need to shift the responsibility from individuals to institutions. We must hold banks and platforms accountable for protecting Australians, not ask people to justify why they deserve redress. Second, we must compel companies to formally acknowledge their obligations under the Scams Prevention Framework. The proposed amendments put forward by my crossbench colleagues mandate the public disclosure of prevention efforts, require companies to provide a statement of compliance, and ensure special protections for vulnerable consumers. These will strengthen the bill's effectiveness, addressing some of the flaws I've outlined today. Mandating public disclosures on scam prevention efforts will help shine a light on industry practices, ensuring companies do more than just meet the bare minimum. The member for Mackellar has introduced a vulnerable consumer definition, which will enhance protections for consumers who are particularly susceptible to scams, including elderly people, non-English speakers and people with disabilities. The member for Wentworth's amendment requires regulated entities to publicly disclose information about the scams they detect and respond to. Under this provision, entities involved in scam prevention must publish quarterly scam reports, with civil penalties imposed on those that fail to comply. Enshrining special protections for vulnerable Australians and measures to increase public accountability and transparency must be included in the primary legislation. These critical additions will ensure scam victims are not left in the dark when trying to seek redress. Crucially, the amendment being moved by the member for Warringah introduces a statement of compliance requirement, a particularly crucial step in protecting small businesses and Australians from scams by increasing transparency and accountability. Financial institutions and digital platforms handling scam complaints will be required to formally demonstrate compliance with their obligations through a written statement, ensuring businesses are not left in the dark when seeking redress. Failure to provide this statement will be a civil penalty provision, making institutions more accountable, while also strengthening small businesses' legal ability to challenge unfair denials of reimbursement. Additionally, these statements will be admissible in external dispute resolution, giving Australians and small business owners a stronger foundation to recover losses. This is a crucial addition and a necessary first step in safeguarding the businesses that sustain our economy. Finally, I am concerned that this bill lacks an explicit focus on mental health and well-being, leaving a critical gap in its approach to addressing the full impact of scams on individuals. Scams inflict more than just financial wounds. They cause extreme stress, anxiety and other mental health issues, especially for those who may already be vulnerable and marginalised. The absence of a mental health lens in this legislation overlooks the compounded effects of scams on victims, who often experience ongoing distress and psychological harm. While this bill offers avenues for consumer redress through internal and external dispute resolution mechanisms, it stops short in the critical area where it must bare its teeth. My criticism of this bill is informed by extensive consultation with experts, the experiences of victims in my electorate who come to my office in Goldstein desperate for help, and by the clear lessons we can draw from successful models overseas. That said, While this bill is far from perfect, Australians simply cannot afford to wait any longer for some protections against scams that are escalating in scale, sophistication and devastation. I am inclined for that reason to support this iteration of the bill, but it is clear that this legislation alone is not enough. We must ensure this framework is backed by enforceable, sector-specific codes that create real accountability. And while this bill lays the legal foundation for scam prevention, the second phase, implementing mandatory industry codes, is essential to establishing clear, enforceable standards across banking, telecommunications and digital platforms. Without these codes, we risk a fragmented approach that leaves consumers vulnerable. These codes must be binding to ensure consistency in internal dispute resolution processes across banks, telecommunications providers and digital platforms. I will continue to advocate for a robust scams prevention framework, one that holds industries to account, provides clarity for consumers and prioritises fair and timely outcomes for scam victims. This is unfinished business. The financial and emotional toll of scams is too great for us to take half measures. We must get this right. We have the chance to do better for Australians, to create a system that doesn't leave people fighting impossible battles on their own. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Goldstein, and the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fighting scams has been one of my personal priorities since I came to this place. I've got the privilege to serve on the House Economics Committee, and through public inquiries I've pushed for stronger protections for scam victims and demanded greater accountability from banks, telecommunications providers and digital platforms. In my time here, I've questioned the big banks directly on their inconsistent responses to scams and raised the need for a coordinated approach to tackle these crimes. And when I sat down to write this speech, it made me reflect on the experiences that people in my electorate have shared and how they have been personally impacted and how they will be personally impacted by this legislation. Deputy Speaker, I want to share two stories with you. Amy from North Epping contacted my office after losing over $1,000 in what she thought was a safe transaction through a social media chat group. She acted quickly, filing a police report and notifying her bank within an hour, but was told that recovering her funds was unlikely. She expressed her frustration with the 10-day investigation period and the lack of immediate measures to halt fraudulent transfers. Then there's Sunny, who trusted a professional-looking offer to transfer over $80,000 into what he thought was a higher interest account at an established bank. Everything about the scam seemed legitimate, from the paperwork to the communication. It wasn't until he realised the fraud that he discovered the money was gone. Despite reporting his case to the bank and to the police, his funds remain uncovered, and he's left with no clear path forward. This legislation is for people like Amy and Sunny. It's for the Australians who have been let down by gaps in our system and who deserve better. It's for the communities, families and individuals who expect the government to do something to keep their money safe. There are thousands upon thousands of Australians who have played by the rules, who trusted the systems that they relied on, and still found themselves targeted by sophisticated criminals. It's not their financial stability that's just shaken, it's their confidence, it's their peace of mind, and in many cases their relationships with their family and friends and the institutions they thought would protect them. In 2023 alone, Australians lost $2.7 billion to scams. And behind every dollar stolen is a person, a family, or a small business left to pick up the pieces. It's the retiree who loses their life savings through a fraudulent investment scheme. The small business owner unable to pay staff because they were tricked into sending lots of money to a fake supplier. It's the parent who thought they were securing their child's future only to see their savings vanish. These are not hypothetical scenarios, they're real stories I've heard time and time again. These scams do not just take money, they take trust. They exploit the systems and institutions we all rely on. The numbers, while staggering, only tell part of the story. Behind each dollar lost are people dealing with the emotional distress, shame, and even mental health challenges that arise from being deceived. The retiree who sees their financial security evaporate overnight is left questioning their judgment and wondering how they will make ends meet. The small business owner who transfers funds to a scammer is not just facing financial hardship, but also the weight of their staff's livelihoods. And the family who loses their savings is forced to navigate the heartbreak of rebuilding what was meant to be a foundation for the next generation. Scams do not just take money, they take trust. It's very important that we restore that trust. For years, the response to scams has been fragmented. Protections have varied across industries, and while some sectors have taken steps to improve, others have lagged behind. This piecemeal approach has left Australians vulnerable and has created an environment where scammers can operate willy-nilly. The inconsistencies in how industries respond to scams mean that whether or not you're protected can depend more on luck than any systemic safeguard. This legislation changes that. The Scams Prevention Framework introduced in this bill is the first economy-wide reform designed to tackle scams comprehensively. It ensures that every sector scammers exploit, that is banks, telecommunications providers, and digital platforms, are all held to account equally. Under this framework, regulated entities will be required to take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt, and respond to scams. This isn't just about reacting to scams as they occur, it's about preventing them from happening in the first place. It's about strengthening the systems that scammers exploit, whether it's the SMS service used to send fraudulent messages or spoof sender IDs, or the social media platforms used to post fake ads, and we've all seen them, or the banking systems used to move stolen money. Just lost lights. This legislation ensures that all known areas are covered and that every player is equally responsible for protecting people's money. What sets this framework apart is its enforceability. Industries have been for too long able to shirk responsibility with little consequence for their inaction. This legislation ensures that regulators have the tools they need to enforce compliance. Civil penalties of up to $50 million will apply to the most egregious breaches, sending a clear message to everyone involved that failing to protect consumers is not an option. For victims, this legislation provides clear pathways to seek redress. Regulated entities will be required to establish internal dispute resolution processes and participate in external schemes like the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. Victims will not have to navigate a confusing maze of responsibilities. They'll have a single, straightforward process to get the help they need. This legislation also recognises that scams do not happen in isolation. They involve multiple touchpoints, a fraudulent text message, a fake social media ad, and that bank transfer. That's why this framework takes a holistic approach, requiring all sectors involved in the scam ecosystem to work together. Whether a telco blocks a scam call, a social media platform removes a fake ad, or a bank stops a suspicious transfer, every part of the system has a role to play. This collaborative approach is essential because scammers don't respect boundaries between industries, they actually exploit them. Some have argued, just like the member for Goldstein, for a mandatory reimbursement model like the one in the UK, where only the banks are required to compensate victims of scams. Where this legislation is better is that it puts all those involved on the hook. Scams don't start and end just with banks. They begin with fraudulent messages and deceptive advertising. Focusing solely on banks ignores the critical role that the telecommunications sector and the social media sector plays in perpetrating scams, but also the role they need to play in preventing scams. This legislation deliberately takes a broader view, and that idea of shared responsibility underpins the framework. The banks will have to monitor suspicious transfers and strengthen their fraud detection systems. Telecommunications providers must take proactive measures to block scam messages and calls, and digital platforms must crack down on the spread of fake ads and fraudulent schemes. And these are not optional actions, Deputy Speaker. They are the fundamental obligations of this legislation. We want to take scams seriously, and we've done that since coming to government. Since we've come to government, we've opened the National Anti-Scam Centre, and we have seen the first sustained reduction in scam losses in years. A 43% decrease in scam losses in the final quarter of 2023 compared to the same period the year before. These results are promising, but they are just the beginning. This scams prevention framework builds on these early successes, ensuring that we have the tools to continue driving down scam losses and protecting Australians, and sending a message to these criminals that Australia is not the place to conduct your illegal business. This legislation is also forward-looking. It recognises that scammers are constantly adapting their methods and exploiting new technologies and finding new ways to deceive. That's why this framework allows for other sectors, such as cryptocurrency platforms and online marketplaces, to be brought under its umbrella in the future. It ensures that we can respond to emerging threats and stay one step ahead of the scanners. Cryptocurrency scams, for example, have become a significant concern. Australians have lost millions of dollars to fraudulent schemes involving digital currencies, which are often promoted through social media ads that once again appear legitimate. These scams exploit the excitement and confusion surrounding new technologies, making them particularly dangerous. By including provisions to expand the framework as needed, this legislation ensures that we can address emerging threats without delay. The future-proof nature of this legislation is critical in an era where scammers are always evolving. By creating a flexible framework that can adapt to include new sectors, it ensures that a future government will not be caught off guard. Deputy Speaker, I'd encourage all those who listen to this speech or read it at a later time to compare our approach to scams to that of the former government. Not much happened under the Liberals in regards to scams. Their approach was essentially to say to victims that they were on their own, that they should have been smarter or done better or not fallen victim to the work of sophisticated criminals. Well, that's not our approach, Deputy Speaker. Where we see a need to help Australians and to keep their money safe, we'll step in. This legislation shows that we're listening to Aussies who have asked us to protect them from criminals and to help them protect their money. This legislation is about keeping Australians safe by ensuring that the money they earn is protected from criminals, and that if they still fall foul of them, that they are open and transparent rules on how to recoup lost money in circumstances that are outlined in this bill. And to help people do that, extra funding has also been provided to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority to bolster their methods to help Australians recover lost funds. Deputy Speaker, we know that scams aren't just an Australian problem, they're a global challenge. Criminal networks operate across borders, targeting victims worldwide. What we need to do is make sure that Australia is no longer a soft target for these criminals who exploit our most vulnerable Australians. This legislation positions Australia as a leader in the international fight against scams. It supports intelligence sharing between regulators, law enforcement and industry, both here and overseas. It will ensure that Australia remains at the forefront of global efforts to disrupt scam models as they pop up across the world. At a Global Fraud Summit earlier this year, Australia's approach was highlighted as a model for effective action. It builds on that recognition, ensuring that we continue to lead the way in protecting Australians. This legislation ultimately, Deputy Speaker, is about fairness. It's about ensuring that the burden of scams doesn't fall solely on victims, and it's about making sure that every industry that profits from the digital economy also takes social responsibility to protect it. It's about holding everyone in the scam ecosystem accountable for their role in preventing and responding to these crimes. Yes, banks should be held accountable, but telecommunications companies and, importantly, social media, where most scams begin and end. Social media companies absolutely have to step up here and be part of this legislation and be held responsible by it. because here we want to ensure that we stand up for everyone's right to feel safe online, to trust the systems that they rely on, and to keep the money that they've worked so hard to earn.
I thank the honourable member for Bennelong. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Are there any members who would like to speak? And I call the honourable member for Casey.
Last month, I had the pleasure of visiting the Fireside Crafters, a group of women who meet every Wednesday at Steeles Creek Hall. The group started in the aftermath of the Black Saturday bushfires as a place for women to find social connection and take their minds off the devastation. Some had lost everything. It was great to meet founding member Barbara, as well as President Debbie, Secretary Cheryl and Treasurer Carol, and hear about the many quilts that they have made for patients in the palliative care unit at Hillsville Hospital. The group also make clothing items for operations like Hickey and give them to local police to pass on to those experiencing homelessness. The Fireside Crafters are a great example of the community spirit we have in Casey, turning the devastation of Black Saturday into this group that continues to have a positive impact almost 16 years on. Being out in the community on Australia Day, the thing that stood out to me most was that our community is tied together by our amazing volunteer spirit. My day began at the Monbulk and Wannon Rotary Australia Day breakfasts, and congratulations to Dr Dan, who was recognised with a community award for his contribution to local healthcare, and Georgia Knight, a former Monbulk Football Club member, who received a youth award after being drafted to the Collingwood AFLW team. And I must say, go Pies. Thank you to the Rotarians and volunteers who organised these events. I then went on to a citizenship ceremony to welcome 46 new citizens from 21 countries at the Yarra Ranges Council ceremony. And on Australia Day, it was an honour to present the 2025 Citizen of the Year Award to Maureen of the Millgrove Residents Action Group. Maureen is a cornerstone of the community in Millgrove who has volunteered for more than 5 decades. Congratulations to Community Group of the Year, Holy Fools. It was wonderful to see Neil and the team recognised for their work supporting people experiencing homelessness in the Yarra Ranges. It was also great to see Debbie from Candlebark Community Nursery honoured with the Environmental Achiever of the Year Award, and Jarvis named Young Citizen of the Year. And congratulations to Eddie Tischler, who does amazing things for Montrose, including through the Montrose CFA and the Montrose Township Group, on receiving the Ian Delarue Award for Community Leadership. And we were very lucky to have Ian's wife, Margaret, there to present the award in his honour. The Mayor's Lifetime Achievement Award went to both Sue Thompson and Harry Moyle. Sue has an unwavering commitment to the local history through her work with the Lilydale and District Historical Society. And Harry has been a long-standing volunteer of Caledenia Dementia Care. And I wish to also congratulate Elizabeth Connolly for receiving a certificate of recognition for her environmental work in the beautiful Dandenong Ranges. On the same day, I had the honour of visiting Coldstream Fire Brigade with my state colleague Bridget Valance to unveil the name of their pumper in honour of Robert Bethel. Robert has been a CFA volunteer for 63 years, including 23 years as Coldstream captain. And his and his family's contribution is significant, with his son, Sean, now the captain of the Coldstream CFA. It was special on that day to see the late David McClellan receive life membership of the Coldstream CFA. David was a volunteer at the brigade, and it was a bittersweet and proud moment for his wife and family who were there on the day. And he's deeply missed at Coldstream CFA and in the wider Casey community. Congratulations also to volunteers Julie and Steve, who received Special Services Awards. and it was fantastic to end the day at the RDCA's Emergency Services Cup to raise funds for the CFA and SES. Congratulations to the women's SES team and the men's CFA team who took home the trophies. A fantastic Australia Day in our community that shone a spotlight on the amazing volunteer spirit that we have in Casey, but also all across the nation. And it was great to see so many people celebrate and share our love of Australia.
And I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Well, one of the things that I'm most proud about is the urgent care clinics that we have set up around the country. And I remember before the last election, before the honourable member from Bennelong joined us here in this House of Democracy, I joined with the then Leader of the Opposition and a whole range of nurses at the ANMF in Victoria, where the Leader of the Opposition at the time and the now Prime Minister announced that we were going to introduce 50 urgent care clinics around the country. And what this was going to mean was this was going to be walk-in centres. You didn't have to be able to make an appointment. All you had to do was walk in and all you needed to do was bring your Medicare card and you were going to be able to see a doctor. You don't need your credit card, like what the Leader of the Opposition wanted when he wanted to put a GP tax on every single family who wanted to go and see their doctor. All we wanted was for you to bring your Medicare card and we would make sure that a doctor and a GP has a thing. And I got an interjection from the Honourable Member for Fisher about how that's working for us. It is working so well, Member for Fisher. And if you go to the urgent care clinic next to the Alfred in my electorate, you will see people utilising that service and the hard-working nurses and doctors treating the people of my community with the best possible medical care that our country has to offer. And if they need to, they are right across the Alfred, from the Alfred, and they can get further access to the public health care that they need. It is a system that not only is it making a difference to families and to people who need to access a GP clinic, but it is also making a difference to people who are working in emergency departments where they are under huge strain and huge stress, and we've got an emergency physician amongst our ranks in the member for Robertson, where he understands how difficult and how many pressures there are on our emergency departments. And the urgent care clinic, including the one that we set up in my electorate next to the Alfred Hospital, does an outstanding job. And if those opposite want to come and shut down the urgent care clinics, just like they tried to make every single Australian pay to go and see a doctor, then that's something that they should be honest about, because we know that those opposite have said, and the Leader of the Opposition said on Insiders on the weekend, that they are going to cut the public service, that they are going to cut hundreds of billions of dollars, and we know what that meant. Last time it meant indexation on university places. We know that Joe Hockey came into this place and tried to introduce constant indexation on university places. We know that it meant a complete gutting of services. We know that those opposite tried to put a GP tax on every time you went to the doctor under the then Health Minister, now Leader of the Opposition. Well, that has not been our approach. What Labor believes in is Medicare, is making sure that we increase access to Medicare services around the country. We know how difficult it is for GP clinics around the country, for GPs. It is a really important profession. I have had family members who have been GPs for decades, and they do an outstanding job servicing our community, and we could not be prouder of our GPs, but we do know it is getting harder to be a GP in Australia, and that is why our policy is around ensuring that each and every Australian can have access to Medicare services and get access to the outstanding medical professionals that we have here in Australia. But that's not the only thing that we've delivered in my electorate in the healthcare space just in the first term. I was absolutely delighted to walk into our brand new headspace in South Melbourne. Our brand new headspace, which is there to support young people who need to have access to that vital mental health care. And you only have to talk to the staff who work in that South Melbourne clinic to know that the young people who will come in for free and access those services, just like those urgent care services, will be able to access outstanding mental health support services for whatever they are going through. And in Dorcas Street in South Melbourne, we have such an amazing array of different communities. Now, South Melbourne is such an incredibly beautiful and diverse part of Melbourne. But we also know that mental health doesn't discriminate between those who have a lot of resources and those who don't. And this service and this clinic will be there to support the community. I'm proud of our urgent care clinic. I'm proud that it supports the Alfred Hospital, who does outstanding work. And I'm proud of our South Melbourne headspace, which is going to support the mental health of our young Macnamara people.
I call the member for Fisher.
I want to take a moment to celebrate a few community legends who were honoured with Australia Day honours just a couple of weeks ago. My friend Carmel Crouch, AM, for significant service to people with disability through the incredible national success story that is STEPS Group and STEPS Pathways College. To Corey Boddington, who's a Mooloolaba Paralympic cyclist and Paris gold medalist, whose resilience and determination has inspired our community. To Jamie Perkins, OAM, an Alex local and Olympic swimmer who won gold at Paris and has done the Alex Headland Surf Lifesaving Club, my club, so very proud. I also want to acknowledge 2025 Queensland local hero Claire Smith, whose warmth and passion for our local wildlife was showcased at the 2025 Australian of the Year Awards. It is Australians like these that I encourage new citizens to emulate at our 2 Australian citizenship ceremonies in Maleny and Badina on Australia Day. I tasked nearly 100 new citizens to embrace the rights and privileges of Australian citizenship while shouldering the responsibility to vote, serve and uphold our values. Congratulations to the Mooloolaba Rotary Club and the Maleny District Sport and Rec Club for hosting both ceremonies, and a big shout out to Cliff Hefner and Teresa Craig for their great work in the Maleny citizenship ceremony. I also want to congratulate the people of Montville and Maleny, who this week were declared the most welcoming places in Australia in the 2025 Traveller Review Awards, based on more than 360 million traveller reviews. As a Mooloolah Valley local, I know well that our hinterland communities are some of the best places in which to live, work and raise a family. One Montville local, Madam Deputy Speaker, Sam Lucas, is certainly doing his community proud as he takes on the concert halls of Europe with his cello. Young Sam has invested a tremendous amount of dedication to master his craft, and those calloused fingers and long hours have now translated into a remarkable global international career. Just 2 weeks ago, Sam was asked to perform at the European Parliament as part of global commemorations of the liberation of Auschwitz. Sam performed on a long-lost Galliano cello, crafted in 1720. That cello belonged to renowned musician Pal Herman. Mr. Herman was one of the 6 million Jews murdered by the Nazis during the Holocaust, making his performance all the more poignant. I want to thank Richard Brinsma, another constituent of mine, for sharing Sam's story with me recently, and I want to congratulate Sam on his ongoing success. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the federal member for Fisher, I, like just about all members that stand in this place, they're very proud, and I'm very proud of my community. All members come in here and are proud of their own communities. But Fisher is home to an incredible number of community groups and inspiring individuals who work hard to get Fisher active, to combat loneliness, to boost health outcomes and to keep Australians safe. They say that the Sunshine Coast is a community of communities. We don't have one big city centre. We've got lots and lots of small townships, and having recently moved from the coast back into the hinterland, I've got to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I really, back to Malula Valley, it is like coming home, back to the bush, that small town community spirit, you just can't beat it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government, with its tedious red tape and reporting requirements, its skyrocketing costs and savage cuts to community funding programs, all of these have resulted in the decline of volunteering. So many volunteers and so many different community groups I know are just not getting those same number of volunteers coming through the door, and it's greatly as a result of the red tape and the cost of living that this government is bringing down on everyday Australians.
I call the member for Spence.
The northern suburbs of Adelaide are some of the fastest growing areas of the country. There are large-scale developments in the north coming to fruition now, like Riverlea, Ayr and new parts of Virginia. There are areas identified for substantial growth like Concordia, and there are multiple areas earmarked for new housing to be built through the Transport Corridor in Elizabeth, Manapara and Salisbury in particular. But with that growth naturally comes demand from the increased population, and for this growth to be sustained appropriately, that demand needs to be met adequately. Unfortunately, this has not always been the case in the north. One example of this, which I've already spoken about in this place, is in road infrastructure, where we've seen Curtis Road in particular, although this is a local government road, fail to meet the standard required to support the community that has gradually been built around it. As a result, it can be nigh on impossible to get on and off Curtis Road at peak times. To me, this stresses the importance of being ready for substantial population growth to ensure that essential services and infrastructure are able to support our communities. This is an area that all governments must stay on top of, which our Labor government is on top of, because through government programs like the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program, we are taking the steps needed to make sure local communities are not just ready to grow, but to thrive when they do. And one of the most important areas where this federal Labor government has stepped in to accommodate growth in my community is in the space of health and wellbeing. I was immensely proud to be alongside the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, who announced in my electorate last week that the Albanese Labor government is providing $26 million towards constructing the brand new Family Health and Wellbeing Hub in the Elizabeth Vale Health Precinct. This will provide invaluable support for families in need in tandem with the Lowell McEwen Hospital and the existing local health network. And the new hub also comes as an extension of care services that are usually exclusive to the Adelaide CBD. Those essential care services, which include assets provided by the Women's and Children's Hospital, who has partnered up with the federal government and other bodies to deliver this project. They include an allied health clinic to provide affordable health care to families, community spaces to bring people together through collective support, sleep rooms to support new parents and their babies, and other care services to ensure young families can mitigate potential challenges and stresses in order to secure their wellbeing. Thanks to this investment by the federal government and the overall partnership with counterparts at the state and federal levels, as well as third parties, those invaluable services are now on the doorstep of residents in my community, and as they should be. Because currently, to get the type of care offered by the new Family and Wellbeing Hub, it would have taken a family who may be in challenging socio-economic conditions to get on the 224 Adelaide Metro bus into the city, or up to a 2-hour round trip along the Gawler line to reach the Women's and Children's Hospital in North Adelaide. Any parent can tell you how hard it is to get a pram on public transport and the difficult preparation that's needed for what is a family day trip, just to access essential care services. And these families having to travel these long distances, often multiple times a week, they're coming from one of the fastest growing outer suburban areas in the country. These services should be closer to them, and they will be when this project is complete. That long distance it's also a situation that puts off families from attending those services. And these are families which, especially in our community, can be increasingly isolated from this parental and family support services already. It's a fact that 1 in 3 of SA's most developmentally vulnerable 5-year-olds live in the area this new hub will address. And I've already noted on numerous occasions in this place just how entrenched lower socio-economic outcomes can be for families in the north. Circuit breakers are needed, and this new health service for our community is exactly that. The new Family and Wellbeing Hub in Elizabethvale will also serve to complement the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Medicare Mental Health Clinic, soon to be open Headspace in Gawler, all established under this federal government. So not only is Labor ensuring everyday Aussie communities like mine are meeting their population growth, we are doing so in a way that will help transform the lives of those who reside in them. Thank the House.
And I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As this may well be the last occasion on which I can give an adjournment debate speech in this Parliament, I want to thank the electorate of Hughes for voting me in 2022. I had 6 weeks and a profile that wasn't as well known as it could have been, and I am extremely grateful because it has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to represent and serve my community in the federal parliament. And during this time, I think as we all do, we start to reflect. And I've had a redistribution in October, which has meant that I have lost some suburbs such as Oyster Bay, Grays Point, Kirrawee, and other parts that I have really enjoyed representing. However, my electorate now stretches down into southwest Sydney, and Deputy Speaker, the southwest Sydney really has been neglected for a long time by governments, both state and federal, and governments of both political persuasions. We have, for example, and southwest Sydney, Deputy Speaker, is very different to Western Sydney, where I think we have invested very well and we have really looked after people in Western Sydney. In Western Sydney, in Penrith, for example, they have a beach. In my electorate now in Macquarie Fields, an area that has a very high level of people with disabilities, we don't have an accessible lift at Macquarie Fields train station. That's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. And when I went out to schools at the end of last year, as pretty well all the MPs I know in this place do, it was a great privilege for me to go to schools like Ingleburn High School, Macquarie Fields High School, Sackville Street Primary School, and hear the work that they're doing. Because for me, having grown up in the Sutherland Shire, the communities in the southwest are quite different to the Sutherland Shire, but Deputy Speaker, I was absolutely overwhelmed at the fabulous work that they are doing out there. They have different challenges in the southwest of Sydney. For example, there are a lot of attendance awards given out in Year 11 and Year 12. That's not something that usually occurs down in the Sutherland Shire or in the Liverpool end of my electorate. And I think it shows just how committed the teachers are in those areas, particularly those that are working in the public education. And I am very proudly a product of a public school primary school and then a public school high school. So we need different priorities going forward for the southwest of Sydney. But I also want to give a massive shout out to the other parts of my electorate that have been very kind to me since I was elected and have really, I feel, embraced. We have stood together and fought to save the koalas, for example. We have chlamydia-free koalas in Heathcote National Park and in the Royal National Park. and I have stood there with the Sutherland Environment Centre and fought for fencing, fought the state government, both Liberal and also now Labor, fought them for fencing to prevent these koalas crossing Heathcote Road and being killed. We have stood together on issues like getting more services for disability into the Sutherland Shire, and having sat on a board as a volunteer many years ago in disability services, I fully recognise, Deputy Speaker, how important that sector is, not only for people with disabilities, but most importantly for their families. So, Deputy Speaker, I take this opportunity to say thank you to the electorate of Hughes. You will see a lot of me in the next few months. You've seen a lot of me already. I thank the House.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, we are so lucky to live in a country where we celebrate many events across many cultures. And from December to now, we've had it all. Christmas rolled into New Year's, then of course Australia Day, and right now we are in the middle of Lunar New Year celebrations, all back to back, all a chance for friends and family to connect, and a time to reflect and celebrate on who we are and dream about our future. Of course, Australia Day was a special time in Bennelong, where I was able to attend back-to-back citizenship ceremonies in Lane Cove and then West Ryde, where I was joined by Premier Minns. It was always such an honour to welcome hundreds of new citizens to our big Australian family. It was also, of course, a day to celebrate our great Australians. In Bennelong, we had 5 amazing Aussies who received Medal of the Order of Australia. Ms Carmen Platt, OAM, from Marsfield, for her exceptional service to the community through charitable organisations. Gold medal winner from Paris, Ms Olivia Wunsch, OAM, from North Ryde, was recognised for her achievements in sport. Mr Romuldas Sibas and his wife, Mrs Maritza Sibas, from Huntley's Cove, for their outstanding service to the Australian-Lithuanian community. Then we had Miss Penelope Margaret Gersel, OAM, from Northwood. She was honoured for her significant service to human rights, community health and people with disabilities. Mr James Rogers, OAM, of Lane Cove, was recognised for his service to primary and secondary education and to cricket. Special mentions also, Deputy Speaker, go to Mr David Archer, ACM, from West Ryde, who was awarded the Australian Corrections Medal, and Mr Bernard Carlin, PSM, from Denison East. He was awarded the Public Service Medal for his exceptional contributions to road safety and sustainability in New South Wales. Then, as mentioned, Deputy Speaker, right after Australia Day, we went straight into Lunar New Year celebrations. The Year of the Snake is upon us, a symbol of wisdom, resilience and transformation, and I'm honoured to share the joy and significance of these festivals with the House today. Lunar New Year is a time of family, renewal and community, and this year was no exception. I had the privilege of attending several events showcasing our local area's vibrancy and diversity. At the Chatswood Year of the Snake Festival, thousands gathered to enjoy traditional performances, lion dances and cultural showcases that highlight the deep roots of our Asian Australian communities. At the Eastwood Night Market's Lunar New Year celebrations, we witnessed firsthand the strength of multicultural society as people of all backgrounds came together to enjoy delicious food and entertainment, all while supporting our local business owners who set up their markets to mark this special occasion. I also hosted my annual Bennelong Multicultural Leaders Lunch, where local leaders came together to celebrate the new year, reflect on the contribution of our local Korean and Chinese Australian communities, and discuss the importance of fostering a more inclusive and united future. And to top it all off, I had the privilege of welcoming the Foreign Minister to Bennelong on Sunday for a street walk and handing out, of course, red packets to the local community. And the celebrations aren't over yet, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, the 8th of February, we'll continue the Lunar New Year festivities at the City of Ryde's Lunar New Year celebration in Eastwood on Eastwood Oval. It's always a highlight on the local calendar, bringing together thousands of people to enjoy cultural performances, market stalls, traditional food, and the best lion dance you will ever see, and fireworks at the end. Speaker, I certainly celebrate Lunar New Year every year, and I know more and more in Bennelong, regardless of their background, are celebrating events like these together. Back home, restaurants are full, people are catching up, and our town centres are buzzing. This makes me happy, and it makes me so proud to be an Australian. Our multiculturalism is a defining pillar of who we are. It's in our country's DNA. Our diverse communities, the way we celebrate one another's cultures and the traditions, they do not weaken us, they strengthen us. Our multiculturalism enriches our lives, it makes our economy dynamic, and it brings people together. So whether you're celebrating Lunar New Year, Diwali, Eid, Hanukkah, Nowruz, Christmas, Easter, or Australia Day, these are all celebrations that do not compete with each other. They complement one another, and they reflect the breadth and depth of our shared national identity.
In accordance with the resolution moved earlier today, I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Petrie.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Petrie has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. In 2023, Australians lost $2.7 billion to scams. That's an enormous amount of money stolen from families already doing it tough, community groups making their neighbourhood a better place, and local businesses just trying to get by. While recent data shows that total losses dipped in 2023, the reality remains that scams are still happening and that Australia is a key target. When a person is scammed, they don't just suffer a financial loss. Scam victims often experience significant emotional and psychological distress. And this distress can last long after the scam has occurred. It's why we need a comprehensive, economy-wide scams prevention framework, a framework that goes to the source of scams, the banks, the telecommunications providers, and the social media networks. Now, we're all familiar with texts pretending to be from trusted organisations like Australia Post with dodgy links that will steal your credit card details, or automated calls supposedly from the ATO threatening fines or legal action if you don't pay on the spot. It feels like every time you go on Facebook or Instagram, deep fake videos imitating celebrities or politicians tell you a life-changing investment opportunity is within reach, only to embroil you in an elaborate investment scam. We lose over $200 per Australian every year to scams because government and big business aren't doing enough to stop scams at the source. I know we're not doing enough because my office hears from so many people who have lost money to scams, and I want to share with you some of their stories. In 2023, the Wangaratta District Men's Shed had $25,000 stolen in a scam. This was money raised from donations, from Commonwealth government grants and community events, put aside to ensure the Men's Shed could continue to play its important role in our local community. The Men's Shed received a message saying that they had a virus on their computer and to contact Microsoft. They called the number provided and were told their bank account had been hacked and to transfer $400 to fix the issue. They were then told Microsoft had inadvertently deposited $30,000 into the Men's Shed's account. The Men's Shed were told to transfer this money back to a Microsoft account, but when they did, the criminals stole $25,000. All along, members thought the emails and calls were genuine. They just wanted to fix a problem, but instead they fell victim to a crime. When they contacted Bendigo Bank, they were told it would take weeks to investigate the matter, and when they contacted the police, they were told there was not much anyone could do. Last year, I also met Nina from Wodonga in my electorate. In 2022, Nina had $11,600 stolen by a hi mum scam. Nina's daughter was travelling overseas, so when a text arrived from an unknown number explaining that she'd broken her phone, well, it made sense. Nina said that the text used the sort of language we would use when we exchanged our text messages, and they continued over several days. Understandably, Nina was deeply upset, saying that we work so hard for this money, and then these thieves just steal your money and there seems to be no repercussions. When I spoke to her, she emphasised that Australians should not be left to fight this on their own. Nina said there is inadequate legislation in place to protect consumers and the banks are leaving their customers in the cold. Another couple in my electorate were targeted by a horrendous scam earlier this year. After scammers deceived the couple into providing their bank card details, they made multiple transactions that added up to $100,000 stolen from their account in just one day. Even though the scam put their account tens of thousands of dollars into overdraft, the bank did not block these transactions or contact the couple. Now, what I find particularly shocking is that the bank, even after being alerted to the scam, began charging the couple hundreds of dollars in interest because of the overdraft debts. Not only did the bank fail to stop the scam or remediate it, they actually went on to punish their customers further. Now, in all these stories, I'm hearing the same message. Once you've been scammed, you're left on your own. Where people have tried to get even some of their money back, they're met with delays by their bank who tell them there's not much they can do. They just have to accept that their money is gone. Some consumers go on to make complaints to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, the AFCA, but outcomes often favour the banks, with one lawyer representing victims saying that to go to the AFCA, you need an experienced commercial lawyer to have any real chance of success. The Consumer Action Law Centre has said that Australia's current scam response, and I quote, has been left to industry to lead, and as a result, it is consumers, not business, that are paying for 96% of scam losses. In the 2023 financial year, the four big banks delivered a record profit of nearly $32.5 billion. Yet, in 2022, they reimbursed just $22.3 million to scammed customers, or 4% of total losses. Social media platforms like Google and Facebook aren't doing much better. Even the minister acknowledges that Meta is the biggest publisher of criminal scam content anywhere in the world. Despite this, and thanks to recent investigative reporting by The Age, we know these social media platforms continue to take big money from advertisers that they know are scamming Australians. This is reprehensible. So I support a robust scam prevention framework that protects consumers and puts the onus on big banks, telcos and social media platforms to do all they can to disrupt and stop scams. So this brings us now to the bill before the House today. The bill establishes a scams prevention framework. Under the bill, mandatory codes will be developed that have industry-specific prescriptive obligations that sectors must follow. Under the new framework, applicable entities will be required to take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, disrupt and report scams. They must have arrangements in place to protect consumers from scams. Importantly, consumers include small businesses. The regulator of the framework will be the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, with support from ASIC and ACMA. Initially, the sectors designated by the Minister will include banks, telecommunications providers and certain digital platforms. However, the legislation could apply down the track to other sectors like online marketplaces, superannuation funds and cryptocurrency platforms. Under the framework, if an entity breaches their obligations, regulators will be able to fine them up to $50 million, creating incentives for big business to crack down on scams hurting regular Australians. The bill also prescribes AFCA as the operator of an external dispute resolution scheme. Now, this scheme aims to be the single door for consumers to go through when they have a scams complaint, whether that be with the bank, telco or a social media site. A single front door can make it easier to get support and to receive an appropriate remedy. Under the framework, dispute resolution rules will require services to provide the consumer with written documentation setting out how they complied with the scams prevention framework. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government says the framework is a consumer-centred approach by legislating obligations and codes that banks, telcos and digital platforms must abide by to prevent and disrupt scams and ensure consumers are protected before the scam occurs. And there is a lot I welcome in this bill. In particular, having a whole-of-ecosystem approach with a single front door to make it easier for consumers to get help. However, I have listened to the concerns of consumer groups and policy experts that say that this bill does not do nearly enough for the people who are ultimately the ones who suffer from scams. The Consumer Action Law Centre, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, the Financial Rights Legal Centre, Financial Counselling Australia and Choice are all calling on the government to improve this bill. They want a model where a bank would by default compensate a scam victim and then apportion liability across the banking, telco and digital platform sectors. If a consumer has been grossly negligent, then the bank or other service will have the opportunity to prove this. It means the consumer is put first and then the banks, telcos and social media platforms. And this matters. These consumer groups are calling this model the modified reimbursement model. It would incentivise industry to do all it possibly can to detect and prevent scams, because if they don't, they will be on the hook to pay up. Minister for Financial Services Stephen Jones has said that if Australia takes up such a reimbursement model, and I quote, "You will get every scammer in the world saying, 'Come to Australia, it's a victimless crime because the bank will always pay,'" end of quote. Now, I disagree with the Minister on two fronts. Firstly, this implies we cannot do two things at once, that we cannot prevent scams while also making it easier and fairer for consumers to seek redress. Secondly, it ignores the data from other jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom, that show that when the onus of reimbursement is on big business and not the consumer, total scam losses go down and consumers get more of their money back. This shows to me that the banks are not doing nearly enough on scam detection and prevention here in Australia. Requiring them to reimburse scam victims up front and then make their case to the ACCC sounds like a pretty good incentive to me and would be better reflective of the power imbalance between these multi-billion-dollar companies and everyday Australian consumers. Similarly, while a single-door model is needed and is welcome, there are concerns about how open this door really is. The Consumer Action Law Centre plotted the journey a typical bank customer would have to take to get redress under the current bill. They say it's almost a 30-step process and could take between 18 months and 2 years. And even at the end of this, victims might not get their money back because the onus lies on them to prove that the banks did something wrong. This bill would deter many victims from seeking redress in the first place, undermining the very purpose of the bill and ensuring that banks, telcos and social media platforms are not held to account and Australians lose more to scams. To address these concerns and truly put the consumer at the centre of scam prevention, I urge the government to support amendments moved by the crossbench in this place and in the Senate. I understand these have been drafted with the support of the Consumer Action Law Centre, and these amendments would: 1. Provide better protection for vulnerable people who are victims of scams. 2. Require banks, telcos and social media providers to give a statement about whether they have complied with their obligations. This statement would be used in internal and external dispute resolution. Requiring these entities, who often have thousands of employees, including lawyers, cybersecurity experts and fraud management staff, to be totally transparent to a customer who is a victim of a scam about the steps they took to prevent that scam. This can significantly add to the distress a person is already experiencing, and this amendment would alleviate that. 3, if the government won't implement a modified reimbursement model, then they should amend the bill to include a presumption of compensation paid to the scam victim from the regulated entity where that entity has failed to comply with their obligations under this bill. This would help alleviate the disproportionate burden that falls on scam victims to access compensation. Madam Deputy Speaker, ultimately I will support this bill because we must do more to protect Australians from the scourge of scams. But this bill must be improved. Let's put in place a world-class scam prevention framework that makes the banks and social media platforms do everything they can to disrupt and prevent scams, and a framework that puts everyday Australians, that puts consumers first. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise in strong support of the legislation to amend the Competition and Consumer Act through the introduction of the Scams Protection Framework, a critical step forward in protecting Australians from the devastating impact of scams in our rapidly evolving digital economy. And if I might, I'd like to take this opportunity to really acknowledge the work of the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services in bringing together this framework, but all the work that he's done on scams, really putting this on the agenda even before we were in government and taking leadership to ensure that Australians are protected from scams. And just to note that this is one of many significant contributions that he's made in his 15 years in Parliament, and I was really sorry to hear last week that he will be leaving Parliament at the next election, and just wanted to take this opportunity to say what an inspiration he's been to me and to many, always standing up for the issues that matter most and for people that need a voice. And even when it's been difficult, he's always done that. So scams is an example of that, and this is another great piece of work that he's delivered that will make a difference to the lives of so many Australians. And I just want to thank him for that. As everyone in this chamber knows, the scourge of scams has touched the lives of far too many in our community. Every week, we as local members hear heartbreaking stories from constituents, people of all ages who have lost their life savings, who have had their personal information exploited, or who have suffered immense emotional distress. This legislation before us today is one part of our government's strong, coordinated response to this growing and ever-evolving threat. In July this year, I held a forum with the Assistant Treasurer in my electorate where we had over 300 people turn up to that forum, which shows you just the immense interest and concern in this issue, and the fact that many of those people had their own experiences. I mean, we've all had attempted scams on us. We're all familiar with the text messages and emails and phone calls that we get. But, you know, for those who have unfortunately been impacted by these, the impacts, yes, I take the interjection.
Order. Order. You're interjecting on your own speakers here. Like, just...
Anyway, so yes, I have heard some truly heartbreaking stories from my constituents, two come to mind in particular, who have lost, you know, significant amounts of money, life-changing amounts of money. In one case, the constituent, it was actually her mother's money that she was investing on her behalf. Very sophisticated scams that took many months of, you know, groundwork to get to the point of the actual scam and impersonating trusted organisations to be able to do that. So in our forum, we heard stories that made clear that scams are not mere inconveniences. They are attacks on people's trust, financial security and digital confidence. This engagement and the insight shared confirmed to me just how urgently we must act to protect everyone from these scams, particularly those most vulnerable. And as a member of the House Economics Committee, this has long been a focus of our questioning from members on all sides. And I've had the chance to question the CEOs of the 4 big banks about their measures to combat scams against their customers. Deputy Speaker, this bill builds on a strong foundation of work by the Albanese government to combat scammers and protect consumers. Since coming into office, our government has taken decisive action to reverse years of rising scam losses and put the needs of Australians front and centre. The establishment of the National Anti-Scam Centre in July last year marked a turning point. The centre, a world-leading collaboration between government, law enforcement and the private sector, is equipped with cutting-edge technology to disrupt scams before they reach consumers. Already we have seen remarkable early successes. Scam losses reported to ScamWatch have decreased by 60% in just 1 week of January this year compared to the same period in 2023. Over the last year, the Centre's coordinated efforts have driven a significant 43% reduction in scam losses for the October to December quarter, reversing a troubling trend that saw scam losses double year on year under the previous government. For the first time since 2016, scam losses have actually gone in the right direction. In 2023, Australians lost $2.74 billion to scams, down 13% from $3.15 billion the previous year. So there's more work to do, but this is a significant impact that our policies are already having. Central to these efforts is the innovative work of the National Anti-Scam Centre's Fusion Cell initiative. By bringing together banks, telecommunications providers and digital platforms, the Fusion Cell has been able to intercept and disrupt scams in real time. This coordinated approach recently prevented a consumer from transferring $300,000 to a fraudulent investment scheme, demonstrating the power of collaboration to keep Australians safe. We are also implementing advanced technologies such as Call Stop to disrupt scam calls. Additionally, our intel sharing partnership with the Australian Financial Crimes Exchange enables near real-time data sharing, helping us rapidly identify and disrupt emerging scam tactics. To ensure our strategy remains comprehensive, we've invested an additional $67.5 million in the 24-25 budget to support the introduction of new industry codes. These codes will impose strict obligations on banks, telcos, social media platforms and the digital messaging services to prevent, detect, disrupt, respond to and report scams. Importantly, this legislation sets out tough penalties for non-compliance, reinforcing our commitment to consumer protection. While this progress is very welcome, we want the amount lost by Australians to scammers to be zero. It is clear that we need stronger, coordinated and enforceable protections across all sectors. The Scams Protection Framework delivers exactly that. It establishes a robust set of principles: prevention, detection, disruption, reporting and response that regulated entities must adhere to. These principles will bring together telecommunications companies, social media platforms, banks and digital platforms to act decisively against scams. It will no longer be enough to say we've done what we can. Under this framework, all relevant entities will be held to account. For the first time, we will see a sophisticated network for sharing and reporting actionable scam intelligence across both government and industry. This level of collaboration and information sharing will enable us to not only react to scams more effectively, but also proactively disrupt scam activities before they cause harm. The penalties for non-compliance are significant, and rightly so. With fines reaching up to $50 million, there is no room for complacency. The impact of scams on Australian consumers is too severe for us to accept anything less than full accountability from those who provide the platforms, services and channels through which scammers operate. This framework ensures that consumers have clear and accessible paths to dispute resolution. By mandating internal dispute resolution schemes and establishing a single external mechanism for cross-sector investigations and redress, we are putting the needs of scam victims front and centre. This legislation is not about punishing legitimate businesses, it is about ensuring they play their role in protecting the communities they serve. By working together, we can make the digital economy a safer, more trustworthy place for all. I'm proud to be a member of a government that takes scams seriously and is acting decisively to combat them. For a decade, the former government was asleep at the wheel with the modern-day bank robbers, while the modern-day bank robbers took advantage. Our government is acting. We're acting to protect Australians, empower our communities and send a clear message to scammers. Australia is ready, resilient and united against you. Deputy Speaker, I am aware some in the community would like to see the government take a different approach. Scams, as I have said, can have a devastating effect on individuals and families, and it is crucial that we take effective action to ensure that Australians are protected. Some in my community would like to see us go down the route of the UK model, and I understand why that model is attractive to many. However, I'm convinced it is not the best or right approach for Australia. In the UK, regulators are requiring banks to reimburse customers who have lost money to scams, even when the transaction has not been a failing on the part of that bank. Many scam victims are targeted through social media advertisements or via a telecommunications provider. To me, it would seem illogical that these businesses who have made money transmitting the scammers' crimes would be exempt from any liability, and that is the case in the UK. If the government were to implement such a scheme, it also might provide an incentive for scammers to further target Australians. And in the UK, that is shown in their data. In the period from April to June this year, there were over 8,700 complaints of scams, which is actually up from just over 6,000 in the previous year when the new framework was not in place. When their new framework was not in place. In contrast, as I have said, the actions of the Australian government since we came to office has seen scam losses decrease. In 2023, Australians lost $2.7 billion to scams, down from $3.1 billion in 2022. The UK regulator has now significantly scaled back their reimbursement scheme. There is obviously a role for the banks to play here, obviously. If there genuinely has been a failing on the part of the bank to stop a scam in a way which they could, they should be held liable and be required to reimburse their customer. And this is exactly what this bill implements. I'm incredibly concerned about the attitude of some of the big banks to scam victims, from what I've heard from my constituents, as well that there have not been enough work done to shut down mule accounts as they appear. I've asked the banks about this in recent House economics hearings with their CEOs, but this bill strikes the right balance. It protects Australians, it puts obligations on the banks, on the telcos and on social media giants. It builds on the strong reforms our government has already implemented. And it goes a long way to ensuring that Australians are the hardest targets for scammers to commit their insidious crimes against. We won't stop until Australians are fully protected. And to all my constituents who have spoken with me about their experiences, we are really listening to you, and that is why we are taking this action and implementing this bill. Thank you.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for... Oh, sorry, that was not the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member from North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, it's not a stretch to say that literally everyone I know has received a scam phone call, email or text message in the last month. And that almost once a week I find myself talking to my parents, my kids or my friends about a message they've received that they're just not sure should be opened. Whether it's banking, socialising, managing our health, shopping or communicating with government agencies like the ATO, our everyday lives are increasingly being funnelled online. In this context, then, it's untenable to try and avoid scams by simply following the advice that is, if you don't know, don't open it, especially when the upshot of not opening something might mean missing an important appointment window or getting smacked with a late fee. Sadly, however, gone are the days of the dodgy curbside charlatan urging us to watch the cup as a strategy to fleece us of our money. Scams these days are sophisticated, pervasive, and almost entirely online, and even for the most diligent and informed of us, they are difficult to spot and avoid. And as Australian citizens, we're particularly susceptible because our current industry-led protections are minimal, piecemeal, and inconsistent. As the Minister has noted then, an eye-watering $2.74 billion was lost by Australians to scammers in 2023. And while that is a huge sum, the truth is it's likely even higher, as many people will not report the experience once they've been stung. Losses frequently also go far beyond financial pain, extending to a loss of security, confidence and ultimately well-being. As a smart, compassionate and innovative society then, this vulnerability cannot be allowed to continue. And while I would much prefer industry self-regulation to have been the answer, that has not worked. And as such, we're left with no choice but for the government to step in. In this context, I welcome this debate on the proposed Scams Prevention Framework Bill, as I believe legislative reform is now necessary to modernise consumer protections for the digital age. And this legislation has at least started a conversation around responsibility, accountability that is well past due. But unfortunately, I think there are still serious shortcomings in this bill that need to be addressed. The principle-based obligations being applied through the legislation to regulated entities offering regulated services in regulated sectors provides clarity to sectors in terms of minimum expectations for preventing, detecting, reporting, disrupting and responding to scams. The requirement that regulated entities not only maintain records and share information across the scams ecosystem, but that they also implement internal dispute resolution processes for consumers subject to scams is a great place to start. Yet both my community and I believe this legislation should have gone forward, and unlike the member who we just heard speak, my community believes that we should have been brought into line with other jurisdictions like the UK, where these entities are not just responsible for tackling the problem, but ultimately also liable for compensation. Because if there's one thing we know to be true, it is that money is an extraordinary motivator. Similarly, while the bill accounts for the ever-evolving scams landscape by giving the Minister the ability to designate new regulated sectors and develop sector-specific codes as required, I noted general concern, echoed by the Scrutiny Committee, that this government is increasingly relying on the provision of ministerial discretion in its legislation and placing matters integral to the operation of the bills in delegated legislation. And this worries me for two reasons. Firstly, while it may make some sense in the short term, it also creates potential problems as ministers and government ambitions change. And secondly, it sends a signal that the government isn't certain it's gotten the legislation right in the first place, so it's providing itself with a just-in-case card that could enable future decisions that are inconsistent with this Parliament's ambitions. In terms of oversight, the bill establishes civil penalties for regulated entities and identifies the ACCC as the Scams Prevention Framework General Regulator, giving the ACCC the overarching responsibility of providing oversight and acting as a repository for scams information. Now, it may be that the ACCC is the agency best placed to manage this, but with several other responsibilities recently passed to this body, including oversight of all mergers and acquisitions in this country, I'm honestly worried it will be swamped. I therefore urge the government in the strongest possible terms to ensure the ACCC is adequately funded and resourced, and for my colleagues in this place to be diligent when it comes to scrutinising future budgets to ensure this resource commitment is maintained. We cannot afford for this government to make these steps and decisions now, only to allow a future government to come in and gut the undertaking. I would also like to just make the additional comment that the Australian Financial Complaints Authority has been identified as the external dispute regulator, an entity that already has lengthy wait times and, in my constituents' personal experience, a frustrating lack of effectiveness given the disappointingly narrow remit in the types of disputes it will resolve. Again, this needs to be adequately scoped and resourced. Finally, and most critically, the bill provides a redress mechanism for scams victims where a regulated entity is found to have contravened a civil penalty provision, a provision that for many really cuts to the heart of the current weakness in our domestic environment, that being a complete lack of clarity around who is responsible for losses incurred via third-party platforms. But as I've said previously, while I welcome the clarity, we need greater responsibility for compensation being passed to the channels that most frequently allow the abuse. As this legislation seeks to clarify obligations, responsibilities and pathways for dispute resolution, it has failed to transfer enough of the burden for combating scams and absorbing the financial losses onto those best placed to address them. All too frequently, people will share their heartbreaking stories of being scammed with me, and every time they do, I'm left frustrated and angry. One person recently contacted me because their elderly parents had lost $250,000 to an investment scam that was presented as an opportunity with two well-known financial institutions. Once discovered, neither institution accepted any responsibility for the counterfeiting of their brand or their response, and quite frankly, they were completely heartless. Another person told me about their experience of signing up to a recurrent monthly charge to join what was eventually proven to be a fake dating site. Shockingly, the bank in this case refused to help the person who was affected recover their payments because the bank argued the customer had given their details freely. The HSBC impersonation scam also tragically impacted several people in my community, and I can't help but feel strongly that scams involving banks are particularly egregious. In a digital economy where branches are being closed every day and speaking to a real person on the ground in Australia can be such a challenge, many of us have no choice but to rely on internet banking. Surely then, aside from the transactional convenience, banks should be ultimately responsible for ensuring they provide us with a safe place to keep our money and processes that ensure fraudulent transactions cannot be progressed without complete certainty that our money is going to a legitimate purpose. It used to take 10 days for a cheque to clear and 3 days or more for funds to transfer between banks. How is it not possible then to institute some sort of airlock function that creates an opportunities for transactions to be scrutinised before they're finalised? In almost all cases, the frustrating reality is that people who are scammed are not clear about who they should contact or how to pursue a remedy. And whilst trying to deal with what is often a significant personal loss, they're left feeling angry, embarrassed and helpless. Concerningly, a recent investigation by the Sydney Morning Herald suggests Google search algorithms are in fact routing us to fraudsters, with fake websites and investment platforms and fake reviews, including AI-generated celebrity endorsements, proliferating online, yet there is little to no accountability. In trying to search the internet to determine what to do about a potential scam, we're being unwittingly delivered into the hands of the scammers themselves. And the catch-22 situation continues, with the boundaries between real and fake becoming increasingly sophisticated and the pathways for help harder to find. So the data tells us scams disproportionately impact older, more vulnerable Australians, including those from non-English speaking backgrounds, while social media scams took over $200,000 from kids under 18 in 2024 alone. And yet as platforms like Meta and Google and banks like CBA and Westpac post eye-watering profits, those fleeced of their money via their channels are left holding the can. Helping vulnerable individuals navigate the complicated complaints and dispute resolution process is absolutely a priority. Victims of scams reeling from the sick feeling of having been duped out of their hard-earned savings should not have to prove that the multiple organisations involved, from telcos to banks, social media platforms to search engines themselves, have not complied with their own anti-scam processes. To do so would be impossible, given it would require consumers to have access to documents and evidence held by the regulated entity, who themselves would be incentivised to delay or fail to disclose that information. The cost, time and difficulty in seeking compensation could discourage claims even when there is a notional dispute resolution process in place. It's clear that the burden of proof should be on industry participants to show compliance with the scams prevention framework in defence of claims. And I support the amendments proposed by the member of Mackellar and the member for Warringah that seek to level the playing field through additional reasonable steps regulated entities must take to protect vulnerable community members, and a presumption of disclosure of relevant documents to assist victims in pursuing their complaints. I also agree with ASIC's recommendation that broadly states where compensation has been paid to a victim of a particular scam, then all victims of the scam should be automatically eligible for reimbursement without having to undertake their own complaints processes. To me, it's just logical, efficient and fair. As more and more services push consumers to transact entirely online, surely those services have a responsibility to foot the bill when scammers successfully hack or mimic their processes. Instead, while this legislation provides scam victims with a mechanism for the recovery of damages, it stops short of following the UK in implementing mandatory compensation. As of October last year, people in the UK who fall foul of a scam can claim up to £85,000 compensation, and it will be given to them within 5 days. It's possible because the cost of that compensation is now split between the banks of both the victim and the fraudster. Interestingly, the UK already had a robust voluntary code for reimbursement which covered about 90% of scam losses. But we have no such code in Australia, with the data instead suggesting that just 4% of scam losses are recovered by victims. This is perhaps the most crucial shortcoming of this bill. A presumption of reimbursement, except in the case of negligence, seems obvious to me if we are to truly incentivise financial institutions, telcos and other entities to do more than just meet the minimum obligations and avoid placing the onus on scams victims to fight for compensation. I support the recommendation of Senator Pocock and the Consumer Action Law Centre that compensation be presumed when a regulated entity is found not to have complied with their obligations under the framework and codes. Again, this just seems logical and fair to me. Consumers should not have to jump through hoops to be reimbursed following negligence from their bank or telco, Madam Speaker. Without a direct bottom line incentive, I don't believe there's enough in this legislation to ensure industry invests sufficiently to keep pace with AI and the sophistication of scammers more broadly. And I'm also left wondering whether the multi-regulator model and proposed information sharing protocols will result in efficient, real-time intelligence sharing, or if the system will simply be too unwieldy. With many regulators in the mix and the overlay of privacy obligations, I hope the extra regulatory and compliance costs are warranted, but this is yet to be seen. Finally, I was really pleased to see recent government investment in a broader public education campaign about scams and identification. ScamWatch is a fantastic resource, and I've seen it in action personally twice during 2 community seminars that my team and I have hosted with them in North Sydney. The ScamWatch presenters were articulate and compassionate and patiently taught people how to not only recognise but also respond to scams. Our second session was bilingual, presented in both English and Mandarin, and the response to it was incredible, proving people armed with the information they need are more confident. For this reason, I believe any